You're taking dark money.
Okay. We don't have to. Okay. Let's get started. It's 6 o'clock. We got places to be, things to do. Let's start this shit show. Okay.
We're having a good time. Wick.
So
we
far,
like
so
to have
good.
fun here.
Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Recently, an article was published in Wired by Taylor Lorenz, accusing a group by Brian Tyler Cohen called Chorus from taking dark money. A lot of people have run with this story and accused Chorus of keeping its members from talking about Gaza, of controlling their content. And the question becomes, how accurate is this article? Is dark money something we should be concerned about? And when should we be concerned about it? And just in general, is Chorus or something like Chorus something that the Democrats should be doing, or is it something we should probably stay away from? Okay, we've got a great lineup for you guys today. We're going to start with Dickers. Dickers, tell people who you are and what are your thoughts. Go ahead.
I'm Dickers. I'm kind of like, I guess, moderate leftist. Usually I do like drama commentary or trending topics coverage. My thoughts on it right now is dark money just seems to be the way of the world with how politics is going, especially after Supreme Court decision with the whole Citizens United thing. It seems to be the way of the world. However, it still doesn't mean that we can exclude things like transparency, like levels of openness, at least if we're like using the money. More fundamentally, though, I think I have a strong critique of Chorus as itself, like how the organization is set up, than necessarily dark money itself. It seems to be the way of the world, so on that aspect, I don't really care too much, but yeah.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Thank you for being here. Fabian Liberty, thoughts?
Yep. I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me on X, Twitter, Zitter, whatever the fuck you call it, and find me on YouTube as Fabian Liberty, or just Google me. You'll find me. It's fine. Just please don't follow me on Twitch. I haven't done a Twitch stream in like 2 years. Every time they do this. Yeah. So I think overall, obviously, I'm going to be against dark money. I don't care if it's right wing. I don't care if it's left wing. I'm against the concept of it. I think that principles matter, and more often than not, when I see people take this money, they do so against their principles. And there's a chilling effect that happens with speech and the way that narratives are controlled. And I think we're going to get into like a lot of nitpicky shit tonight. And so, I want people to just think of this analogy as we're like getting lost in the weeds of like how many millions here, or, what was in the contract here, which is just imagine that I was going door to door in your neighborhood and I knocked on your door and I said, hey, I would like to offer you $200 so that I can cut your grass and wash your car. That's a great deal for you if I knock on your door. But everyone
Why do
should
the
be
libertarians
wondering,
always have these like
why the
weird
fuck are you
hypotheticals?
paying this person so that you can render services for them? And if we're trying to hide behind non-disclosure agreements and contracts and things of that nature, that should concern us regardless of the political affiliation, that we don't know who is doing it and we don't know why they're doing it. And so, yeah, I would kind of agree with Dickers here that like transparency is the bigger fight right now on that.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into it. Hutch, right-wing extremist Hutch, go ahead.
Hasbar is Zionist.
True. Yeah, my name is Hutch. Thanks for having me on the panel. I do think there are reasonable conversations to have about the level of transparency that should be expected in these kinds of programs. However, I think the much bigger story out of the last week is not even necessarily the article itself, but the surrounding discourse and the really insane narratives that started springing up. And I think, unfortunately, this article was used as sort of like a proxy war that is a part of a much larger dynamic going on right now, which is that you have this leftist media ecosystem that is very, very bloodthirsty right now. They feel emboldened for a number of reasons, and I think they just want to destroy anyone that doesn't fit their exact mold. And so that's more what I'm interested in talking about today. But yeah,
I'm sure we will get into it. Thank you for being here. Next up, Rinyald. Am I saying that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Ringyald. I do debates and stuff. I think that programs like Chorus are super important to kind of match the right wing's freak. If we live in a world where we can take half dark money, but only half of the political sides are doing it, it seems like there's no way to actually live in that kind of society. It doesn't seem like any particular allegations of illegality or strict content controls were made by the article, but a lot of people took the article and ran with it because of a lot of the super vague language in the article itself. I mean, there's a reason that the tagline was, all they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content, which seems like not that great of a characterization. We can have a discussion on disclosure, but I
There are no
think
pro-article
doing it
people in
based
this
off
one
of a
again, guys.
clearly misleading article with barely enough detail to ignore the wider conversation of people wildly, misrepresenting the article. I don't know. I don't see any reason to care that much if there's not super strict content controls.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here, and we will get into it. Next up, no stranger to my panel, Soy Pill.
You said that so foreboding. Hi, I'm the Soy Pill. You should go follow me on Twitch and TikTok so I can live stream from my browser. I had a bunch of panels on this. I've talked to Taylor Lawrence about it, and it seems to me that this article's through line, as per her, is that people should disclose more. However, the way that it is written and framed is that there's this secret dark money campaign to force people to say certain things and toe the party line. That is why all of these big left-wing accounts like Vanguard and Majority Report are running away with that narrative. I think that narrative is patently false. It is not even proven in the article. It is implied, but I think that is where the article is misleading or is missing context. The idea that any of these people had to change their opinions for money is completely unfounded so far. I think that if that was the case, I would be against it. I think there's a very legitimate conversation to be had about whether or not we should disclose if we're getting money. But this was an incubator program. It wasn't even, the Democrats paying them. It was, hey, how can you make better content? I think that's totally fine. And I appreciate that Taylor has said that she's gone on some of these channels and corrected the allegations that people were kicked out if they said something bad about Israel or criticized Democrats, which is absolutely, definitely not true based on what we've seen. So I hope that we can clear the air here and realize that this is really a controversy or just slightly not so good.
Okay, thank you for being here, and we'll get into it as we go. Last but certainly not least, Prime Guy.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Wick, always appreciate my good friend. And shout out to everyone who's joined us here today on the panel. Nice to meet you if I don't know you, and hi to you if I do know you. Anyway, so I've been saying for a long time that we need infrastructure on the left, and I think that this program seems to be providing that. So I'm not against the idea of the program. I am against not disclosing the program, people's involvement. There seems to be confusion as to exactly who disclosed what and when with their involvement, and like, did they necessarily disclose they're being paid? All these things. So the exact details of all that is unclear to me myself. But like, if it is the case that people were hiding their affiliation rather than simply, disclosing it, and I don't think there's anything necessarily nefarious about this program on the face of it. Just let us know. But if you aren't, well, then we can't make that assessment, and that's the issue for me.
Okay, and with that, let's just get into it. The floor is open. If you have trouble getting in, yeah, but go
Can I
ahead.
ask a
Please.
question? Right? Is everyone here has never said anything negative about Elon Musk or Peter Thiel or Koch brothers? Putting money into politics to change or to influence people to voting towards Republican candidates. Because like all of you guys just seem like very like, oh, this is fine. We need to fight on the left. We need to fund. We need to have better messaging, right? So like, I'm just curious. Do all of like, if we go through all of your content, you've never said anything bad about Koch brothers or Elon Musk or Peter Thiel or any right-wing donators, buying elections or buying off politicians by giving them money. Like, you guys have all been cool with that the whole time?
No, I think you could find that I'm very against buying elections, but you understand that money in politics can mean like 8,000 different things, and that's not a random number. That just happened to be on my mind. You can, for
8,000,
example,
sure, yeah.
have the Koch brothers come in and buy election ads in a small election using their vast, disproportionate amount of money to influence, some sort of what otherwise would be a ground campaign. That I don't super like, and especially if it is dark money. Dark money, for those of you who don't know, is money where you don't know where the donations are coming from, and I'm in principle against that. In this specific case, by the way, 1630, the fund that funded Chorus, is also against dark money, and they try to advocate for people who would make it so all of their donors have to disclose.
We don't know if they funded Chorus. Like from what I understand, 1630, because like
I think it's very. I think that's just factually true. They funded Chorus.
They may have. I think they may have handled their finances and then connected them with donors, but we don't know if they directly funded.
So they're considered a financial what was it?
It's pretty. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I don't think it really matters. The point is, money from 1630 or some sort of resources from 1630 are going to Chorus, and I don't think anyone's denying that. That's just kind of out in the open. The issue is we don't know where the money is coming from. That's why they criticize.
Right?
Sure.
That I'm not
so
being accused of like attacking.
Yeah. The point being that influencing like small elections or even larger elections using a disproportionate amount of money, I don't particularly like. However, being able to put money into politics to support something that you care about, like, hey, here's this person who's going to vote for something that I like, here's $1 million, which people sometimes see is lobbying or buying elections.
$288 million that Elon Musk pumped in.
I think there should be caps on the amount of spending, but I'm just saying that like these are different things, and the way that you influence this. That's just my opinion. Yes.
So you would personally say that 1630 fund having like 141 million, 400 million next election, 196 next election, or all of these other groups that are.
So there's two things here. One, I would support their mission, which is we want to kind of like make ourselves not be a thing anymore. Although they are using the thing they're fighting against to do that, so it's like questionable. But what you're really looking into is they are a 501(c), I think, not 4, right? Because they're technically non-political. Versus, hey, this whole thing was an incubator program to help out people get better at making content. Not I'm putting money directly into Donald Trump's campaign to help him win the election. I think those are very different things.
I think we can skip a lot of this part of the conversation because I think your framing is a bit silly, because like you can be against big like dark money influences in politics and at the same time recognize that it's tactically stupid to unilaterally disarm.
That's true.
Like, there's nothing incompatible about Democrats saying ideally we wouldn't have this type of money influencing politics, and at the same time recognizing that if Charlie Kirk's going to take in $80 million for TPUSA, like us just standing on virtue or principle and cutting ourselves off from that kind of funding, there's just no tactical way that you could really defend that.
Yeah, so, I feel the same way, Hutch, about it that I do about
have principles or any moral beliefs that you stand by.
If I'm against killing, but I'll kill someone in self-defense,
the weapon of the enemy is bad, therefore I will pick up the weapon. But there's no self-defense claim here, right? If you're against the very weapon itself, then you can't say I'm against the weapon, but I choose to pick up the weapon.
What's the point of having a principle if it's an existential threat to your entire party and their morals? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's not really a principle then.
No, it is.
Let's give it to Hutch. Let's give it to Hutch real quick. Go ahead.
Let's just like devise a hypothetical where, you have this like small hunter-gatherer group of, 50 people or whatever. And there's, guns exist in this world, but this group, they don't think that guns should like be a part of their society. But then another, group comes and starts attacking them with guns. Would it be unprincipled for the 50 first people to like?
Well, that's why I use the analogy of saying it's not about the concept of self-defense, but it's about the concept of the guns themselves, right? So if you're against the guns, and you say, I am a pacifist. I am a pacifist. I'm a pacifist. I'm a pacifist. And then you get attacked, and then you go, actually, I'm not really a pacifist. Let me grab the guns. Right?
Fabian, would you eat a human being?
Would I eat a human being?
Yeah, would you eat a human being?
Circumstances, yeah.
Oh, wait. So it's not a principle that you wouldn't eat a human being?
I never said that I had a principle that I wouldn't eat a human being.
So you would eat a human being?
Well, isn't it implied that everybody else?
Okay.
Dead,
do you think? So maybe there are like extenuating circumstances to perhaps go against what would normally be your principles, because otherwise you would die, or something would be so threatened that it wouldn't matter that you held to your principle. Do you realize that's like a very easy concept to understand?
Do you think this? So when I'm pointing out what I believe is a likely, because I'm not intimately familiar with everyone on this panel's content, right? That's why I'm kind of like bringing it open to you. When I'm pointing out what I would say is a perceived likely contradiction, if you have issue with like right-wing influencers or right-wing people having transparent donations that are publicly known and available, right? So we're taking out the transparency issue here. How is that analogous to this to this concept of like how is that analogous to like cannibalism or self-defense?
So the idea I was doing
We're
with the
saying- I'm
cannibalism,
saying,
which you can say
are
that's
you
disanalogous, and
against
that's
it
fine. No,
then?
that's
Right.
fine. I'm just showing you that sometimes principles need to be violated for certain extenuating circumstances. And in this case, if I could show you, now this isn't necessarily true, I'm not asking you to believe this, but if dark money would be ended by electing Democrats, would you not use dark money to do that? Would that be unprincipled?
I mean, if your number one thing is I won't use dark money.
Well,
bad,
that's no
I'm
one's
gonna
number
use-
one thing is I won't use dark
Yeah.
money in the Democratic
Well,
Party.
sure,
That's
we're doing
a
it-
principle.
We're doing yeah, but that's fine. We're doing a univariate analysis based upon a
Okay.
principle, right?
I
Like,
do want
Okay.
to give it to
Again,
Prime.
so
real quick.
you're attacking me for
Well,
engaging
I can wait
in your
till they're
analogy.
Yeah.
Like that's so
Yeah.
stupid.
I don't know if they're
but
going to
no,
be done
like,
as a thing.
If,
Oh,
if
okay,
like
fair enough.
if you're a single issue voter and your single issue voting is I'm against dark money,
Well, that's no
and
one's.
then you
Yeah,
use
okay,
dark-
stop there because that's the hypothetical
that's
that
your
no one is
fucking-
participating in.
that's- Okay, you're no like I think at this point.
Who is single issue dark
we should
money?
just move on. That's the analogy you're giving me is about whether or not
Okay.
we're
Is your
for
is your
dark-
single
gonna
principle
flag
I
on
won't
this
eat a
flag.
person?
This is
It's not my
stupid.
single principle. I have
It
lots
is
of
I mean,
stupid.
principles.
you're
Let's give it to
interrupting
Prime
me
Kai. Let's see if
because
we can
I'm
get something
using
else
your
going on
analogy.
here. Prime Kai, please.
That's not why I'm interrupting you.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm familiar with Scott, and I know.
you guys didn't know, he's
how
libertarian.
he rolls.
That tells you
and How he
anything.
said multiple times that he wouldn't like steal $1 to save the world or something like that. Yeah. So, and he's been. I mean, he hasn't bent from this rule. To be clear, we haven't had an apocalypse that required him to pick up $1, but still.
Yeah.
Wait,
that's
wait.
what we've
Because
said
it's an
of the
under-
entire
Still though, you
Not
still
yet.
wouldn't do it.
I would not steal a penny to save the world. Correct.
But you would, but you would eat a person to live.
Yeah, a dead person's a dead person. I'm not a fucking Christian.
Okay,
I'm
I
a
don't.
religious,
I want to
spiritual
get back to
person.
chorus.
It's fucking
and I wanna
neat.
get back to-
This
I
is
wanna
so
get back to
insane,
specific-
dude. You wouldn't steal a penny.
I'm not here to debate whether we should eat people. I'm here to debate chorus. We're gonna stick on chorus at least for the next 30 minutes. if
Okay,
we
but just to
possibly
establish that we can move on from this
I
point, Wick,
apologize.
I refuse to
I
argue
pointed
principles
out
with
the
a
left's
person
hypocrisy.
because it's ridiculous to say, oh, you'd use dark money to end dark money, you hypocrite. It's like, would you steal a penny to save 8 billion people? No. Okay, well,
No.
shut the fuck up.
Well, okay,
Like,
okay. So,
One of us
all right.
is morally consistent.
Okay,
the other
I
is
don't care. Brian Kai, please.
Okay, and the difference here is a non-aggression principle, but you can talk about that later. Anyway, so Scott is familiar with my content, and I don't think maybe that shot was like at me, but still, I want to address the question he put forward. So I've been critical of billionaires putting money into politics the entire time, and I am also critical of this formulation, right? So I have two objections. One, on the lack of disclosure, the seeming lack of disclosure, and two, the fact that it's being funded by these unknown dark money billionaire donors. That doesn't really sit well with me. And my problem specifically, and other people might have different opinions on this. One, I don't think billionaires should exist. I think the problem with them putting money into politics is not necessarily just them putting money into politics, the act itself, but the fact they can put so much money into politics, that they have so much leverage, right, to speak in a way that the average individual can. So it'd be
Prime,
fine.
we don't know who they
because-
are. So how do we know they're billionaires? Okay, they could own $999 million. Okay, you don't know that they're billionaires because we
Well,
don't know who the fuck they are.
Fabian, some of
I-
these
I mean, I
1630
agree.
people are billionaires who do disclose, even though they're not legally have to. So George Soros, Midyar, like there are some of these billionaires, and Elon Musk is just one. So he's just saying the principle is, I don't like that billionaires have this much influence.
Yeah, you don't have
Yeah,
to
yeah.
explain my joke to the audience. It's okay.
You're a libertarian. I can't tell when you're joking, dude. Sometimes you're saying something very serious.
So yeah, I think that us, as a panel, let's say we wanted to band together 7 of us on this stream, and decided to put out a political message, right? And we put together a meager funds to do so. I think we should be allowed to do that. That's fine. Well, I don't love money in politics, but still, like, I think it's fine to do that on this level. But that's, you know, a relatively even ground and a amount of money that most people can actually match. We can't match the leverage, the power of billionaires, right? They're on a completely, literally, exponentially, logarithmically different level than we are, and that's my issue.
Case, can I address that though? Because yes, I agree with what you're saying. I really don't like that billionaires have this undue influence. But this specific project was saying, hey, creators that don't have the influence of like a Charlie Kirk or these people who just have millions and millions and millions of dollars of donation, we want to give some of that billionaire money to you so that you do have a larger voice and can spread the message that says we want these billionaires out of politics, which I fully agree with, even though in principle I have the same principles.
Wait, just to be
Why do
clear,
you believe that to
is
be
it any
true? 'Cause, I
part
mean,
of
they're
like
funding-
Chorus's?
Yeah. Give it to the British guy real quick, Dickers.
Yeah, I stopped.
Is it any part of Chorus's platform that they are against money in politics? 'Cause I think this is what you
1630's
seem to,
platform
like,
is against
saying
money in
again and again and
politics.
again. Are they?
Yeah,
I
you
don't
could look
believe
this up if you read the
so.
Wired article. I don't know if you read the article we're talking
that's
about.
Fucking hilarious.
No, I did. It doesn't say anything about money in politics.
You
It talks
should
about
click
economic
on the
equity.
links when it says 1630 fund. I can send it to you in chat.
So it's not in the article, but
It's referenced directly in the article. Yeah, you can. So that's and one extra click. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
I'm
see
just
the irony
curious.
of like
Okay.
a,
Yeah, if
of
you
a-
wanna sum
of
it
a-
up, feel
of-
free.
of-
Yeah,
of like
I'm
a
sending it
damn
in the
near
group chat.
$1 billion fund over the last 10 years.
It's not
like saying
ironic.
they want money out of politics.
It's not ironic
to
at all. It makes
people-
perfect sense.
Wait. It's
Go
not
ahead.
ironic to people that don't take this absolutist view of principles. Like, I think you're the only one on the panel that has this view.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm also the only one on the panel that's like even like anywhere past center of right? So obviously, like deontological moral positions aren't really a thing on the left. Maybe you see it in some tanky spaces, right? But like for the most part, you're going to be utilitarians or consequentialists of some variety, right? So obviously, as the only person not left wing here, yeah, of course, I'm the only person on the panel that believes in strict moral principles as opposed to negotiating with our principles to use evil to defeat a bigger evil.
I mean, the vast
respectfully,
majority-
though,
The vast majority of the right is probably going to be in favor of this kind of dark money too, right? I mean, like we see a lot of right-wing initiatives using the same exact business model. It's not that like a
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm no fan of fucking Republicans.
Respectfully,
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think the panel should get bogged down by like a meta ethics, debate. I think we should probably just like stick on the article, and we can just
Yeah, no, I mean like that. I mean,
Can I just ask
that's
this? Here,
fine, but
maybe
the
we'll get
but
this
this
back
is
on
a
track.
moral question about this money in politics.
But it's
right?
also
Like,
a
that
question
is the
about whether or
debate.
not the article was a fair article. Do we think, let me start with this question. Do we think that the article as written was an accurate and fair assessment of what is going on at Chorus? Why or why not?
I don't think you can say that. Like there could be particular things in the contract that were referenced that are, technically true. But what we discovered especially in like the 48 hours after the article was dropped and we heard, a bevy of responses from people in the program, it's just in practice, the way that program was working really did not look anything like what was described in that article, particularly the subheading. That I think was the most egregious sort of mischaracterization, because she said that these creators were secretly paid to push the party line. And that just appears to be just on its face, just not what was happening.
well, also
Why
I
do you
mean, like
disagree with
to say like to agree to restrictions on their content absolutely plays into the idea that they can't talk about Gaza either. Like I'm almost willing to bet that that's where a lot of those people got that impression.
They got
So
it from
why do you-
her
why do you think
herself.
that's
Like
inaccurate?
Taylor herself, she was tweeting, she like spoke with Destiny yesterday, and she denies. I mean, she even clarified that nothing in her reporting or nothing in her investigation gave her any kind of indication that people were prevented from talking about Gaza. But like a few days before, she was tweeting out, "I can confirm that of the list that we saw, most of them are very centristy." So she was definitely like throwing red meat to like the lefty kind of media ecosystem. And boy,
Why
did
is that
they
inaccurate?
fucking
We
run
haven't
with
given
that.
any evidence to the claim that that's inaccurate. Why is that inaccurate?
Because there were
I
creators
think
in the
they're pushing it
cohort making videos criticizing Israel and criticizing the Democratic Party.
I think it's a
Okay,
matter of
so-
framing and not so much a matter of like particular facts that were misrepresented. It's more so like the framing of it or the lack of detail that's given in certain
it's
areas.
genuine.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe so like my read, right? And maybe you guys can then, so I'm not trying to get you to prove a negative, right? Like my read of it is when you are supporting people by giving them some level of funds, right? If we want to talk specifically about the incubator program where they're getting like somewhere between $250 and $8K, right? A month. Like if you're giving people money, and you're giving them presumed opportunities, and you're saying we're going to give you access, we're going to give you funds so that you can have a bigger platform and do more things. We're going to connect you with other people, and also we want you to sign this contract that says you're not really supposed to talk about it, and also you're supposed to, coordinate messaging twice a month, or at least get trained in like the Democrats' messaging, right?
No,
Twice a
no,
month.
no,
No, no, no, no,
also-
no. That's not what.
it
That's
said.
not what it was.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's not what. That's not what her
is
article
inaccurate?
said. She even clarified that the DNC had nothing to do with this. So
Yeah. So the
I said
check-ins that you're
DNC talking
referencing.
points. I'm not saying literally the DNC. I'm
So
talking about
the check-in, the check-ins that you're referencing are check-ins as
the program that is supporting these people, right? That is obviously has a message of their own, even if it's not direct party line, perfect messaging that the DNC wrote for them word for word, right? This is a program that is funded by neoliberals, centrist left, billionaires, because there's not leftist billionaires. They don't fucking exist, right? And so,
yeah, they
right, so
absolutely
you
do,
have
by the
that
way.
messaging.
There
Sure.
are. I don't know. Well,
It's a contradiction of
Yeah,
right. Like
I think
that's a
they're liberal
contradiction in and of
billionaires, but not
itself.
leftist
Sure, yeah,
billionaires.
yeah,
Right,
sure,
we're talking
sure,
about
sure.
Okay, well-
liberals, sure, stakeholder capitalism, corporatist, socialist, neoliberal, whatever fucking term you want to use, right? But these are center left portion of the party. Maybe they have some progressive values on like healthcare or some shit. But we're talking about like leftist. If you have all of those things and you know that, okay, this is the messaging that my program that's paying me and giving me opportunities and I'm not supposed to talk about is putting out, how is that not having a chilling effect on speech? How is that
Because-
not what they're paying for, which is
because
to
there's
control the narrative?
because there's no indication that this was happening. Like
Well,
it's
wait,
fair
Hutch.
to-
There
it's
is.
fair to- it's fair-
Wait, Hutch. I do have to, even though I'm on your side. The chilling effect thing, I think, is a valid argument because it is true that some of them do give testimonies of, I'm worried that maybe I'm not supposed to talk about certain things.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not those were valid concerns, they could have worked out with Chorus. Clearly, they were people talking about Chorus. I think like people are confusing, hey, don't disclose other members because that might be private information. Hey, don't disclose like when we have events before they're publicly announced as like you weren't allowed to talk about Chorus. These are very different things, but there could be an effect of, hey, what if I want to suddenly become MAGA today? Would I get kicked out? That could be a concern, but that's with
Well, I mean, we also
everything.
don't know what
There's what, but
everybody's
Fabian,
contract
just
is.
to
We
be
have
clear,
a
because I
contract,
wanted to
right?
give some validity to that, but to push back, that's everything. That's audience capture. That's like, hey, what makes money with the algorithm? There's always a chilling effect somewhere. Now, this money wasn't coming as a political amount of money. This was an incubator program for getting people off the ground and expanding their reach. It wasn't, here's your talking points. The daily check-ins were, hey, we taught you how to do shorts. Let's see if your shorts are doing well. Hey, let's see how your thumbnails are doing. Like, these people weren't being paid to just do whatever they were doing already. It was trying to expand them into having more of a voice.
To be clear,
not-
I was
that's
to
not an
be
argument,
Hutch,
that's
clear,
what I
Hutch,
said, though.
Check-ins were though, right?
Hutch and then Dickers. Hutch and then Dickers.
I did
That's
interrupt
Dickers-
Hutch, yeah.
It's just not addressing the argument, but okay.
To be clear, I was going to get there on my own. Have more faith in your pod, brother.
I'm sorry.
It's fair to have that kind of thought, right? Because as soon as you hear that some creator is being paid by some source that is involved in politics, that's of course going to be the first question that pops into your mind. However, what became abundantly clear, again, in the couple days or subsequent week after this reporting, is that this was not happening in any kind of material sense. Like there's no actual evidence of this happening. There are 90 people in the program. Don't you think that at least one of them would have gone on background with Taylor to tell her, like, yeah, I wanted to talk about this thing, and then they pushed back and they told me
That's
not
not
to
my
run the story
argument,
or
though.
whatever.
You're saying
No, no,
this
no.
isn't happening, but you're not addressing the argument that I made. What you're doing is you're bringing in outside factors of what you saw on Twitter so that you can defeat that straw man that has nothing to do with the argument that I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that when you are picked and you are chosen to be a part of a program that
Yeah,
is
they're going to
giving
pick
you
people
all of
who
these
align with their.
opportunities
They're
and
going to be
giving.
picked with people who align with their policy goals, of course.
Yeah,
But
I,
there's a
I
difference.
never made that
There's a
claim
difference.
that like they're
There's
forcing a type of speech on people.
but there's a difference between that and quote unquote pushing the party line. That's what was the big mischaracterization here. Like you can
That's
you
not
can
a
have a you can
mischaracterization, though, right?
That's not a
yeah,
mischaracterization.
Because you
of course,
admit
of
that
course
they
it
have
is. No,
picked
of
people
course
with a
it is.
particular ideological bent.
What?
But
Yeah,
it
but
is
if that
to push the
ideological
Democratic
bend
Party
ranges
line.
from
But are you
will
saying it's,
suck
like,
Joe Biden's
ridiculous,
dick to I
or are you
hate
saying
Joe
that they're gonna
Biden,
get
how
kicked
is that?
out?
Dickers.
Okay, so what I'm
Yeah,
saying
That's
is,
a
if you're
single issue.
taking contention with the fact that they're not allowed to talk about something that, for example, if they're like take an anti-abortion stance, they're going to get kicked out. That's not what that's alleging. These are Democratic influencers. They do already push the Democratic Party line.
What
And
is
now
the
they're gonna
Democratic
take
Party
it.
line, Dickers,
Wait,
if they're allowed to criticize Democrats?
Wait, not just
That's
criticize.
nothing
To
to do
be
with the
clear,
Democratic Party line.
not just
In
not
terms
just
of policy
criticize.
points that they advocate for, Democrats
Is it the
criticizing
Democratic Party line to
Democrats have
criticize
nothing to
the
do
party?
with disagreeing with Democratic Party talking points.
It's not the DNC
Wait,
party
give it-
line to
give it-
criticize
give
the party.
There's a lot of people here. Let's give it to Hutch to respond, and then we can let Dickers respond back if he wants, and then we'll get some other people in here. Go ahead.
There was one of the creators, and it's kind of a small sample size that we know of right now. I think it's like 12 or 13 or something like that out of 90, right? And out of that, like 12 or 13, three or four of them were pretty outspoken about Gaza. In fact, one of them took it to the extreme of accusing Pete Buttigieg and the Democratic Party writ large of being complicit in a genocide. If that person was not only in the program, but featured in a picture on the webpage, I think that annihilates the idea that this, secretive dark money group was picking people to like gas up the Democrats.
Well, wasn't the other person also like trying to get Schumer to step down? Like that's absolutely not in line with the DNC. But
Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen himself was complaining about the gerontocracy, complaining about Democratic Party leadership. I mean, like this is just not, it's not congruent with what was characterized in that article.
Okay, but trying to
your
find
argument
people
is
who will never criticize their own party, will never criticize members of their own party.
impossible,
Every person in
it's
politics does this, right? You can't do that.
Okay,
And even if it's
wait.
not, I don't think it would even be preferable. Parties
that
want
speaks
to
So
have
they're not
people
towing the party
political
line, is
agenda
what you're
to
saying.
talk about their own party. Yeah, absolutely they are. Politicians criticize each other. All that they ask is that all they're going to expect is that you're going to talk about general support for the Democrats. Not that you're going to support every single member of Congress.
That's not what
every
towing
single
the
person
line
in
means.
Senate.
Towing the line
This
means
is
you do
ridiculous
everything they're asking,
interpretation.
following the policy.
This is
Not,
ridiculous
hey, in general, are you left
especially
wing?
given
These
the
are
fact that
completely
it's
different
only
things.
taking a single line from the very beginning of the article.
Okay, well,
If
now,
you're confused by
now that you've
scroll
read
down,
through the
it's extremely
subsequent thing on
easy.
630,
I mean,
could you
just to
look
go
up
to
what
the
toe
point,
the line
actually,
means?
You said that I hadn't read the article. You tried to criticize that I hadn't.
No,
You
I
that
said you
means
didn't click
through a
on the
link,
secondary
and then when I go
links,
to
and now
it,
you don't
I
know
was
what toe the
actually
line
correct.
means.
So Chorus actually hasn't got anything in their program about being anti-dog money, and neither has
He
the
never claimed it.
1630
I
fund.
said 1630
This is an
fund. You can
interview
click on it.
with one of the executives. It's
One
not
the
part of their
the
policy division.
executive of the 1630 fund, the person who like dictates their entire
not an
fucking
aspect of
message.
the fund. It's
What?
not an aspect of the fund, though, is
What do you
it?
mean it's not an aspect of their fund? It's the
It's
leader
one
who
guy
runs
one
it
time
says this.
said, "I'm
Not
against
one guy.
dark
One.
money,"
If
but he's
Donald
spending
Trump says something,
hundreds
does the
of
Republican Party,
millions
who
of
all
dollars
follows him, not
in
believe
dark
it?
money.
Okay,
goes to-
okay,
goes
one
to
at a time.
funding
Hold on,
this.
hold on.
They're
All of you
giving
shut
the
up. All of you
executive's
shut up.
opinion.
All of you shut up.
God.
No one can hear you when three people are talking at once. We have to at least have
You
some
underestimate
order.
Gen Z. They're so good at
Fabian,
parsing
you're
through screens.
talking while I'm talking. Stop.
What have you ever used the
Yeah.
mute button?
I am going. Fucking soy pill, you're doing it too. Let me fucking finish my point. Okay? I will have to start meeting people if you guys don't at least exercise some self-control and wait your goddamn turns. Dickers, finish your point, and then we'll get into it, okay? And I will mute the motherfucker who interrupts. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just making a simple point about like media literacy and what we're taking on this panel, right? So at the end of the day, I was right. It's not part of the Chorus platform to be anti-dark money. It's not even part of the 1630 fund to be against dark money. It's the personal opinion of the executive of the 1360 fund to be against dark money. That's fine. That's not what they're going to fundraise on. That's not the organization. That's the head of the organization, you might say, but he's not the king, right? These are complex organizations with multiple people. Their personal opinion, that might be worth something, but no, the advocacy that this campaign is doing is not against dark money.
Okay,
Doesn't
so
say it anywhere.
one, I don't believe that you've read through the Medium article from the executive, not just one person, but the person who helps dictate the entire agenda of the 1630 Fund, her organization,
Yeah,
which is
that's
a
what I said.
501c4 nonprofit that advances progressive causes through advocacy and fiscal sponsorship. We do so using the legal rulebook in place today, and we are donors feel compelled to give us. Fuck, I fucking lost my plot here. Give me a second. Let me find this. Fuck me. Okay, but
it's
first, let me
crazy.
go to the
Yes
second
or
point.
no?
Second point is, I
No,
never
go ahead.
said that Chorus was anti-dark money. I said that 1630 was. So let me find the passage and read it to you. But first of all, when you're talking about fuck, god damn it. Hold on, I gotta stop doing two things at once. Hutch, take over for me while I read this.
I don't know what to say. Loud noises. Somebody else go.
Or
enough.
I guess I can just respond to it. So,
Or say what
yeah,
you're
in
saying
terms of
again
when
so I
it
can
comes
remember
to,
what my
like,
second
rubber
point
meeting
was.
the road in terms of advocacy, yeah, in no part is it published that it's any part of the platforms that they try and encourage to be against dark money. That's just a true statement. Now, you might want to add the nuance that the executive of the fund has a personal opinion that she's against dark money. That's fine. All my point is, these organizations don't actually have it as a part of their program. They're against dark money.
Well, what
And the
would you
reason
do?
why I
What
brought
would
that
you
up
do? What would
was
you
the
spend
fact
money
that people are
on?
saying that we want
What
to
would you spend
support
money
it.
on if you wanted to
Being
get rid of?
part of these organizations isn't being against dark money, right?
What would you spend money on if you wanted to get rid of dark money in politics?
Real
Advocacy
quick,
groups that would be
quick-
against dark
quick-
money. I don't know. What
Okay,
you're talking about.
so
Quick
yeah,
question.
okay. In the
Oh,
article I
quick-
linked,
quick-
can I
hold on,
can I read it now? I
Fabian,
found my spot.
Fabian, stop. They're going back and forth. Let them go
Okay,
back and forth.
so it
Hutch
says
and-
it's a point of
and
emphasis
Fabian.
for the group and its backing of campaigns finance reforms that will require it and other nonprofit groups to disclose donors and potentially reduce their influence on politics. So this is not the opinion of the executive. This is the executive saying our group does
So why don't
this.
they
Now,
publish?
if you're saying the executive is saying lying or misleading about what her group is trying to do, and the group is completely contradictory to this in their message, and you can show me that somewhere in the 1630 fund like method, show me that, please. But it appears to
I
me.
can prove it right now,
Okay, show me.
unequivocally. It's not illegal for a 501c4 to publicly disclose who their donors are. If they're against dark money, they can just disclose it.
People want to
Done.
donate to dark money.
They're not
because
against
people-
dark money.
people don't-
If the
people
donors
donate
don't
to
want to
dark-
get disclosed, they don't have to be disclosed.
Okay, so the
Yeah,
donors
like
are
every other
pro-dark
dark money fund.
and
Easy
then the
peasy.
dark money fund is using dark money.
The reason
Yeah,
why
so it
dark
would
Do you
be-
money
not
funds-
see? Do
Hold
you
on,
not
Hutch.
see how that's a contradiction? How
Hutch,
It's
that's-
obviously a
go ahead.
contradiction. The
It's
donors
besides
wouldn't want to
words.
donate to
Oh,
this
no,
thing
Hutch,
once it
no,
was
stop.
illegal to do
Let
that.
Hutch answer the question.
Okay, go
Hutch,
ahead.
go ahead.
It's again,
It is
it's
legal
not
currently.
It is not a contradiction. The reason why people are attracted to donating money to dark money groups is because they can do it anonymously and not have any fear of being harassed or whatever in this like current era of witch hunts and harassment and political violence. So the reason, like, so 1630, like collecting.
You're defending
money-
dark money.
No, you're doing the same thing we did before about like stealing a penny to save the world. Do you understand that? Like, if you can solicit
No,
more
you're
donations
memeing
through
to
dark,
try and get out of the fact that you're
nobody
in contradiction.
gives a fuck about your crazy moral system where you would somehow let 8 billion people die by not
Yeah,
stealing a penny.
logic.
There's nothing.
Logic,
there's
not
nothing.
contradicting yourself.
Very logical.
Crazy.
There is nothing morally inconsistent about using a tool that is available so long as your enemy is using that same tool to their like massive benefit.
Okay, and
There-
I
there
remember my second
absolutely is.
point, by
That's
the
just
way.
an insane.
I
that's
mean,
an
Whatever,
insane
moral
thing.
ethics. We can
It
move
shows
past
that you
it.
have no- that you're
The,
not a
the
rational
second
being.
point was Dickers,
That's just
was that you
okay.
say that they were it was factually true. They're towing the party line, and I asking you now, what do you think towing the line means? If, according to, let's say, if I just Google this and it says accept the authority, principles, or policies of a particular group, especially under pressure, and that is somehow akin to criticizing them heavily, if not calling them complicit in genocide. I think these things are completely contradictory.
Can you find me one influencer who said that the Democratic Party itself, the DNC, is complicit in genocide?
So
Or
why
they're critiquing
specifically the
ridiculous
DNC and not the
politicians?
people who are the heads of it? So, for example, Joe
They
Biden.
support the party, yeah? They don't support everyone in the party. It's just that simple.
Okay,
But
so
is
as
it-
long
is
as
the
I'm
party
not a
line
Republican, I'm
taking
towing the
inference
line.
From it, if you
Okay,
don't want
let's
to
give
read
it
the
to-
rest of the
let's give it to
article, that's
Rinald.
fine.
Rinald, I want to hear from you, please.
Yeah, it's not towing the party line to ultimately end up saying we should vote for the Democrats. That's not towing the party line. When somebody says we're towing the party line, it means that we are largely like 90% in accordance with the DNC. Like I don't
we-
consider myself to be someone who toes the party line,
Can I just...
but
Can
I'm
we- can we-
pro-Democrat.
Can we
One
clarify?
sec.
Can we
Talking
clarify?
about
It's not
actually having
toe-
read
it's
the
not
article,
toe.
okay?
It's not toe the party line. It's push the party line. Do you guys
Yeah.
understand that? She said that they were being paid to push the party line, not step over, like not step over any lines. So it's even more of an intense of an allegation.
No, if anything,
I
that'd
just
be
want to
worse,
remind
right?
everyone
You're
of
being
my
paid to
intro
toe the
statement
party
where I
line,
said
as in
that
you
you
can't
were
deviate
all
from it, versus push
gonna
the
get
party
into
line,
this
as in
nitty-gritty
be
bullshit.
generally supportive of it.
You
That's
think
actually
toe
a
the
No,
party
no, no,
line
no,
is,
no.
like,
The
more
difference, the
intense than
difference,
push the
Stickers,
party
is
line?
one is you just shut up and just let them push their agenda. The other is I'm a paid propagandist who must do exactly what the Democratic Party is pushing. Neither of which are true, but one is
that's
worse.
not the implication of the article. Absolutely not.
That's not the implication of the article.
It says that in the header, dude.
No.
Do you think that
It pushes
that
the party
Lorenz should
line.
have?
These are democratic. How could they have phrased that? Okay, how could they have phrased that? That there's no way that somebody who just wants to read the byline
To
at the
help
top of
elect
the
Dem-
article couldn't possibly misunderstand.
To
What
help
do
While
elect
you-
still being
Democrats?
catchy, while still having like an attention-grabbing headline.
What do
is
you?
it?
Well,
You could
hold
say
on.
help elect
The
Democrats.
last thing might be a little
No, you can
harder.
go ahead.
But what do you think factually happened here with these chorus people? Just in
Well,
regards
okay,
to the Democratic
from the
messaging.
point,
No.
they got
This is
received
like
a
because
certain
I
amount of
want to see
money
what
be
you
an
think
incubation
happened.
Program.
Okay, sorry. Can you start over? Sorry, I was talking over you.
Yeah, they got a certain amount of money to be an incubation program.
Okay.
They'd have daily messaging.
Mhm.
They'd have twice monthly advocacy trainings.
Mhm.
And there'd be check-ins for how they could do their content.
Okay, what about that is pushing or towing the party line?
They're being okay. They're being paid.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And these are
Mhm.
influencers who support the Democratic Party.
In some capacity.
Already, before they get in there, they're pushing the party line. They've been giving daily
Okay,
messaging
so
check-ins.
your definition of pushing the party line is anyone who is a Democrat.
I don't know if you think
I'm just
anyone
asking
who's
if
a
that's your
Democratic
definition. I
influencer
can't argue
who
with
makes
that. It's a
political
dumb
content
definition, but
to
that's a definition
push
for
the
sure.
party, sure.
Can I
Listen,
zoom out?
you can say that. That's a perfectly good summarization, especially when people can
don't
scroll
zoom out
down
yet.
and read
Can you
the rest
define
of
the
the
party?
article.
Can you
Can I-
define
can
the
I-
party
Totally
line?
benign.
No, you
Don't zoom
can't,
out yet.
Fabian.
Can you-
Give it a second,
on.
Fabian. Let him go
Can
back
you-
and forth. Hutch, please.
Can you define the party line? What is the party line?
Can I define the party line?
The
It's going to be
particulars.
democratic issues that, by and large, all Democrats will support.
What
Such
do you
as.
Wait, so Gaza maybe would be
They're
not the
overwhelmingly
party line,
popular.
you might say?
That are overwhelmingly popular. Obviously, Gaza is one of the most controversial subjects in the recent years in politics. Retard.
Okay, what about
Wait, isn't that-
keeping
isn't
Joe
that different
Biden
than
and Chuck
just trying
Schumer
to
in power? Would you consider that the party line?
Say that again, sorry?
Keeping Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer and the gerontocracy in power, was that the party line?
Actually, there was controversy around that too. What? Every time you're going to point out an issue where there's controversy,
around everything.
I'm going to point out that there's controversy, and so no.
There's controversy
So-
around every That's the nature of politics. There's
Yeah, what's the
controversy around every
unanimous
single
political
topic.
issue of our time,
Find
dude?
key
Like,
issues that you will
There-
get
there was a-
90% agreement of Democrats on.
Is
So,
the
for
standard-
example, climate
Is the
change,
standard
social equity. Hold on. What are the other ones?
is there 90%
is the
agreement on
Criminal
Gaza?
justice, affordable healthcare, voter access.
Is there 90%
Is the
agreement on
standard
Gaza?
Core democratic issues.
Is the standard just trying to get Democrats elected, or is it pushing popular narratives within the Democrats? Because when we said, like, what
All my
qualifies
statement
pushing
has
the
been
party line,
here,
all you
these
said
are
was
people
electing
who
Democrats.
generally support the Democrats' policy agenda. I don't know why you're freaking the fuck out.
Because your
It's true.
definitions don't make any sense. Dickers, do you know who Counterpoints
Because
is?
that's not pushing the party line either.
Dickers, have you heard of
Of course
Counterpoints?
it is. I have heard of Counterpoints.
Okay, he was paid by Progressive Victory. Progressive Victory has a mission to elect progressives. Would you say that he toes the party line?
He was hired as a what was it? I believe it was a contractor to do policy. No, not policy
No,
work.
no.
Just
He
yes.
was
Do you
a
think he
contractor to do
toes
security
the
work.
party line?
Well,
He was paid as
yeah,
a
he
contractor
chose
to
the
do
Democrat
security work.
Party
Okay,
line.
well he's a Republican, so
think he
like
does,
he
no.
votes for
No, he's
Republican.
not.
Yes, he
He's a
is.
No,
conservative.
he's not. No, now
He's
he
an
works-
anti-Trump
he works-
Republican.
Okay.
So apparently
I
this
don't-
is in the
we are-
coalition of towing the party line.
I
I love our
we are
expanding
not
definition of
arguing
this.
about what-
Democrat.
Hold on, we're not
Soybean,
arguing
what makes
today.
him a
We're not
Democrat?
arguing
What
today.
makes him a
Please,
Republican and not
please,
a Democrat?
Please.
Like
We're not
all of
arguing
his
today
principles.
about- hold on.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
not- okay.
So he's not
We're not
pushing the party line. No.
We're not arguing today about whether or not Counterpoints is a Republican or not.
It's
That's
not an
not
argument,
something
to be fair. He is a Republican. It's just a fact.
We're arguing today about whether or not the article A accurately portrayed what Chorus is doing, and B whether or not what Chorus is doing is okay, if it's something we support or don't support. Prime's
Can
been
I
trying
go
to
after
get in.
Scott? Oh,
Okay, if you
Scott
give
would
it-
want to go in before me, so
you want to go into Scott? Yeah, I'll give it your time to Scott.
Guys,
Go
I need
ahead.
to tell
it'll
you,
take like 20
toe is
minutes, I
spelled
know,
T-O-E. I
but,
learned this yesterday. It's not
Well, no,
pulling
I
it.
just wanna
It's
zoom
putting your
out
toe up
because,
against
like
it
I
because
said,
you're
Rangers
exactly in
said, I
line.
knew that the people that were going to defend this, these terrible actions, were going to equivocate and do all these little things, right? But I think the real important thing is not, how accurate was one specific word or phrase in the article about what is going on, but encapsulating, is this wrong and is it pointing to something that is wrong? And
The
I think,
accuracy of the article is part of the topic.
well,
Isn't
first of
it?
all, I was never, I mean, Wick
That was
didn't give a
literally the
prompt,
topic right
But,
now.
but again, getting nitpicky within one word as opposed to actually talking about, does it adequately describe the situation, and zooming out a little bit. What I would say is the real issue here is you're an average viewer of political content online. You're not super connected. You go to work a regular fucking job. You don't do this day in and day out in your life. And you go and you just go through your YouTube algorithm because the elections are coming up soon. And like, you're like, oh, I don't know shit about politics. I should probably like learn a little bit, get back into it for a little while. And you see all these large accounts that are pushing pretty much what the Democrat Party is pushing. Yeah, there's some issues on Israel-Palestine. Yeah, there's some issues about, this specific old person. Yeah, there's some issues about, Zoran in New York, right? But overwhelmingly, you have all of these large accounts that are super popular, and the algorithm is feeding you these big accounts, and it says, you know what everybody agrees on? Everybody agrees that the Democrats are the good guys. Everybody agrees mostly with these things. I'm watching American Girl doll YouTube videos, and they're pushing Democrat talking points. So obviously even the American Girl doll people know what this is about. And then those same people are not telling you that they're getting damn near 6 figures just to push those talking points. Even if it's not a
Wait, but
specific
Fabian,
talking
that's your
point,
issue.
even
They're
if it's
not
a
getting
spec-
paid to push those talking points. Those people were getting paid to be mentors in an incubator program. They were not getting paid to make content about Democrats.
To be clear,
Actually,
Chorus
it's not
didn't
quite
even
clear
have
whether
like
the mentors
This
are being
is so
paid.
fucking stupid. They're getting paid money as a part of a group that's the entire goal and funded is to push Democrat talking points. Yes, there's going to be some fucking issues here and there. What they're doing is they're selecting people that are Democrats, that want to get Democrats elected, that talk about issues that are important to Democrats, and then boosting them, giving them more opportunities, giving them money, allowing them to go full time, and increasing the popularity of those messages and making sure that those messages stream and that they're more seen. And then the people don't know that that's where that funding is coming from, and they have this false reality that these are like such normal issues that even the American Girl doll is talking about.
Okay, gotcha.
They're
Even
being
Taylor
lied
herself. Taylor herself said that there was no evidence, nothing that she saw to indicate that Chorus was pushing them to do like specific messaging or influencing.
This is so fucking
their
retarded.
content.
Nobody's
Hold on, let's
Just
finish.
engage.
Hold
Just
on.
engage with the actual points.
Well, he's engaging with the author of the article instead of what other shit you're making up.
This perfect quid pro. No, this is not made up shit. It's a basic fucking logical
Fabian,
argument. that
You're
I'm
contradicting
Let
the
him
writer.
respond. He can't engage.
But
if
he's
you don't
not
let him respond.
responding to a single fucking point.
I'm
He's just
muting
going
you.
back to
I'm
shit
muting
he
you
doesn't
too,
like
Soy
on
Pill.
Twitter.
Hutch, go ahead.
You're making these claims, these broad claims that the author of the article herself refutes. She never said this. Just straight up, period.
You're
end.
fucking lying right now. Are you retarded?
Okay,
Are you genuinely retarded?
If you really want to do your like nuh-uh argument, go for it. But that is the
No, it's not a nuh-uh argument. You're doing the nuh-uh argument. You haven't actually addressed the argument.
Bro, you're saying connect the dots, bro. That's not a very compelling argument to me.
Okay, I'm going to talk to you like you're
evidence of
fucking
this.
5. Here we go. I'm going to talk to you like you're
Unmute
fucking
him now.
5.
I'm gonna
If
unmute
you
him now.
get money, if you get money, okay, and then you get money from someone that says, I like Democrats. I like to give people that push and talk about Democrat issues money.
Mhm.
And then you're getting that money so long, and that person goes, I could give this money to anybody.
Mhm.
There's 1,000 people that could replace you at any moment. But I like you because you say the things that I like, and I want to help you. Does that not have an effect on both the algorithms, the channels that grow, and that person's speech any more than their audience capture that was brought up?
Explain the presence of creators who were not only criticizing the Democratic Party, they were giving scathing criticisms of the
Okay,
Democratic.
yep. This is
Explain
this
why
is
they
fucking
are-
stupid.
Wait,
the
Fabian.
program.
Wait, Fabian. To your
We've
credit,
addressed
yes,
this like 20
obviously. Wait,
times.
Fabian. Obviously, yes, there could
And you
be a chilling
responded with,
effect
okay,
there.
So explain.
No.
And you didn't fucking get.
Fabian, there could be a chilling effect there. This isn't
It's
what
so
about
dumb.
it. I'm just saying, yes, obviously the concern, if you're saying, is there a concern when someone is taking money from someone who could only be paying them because they share an ideology? Yes, there's always a concern there. And that's why, obviously, I think Hutch and I agree, probably people should disclose that, especially when it's large sums of money at a certain point, because your audience has an expectation of authenticity. And if you're lying about it, if you're straight up just like, oh no, I'm not paid, I'm completely authentic, and you find this money somewhere, there might be coming into question, are you really on this side, or are you just being paid to do it? But that has nothing to do with what this article is alleging. This is just the concept of a chilling effect that could exist. Yes, absolutely. But now let's talk about what the article is alleging. The fact that everyone is running away with it saying, oh, these people were paid to say this. And I can't believe I'm going to defend Ted Cruz here, but what's the difference between Ted Cruz saying, I'm pro climate change, and then getting $10 million and then becoming pro fossil fuel, or being pro fossil fuel and a big fossil fuel company saying, well, cool, you're going to do what I want, here's $10 million. Obviously, he's going to feel some influence, but he's not changing his principle based on that.
Yeah, again, you're not addressing the argument, because I'm not saying that these people they have these 10 views, and then because they get money, they change 2 or 3 of these views.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that there's this big pool of money looking for content creators to push and to grow. And what they're saying is, look, we need people to hit like at least 8 or 9 of these views, because that's what's going to push forward. You're never going to get a perfect person, and both Taylor and myself are not claiming that they're saying you get more money if you say the right thing,
Okay.
or saying that if you change your views, then you get immediately kicked out. What we're saying, and what is stated, I mean, admittedly somewhat vaguely, I don't like fucking Taylor Lorenz, obviously. Like anybody that knows, like, I'm not a fucking Democrat, right? Like I don't like social justice, anti-capitalist bullshit. But nevertheless, yes, there's a tinge of yellow journalism there. But the overall argument is true. And the argument is that when you have a bunch of dark money that people don't know about, and when you have people getting funded by this dark money, that changes the way that either A, can have a chilling effect on their speech, or at the very least, B, all of that money can just pick a new person. And so those messages get paid for, and they get paid for in a secret, clandestine way. And so that normal people watching don't recognize that these ideas aren't necessarily
we got to break down your argument.
paid for.
So one
They're
is the paid for, one is the secret part, and then the one is the chilling effect, right? So would you say I'm paid to be a Democrat? Would you say I'm paid to be a progressive?
I don't know.
I'm a progressive. Would you say I'm paid to be a progressive? It's my full-time job now. Am I paid to be a progressive?
I mean, in a certain manner of speaking, you're paid to do the content that you're doing for your audience.
And I don't think this is a gotcha, by the way. I think, yes, 100%. My audience, if I became MAGA tomorrow, I would lose my entire audience. So there's always going to be, I have my principles, and it would just completely, like, if I shifted those, I'm not going to get this money. So yeah, I'm worried insofar as if for some reason I thought MAGA was the solution, I would become just financially ruined, okay? But the secret part, I think, is the more important part. These people are not being paid in secret. Chorus was very open about this, about the program and how this is working. A bunch of people are disclosing, hey, I work with Chorus, donate to Chorus, I'm part of this incubator program. So some people are still secret. They have not released the names of all of these creators, and there might be privacy reasons for that. And I do think that, hey, if you are being paid, especially to make content about a political issue, you should probably say this was paid for by this PAC or whatever.
People, but they're open.
No. I'm agreeing with you that there are some of these people that are kept secret, and that might be because of privacy, or they don't want what is happening now, which is, I don't know if you've seen the fucking smear campaigns coming out against some of these people that have their names released. Like, it's pretty bad. And I know Taylor herself has said, I'm not releasing the contracts because the people in them
for the secrecy, not against the secrecy.
Yes, this is my argument for the fact that they're not with releasing all the names. But I'm agreeing with you that there is always going to be a chilling effect when you receive money from anyone for anything. Yes. Though, what are you alleging was wrong specifically in this case of that? Because if you're saying giving any money, period, is not okay, then I can contend with that. But if you're just saying this specific kind of giving money wasn't okay because some of these people didn't disclose that they were getting money for an incubator program, I think that's a total non-issue.
Well, to be clear,
I
the
disagree.
incubator
I think
program
it's
was
wrong.
not public. Chorus, the project, was public. The incubator program, that's what the article is about. The
What was Chorus if
incubator
not the
program wasn't
incubator
known
program?
about.
They're two different things.
Chorus was a bunch of creators. They part
Chorus
of the
is one
newsroom was part of
program.
that. But in terms of like the daily messaging thing, the adequacy training,
What they
payment to
do
be
in the
given to
incubator
the
program
creators.
doesn't mean the incubator program wasn't public.
No, this
Wait,
is
it
just
wasn't
not true.
public.
You,
It wasn't
you
disclosed.
made fun of him for not reading the article.
Okay, maybe I'm doing a reading
Research,
comprehension gaffu now. Let me double
Yeah,
check.
No, so there's two.
Yeah.
There's Chorus, the overarching program, and then the 1630 fund as part of like a subgroup project was the Chorus incubator program.
Yeah.
Okay. These
I
are two
think we're-
different. This is two different things. I mean, obviously they're under the same people in terms of BTC, but these are two different programs. So the overarching Chorus program was something that was open, that they were talking about, etc. The Chorus incubator program was the one that people were signing contracts for, where they were saying you're not supposed to tell people. I mean, granted, that's one example, and we have to trust Taylor Lorenz, so that's like two reasons of why it might not be fully true, but nevertheless, presumably the contracts that were sent out were saying you're not supposed to tell people that you're in this program, and that was the one that had additional. That was the one that was directly paying people.
So I'm confused because some of
Yeah,
these
so
people
more to that,
did say
actually.
they were part of this program before her article. So obviously it's not saying you
Chorus
can't.
or
It was
the
saying you
incubator
should go through.
program?
I thought it was the incubator program, but if these are completely separate entities, as you're now saying, maybe I've completely misunderstood this.
They're not completely separate.
So the
I know
incubator program
they're
is
not.
based-
I know. I'm not.
Okay.
Chorus
I
started
do.
up back in
Hold on.
November.
Hold on. I do want to get Prime Kai in here. He's been waiting a little bit. Okay. Prime
Can I
Kai
just
had something to
At
say.
one point.
1 point quickly.
Okay. So if you go to the Chorus website, I know Soypill, you said that you wanted to, or you have signed up for it, I think. You're not signing up for the incubator program. You're signing up to be part of Chorus. Okay? So you can't apply to be part of the incubation program. They reached out to creators. But yeah, that's the 1 point.
What are you applying to be when you're in chorus then?
A part of Chorus.
What does that mean?
Look, not a
Chorus
part
do
of the
outside of the
incubator
incu-
program.
What does chorus do outside the
of
incubator program?
Marries people with politicians for like media interviews. Like they were doing that before the incubator program existed.
So forming a network of people, and also the incubator program is for the smaller creators.
Yeah, to pay them and stuff
Well, I
like
mean,
that.
if
Okay.
David Packman is one of the smaller creators.
Well, hold
No,
on.
I mean,
he was a
Hold on.
mentor in this. That's the whole
Mentorship
point.
Program,
Creators
which
have
means
reached
he
out
would be the
to
mentor
in order to
that
join the incubator
relationship.
program.
But anyway, I want to give it to Prime Kai. He's been waiting a little bit. Go ahead.
Sure. And I haven't met as a side point, I haven't met this Stickers person before, but their voice is wonderful. I love it. It's even elegant when they call someone a retard. It's beautiful. Going back to whether this article was accurate, I was going to have a different angle from what you guys were discussing before. People have said that this article, takes pieces of the contract and paints them in a bad light. That in actuality, in the practical running of the organization, it's different. But I just want to point out that Taylor, unless of course she lied, reached out to the creators who are actually part of the program. She gave them a chance to comment, and then they roundly did not comment on the story. And to paint it, and I don't want to put exactly these words in the mouth of the opposing team here, but to paint it as this is a dishonest or
Okay, this British guy's just totally wrong. It's literally, if you apply, it is the chorus incubator
poorly
program.
worded view of how this program works. It's like, well, okay, she did reach out continuously to the creators, to the organization, and for the most part, she got nothing back, right? And it seems like for people on this side, and again, I don't want to put this necessarily in your mouths, but it seems like
Wait. I'm sorry, Case. This guy in chat, Dickers, you just said find the word incubator. It is the fourth word on the paragraph that I just posted. The only thing you're applying for is the incubator program. You're just fucking wrong. Talk about my reading comprehension, dude. Come on.
Incubator.
Okay.
Oh, that's the particular program.
That's on
That's
the main page
program
of
in the
We Are
project.
Chorus. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's not the main Chorus website. Though.
Yes, it is. Fuck.
I don't believe that it actually is. The
Click on
incubator program-
We
Hold
Are
on,
Chorus.
give me the
Click
link to
on
the website.
Join Chorus. It is the incubator program. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking
the
about.
Chorus
I got
Creator
swayed by your
Incubator
British
is a
accent. I
particular-
believed you
is
for a
particular
second.
Program. within the Chorus organization.
What is joining it
the
if it's the
webpage.
only thing you can join is the
Hold on.
incubator program?
Send me the webpage because I haven't actually seen
God.
this
Go-
webpage. Send me the
I
webpage and
might
I will
be
be the
wrong with that.
judge. But
You might be
Prime Pie
entitled to
can
that.
finish your point. But DM me the webpage. I'm really curious now.
Sure. Just that. Actually, I don't know exactly where I was, but
I'm sorry, Case.
yeah,
I had to
I
crash
think-
out.
No worries, it's fine. Yeah,
She
so
reached
I
out to multiple people and didn't get responses, so to frame it in a negative light.
yeah,
would
yeah,
be
yeah. I think it's dishonest to
upsetting.
do that. Like this
That's a
is
Wikipedia article right now, and it
a
says
standard-
Cohen is also the co-founder of Chorus Creator Incubator Program. So I'm not seeing what you're seeing in terms of there being like a separate chorus.
The incubator program is a program within Chorus, the
Right.
organization.
It's the incubator
Yeah, but
The
program.
article, it says
Oh,
Cohen
okay,
is
I'm
also the
muted. Guys,
co-founder
look
of
at
the
this. I don't know
Chorus
if you can see this
Creator
on screen.
Incubator
Let's see. How do I
Program.
bring
think
this up?
what,
He said,
Soy
and
Bill
he
is
said
saying
in
is
chat.
that
I
the
don't want to bring up
incubator
Discord,
program
but he
is
said,
baked
creator
into
community,
Chorus.
trying to find the word. Try to
Like
find the word
fundamental.
incubator.
It's
Fourth
part of
word, right?
Chorus, yeah.
Yeah, it's a
So
part
it's
of
like
course.
like
Here.
the whole part.
the way
I think is
the McDonald's
Chorus
training program
existed
for new employees is
before
part of
the
McDonald's,
Chorus
yeah.
incubator program existed.
What did it do?
Oh my God,
Well,
what's
this
your
is
name?
the stuff that came out
Dickers.
in April, right? They were marrying creators with politicians so they get interviews.
Like when they went to an event, right? And Taylor
So I was
Lorenz,
right. This
I
isn't
don't
the
know if it's a
main website.
mischaracterization, right? But
If you
her
go to the main
claim
website
was-
for donation, it says Chorus is a creator-led non-profit organization dedicated to helping content creators expand their reach and educate their audience about news and public policy issues that impact their lives. Founded by a group of content creators in December 2024.
Okay.
Chorus
That's
is
the-
recruitment
is that-
That
training
sounds
and
like the
training
incubator
Yeah,
program, buddy.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh my
That's
God,
not the
you
incubator
guys
program.
are making fun of Dickers, and then you didn't read the fucking article or like watch
Content.
the video
Well,
that
to
you
be
made.
clear,
I
I
just described the
When did the
incubator
incubator
program.
program
What he just
start?
said.
When did
it was
the
like
incubator
November of
program
last year,
start?
right?
No, it
Well,
didn't.
no, Chorus
This is
started
the first
in
cohort. It's a
November.
6-month program. How does that work?
You can imagine if they were starting this program with the
No,
intention
can I get an
of-
answer to that? Sorry,
Hang
real
on,
quick.
I'm answering your question. You can imagine if the goal was to do this thing of building up smaller creators, it would take some time to onboard like bigger creators before you actually kick off the program in earnest.
That's
Like
not.
you wouldn't just
Oh my!
you wouldn't just snap your fingers and then all of a sudden it's like boom, now we got our thing.
These are two
you-
different things. Okay,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
isn't up
Okay,
for
all right.
dispute.
The
I
Chorus
think,
Chorus
I
program-
think, I think no
Chorus-
one is
Alright.
alleging what
Chorus
you're
is a
alleging.
fund.
And then the
Chorus is a
incubator
fund
program
that hosts
is to get in new content creators, small creators. Yeah.
Chorus is a fund, okay, and that fund uses to like set up meet and greets. They were able to get the people into that building where they thought they might be getting interviews with politicians, but it turns out they weren't necessarily getting interviews with those politicians. But then when Taylor Lorenz reached out to them, to BTC, he said that we had gotten 53 million views, and so we had gotten more views from that program than like the major news media had gotten on Donald Trump.
Wait, it's not a fund, Fabian.
Chorus was there.
1630 is the fund. Just anything that has money is not a fund. This is a specific
Okay,
program with a
so-
specific goal to specifically incubate creators.
No,
Yeah,
it's
no,
not.
this is like,
Oh my
this
God,
is just two
okay.
chills that are just
Again,
lying.
I'll go
and
back
doing
to my
everything they
question.
can to
Okay,
support.
this started in December.
God, I hope they pay me.
It's a 6-month program. It's now September. How are we still at the first cohort?
Because you don't start on day one when it's created. That's not how it works. Look, I don't know.
This is
I've
not
taken
a
part in some
dispute
of
by
these.
Anybody.
I would say the same thing back to you. But
Okay.
these
So
things
they-
don't
they
just like
founded
immediately start
in
incubating people. They start a bunch
and
of
then
funding.
for
They
6
make their
months they did
connections.
nothing.
They reach out to
After they went and
politicians.
went and
They
knocked
get
on
their
politicians'
tentacles and
doors,
all the
like,
little politician
several months
groups, and then
ago,
they
back
get a
in
bunch of money,
April.
and they're like, "Cool, let's do our pilot program." This is like normal.
The
Okay.
incubator program is a program that they do. It's not the main organization. It's not the purpose of the
Hang
organization.
on. The FAQ.
It's one of the
first-
purposes, sure.
What is the
FAQ,
main
first
purpose?
thing, the very first thing on the FAQ. What
I'll
are
tell
the
you.
benefits of joining
Helping
Chorus?
content creators
And the
expand their
way
reach and
it
educate their
describes-
audience.
What do you
about
think
news,
helping
about policy
content
issues,
creators
about their
expand their
lives.
reach
Stop.
means?
Primary
Stop.
one is
Stop.
being a
Stop.
middleman
Okay.
between
I'm gonna
creators
mute you,
and political
Dickers.
figures.
Okay, I'm gonna
He asked me a question,
Hutch,
and then Hutch
get your
jumped in.
point out.
No,
Okay.
you
Hutch was
interrupted
talking
me.
the whole time.
What are the benefits of joining Chorus? That's the first question. And then it says Chorus's incubator program is a vibrant pro-democracy.
At
learning
least
community.
this one's more
Chorus was like a
entertaining.
separate thing from the incubator program. Why do they describe themselves first and foremost, literally leading with the incubator program?
What did I say like 10 minutes ago? The McDonald's training program is a part of McDonald's. It is a program that the organization carries out.
Does Chorus make burgers too? Is that like, do they have a separate thing they do?
They might do, for how much you seem to know. I don't know.
I think it's very obviously implying that the point
All
of
the way
course is
back
to
in
incubate the
December,
program.
they were trying to marry creators with politicians so that they could create political content. They're trying to be a middleman between creators and politicians to facilitate those interviews, that type of content.
They also
Why
did
did- why would-
DNC
why did
A few
Brian
months
Tyler
ago,
Cohen-
they
DNC
started
elections.
the incubator program, which is a new program that they are now doing.
Why did Brian Tyler Cohen, when he was first talking about founding this, like several months ago, I think back in November, why did he describe this as a program to uplift like smaller creators?
Because they would get
Because that
access
is
to
part of the
politicians.
goal.
Why didn't he start the
That's-
incubator program then? You might say that was always his intention, but they are still separate, right?
let's-
They were not
let's-
Okay, wait.
Before-
I want to
before-
grant something. I want to grant something.
before-
Dickers, I want to
before-
concede
so-
something. I need to
so
concede. I need to concede something to Dickers. I need to concede something to Dickers before we, because we can move on from this. Fabian, we can move on from this.
Go ahead, Soy Pill.
Please, I just
No,
well, okay.
it's-
If all you're saying is that the incubator program specifically, as in like the way that people join, is separate from the fact that some of the people affiliated with Chorus don't participate in the thing that like, hey, we're teaching you to make thumbnails. Like, hey, David Pacman, you might be a mentor on this. We'll also reach out to this one politician or something and let you talk to them. Okay, they do that as well. Cool.
Nice.
No,
It's an incubator
before
program.
Before the incubator program, they had Coors had at least according to Taylor Lorenz and according to their own, like I wrote it down in my notes, so I didn't give you a link because I feel like you're gonna ask for a link for everything. But go watch Taylor Lorenz's video. She showed where they were doing the Zoom call meeting, where they had bragged before they created the Coors incubator program of working with the DNC and Impactual LLC to be able to host a Zoom meeting that was sponsored by Chorus of all of the DNC candidates.
What was
They
the
were
Zoom
doing
meeting for?
Other things. They were hosting like a discussion with all of the DNC candidates leading up to was it one of the elections for one of the DNC leadership elections.
Okay, as long as we can all agree that this is clearly trying to get creators to expand their reach without telling them what to do, then that seems to be what it's for.
Okay. So I think you've forgotten the original point. So the original point of this is that people disclosed that they were a part of Chorus. There was not disclosure that the Chorus incubator program existed,
Right.
or
You
that
made
people
the
were
false
part
claim.
of the incubator program or getting paid as a part of the incubator program. This is the point.
Getting paid to participate in the trainings is different from getting paid to do any of the other stuff, all of which are purposely to make
You
you
made
expand
a
your
false
reach.
Getting
claim.
paid.
You
The
made a
stipends
false
for the
claim.
incubator
The
program.
false
We don't know
claim
that David
was
Pacman's getting paid. He hasn't claimed that. Brian Taylor Cohen isn't getting paid.
I know
You
he's a
made the
volunteer.
claim- You made the
wanna get-
claim that it was proof that there wasn't secrecy about being in the program because that people had already said that they were a part of Chorus, and then we had to explain to you, and you went through this semantic shitstorm because you're so fucking bad faith that we had to finally nail you to the wall that these are two different things, and that it can be true that someone could say, I'm working with Chorus, I'm a part of Chorus, but not necessarily, and also true that the Chorus incubator program was a portion of that.
Are you
had a
alleging
contract
that the
said you're not supposed to talk
Yeah, I
about
mean,
this?
Yeah. We've
So
said that.
have you guys seen the Allie O'Brien video where she says that I was part of Chorus before any of this happened and that there was implication that there was payments received as in some sort of financial assistance?
Did she say that? Was that in the post that she was getting paid? Did she disclose that months ago?
Well, that's what she alleges,
She
yeah.
disclosed that she was part of Chorus.
No, I think you can do some like connecting of dots here because like Brian Tyler Cohen, when he announced the program, he like very much described what the program was going to be. And so I think you guys
announced
are
the
right.
organization,
I
right?
think you guys are right that there was a secrecy clause in terms of like receiving funds. Soy Pill had already conceded earlier before we got bogged down in this entire conversation that disclosure would have been better. But I'm at the point now where I say like, fuck it. I'm totally on board with them like not disclosing because of the reaction that we're seeing like right now on this panel. And then the larger reaction on social media. It took about 2 seconds before people were accusing these people of taking funds to stay silent on Gaza. So if these people want to take those funds and not
made that
disclose
claim?
it, and they're not
Or do you
legally
mean-
obligated,
are you
fuck
arguing with
you guys
Twitter?
can get fucked. That's my perspective.
He
at
is
this point.
arguing
Can
with
anybody on
Twitter,
this panel
yeah.
make? Oh, you're just arguing with
Oh,
Twitter. You're
he's-
bringing that.
no,
up.
no, no. He's not arguing with Twitter.
The larger conversation, it was so obvious that these people were getting smeared like right away. They were being
Yeah.
accused of some of the most
No, no,
disgusting
Th-
shit. you
that's
guys
like
could
so.
imagine.
Like
That
what a
needs- that
what a
happening-
bird
hold
brain
hold on.
argument. You're saying
That happening.
Hold on, let
is-
him finish his argument,
that
then you can go, Brian.
happening is a justification to tell these guys, hey, maybe don't disclose that you're taking these funds. Now, if you guys could establish in any kind of material way that the funds, them taking this money, impacted their content at all, then you would have a leg to stand on. But there's no indication that this was the case.
Well,
you keep
You
making
refuse
this
rational
thing-
arguments, and you keep arguing with Twitter. And
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, give it,
Right.
you gotta
Yeah.
Well,
Give it-
you
guys
got a
have
bird.
to
You got a
understand-
bird brain argument here, right? You're saying, oh, okay, so because there was a strong reaction the other way, you can sacrifice these
strong,
principles. You
not-
can be
not
dishonest.
strong,
Like
not
what
strong.
nonsense is that? So like
Strong doesn't even begin to
yeah.
cover it. Take a look
So,
at the mentions.
the
and
reason why
size.
the reason why that we're seeing the backlash we're seeing now is because there wasn't the transparency in the first place. If this had been clear from the very start, we wouldn't be having this issue at all. Right? So people
just a little note on that. I disclosed about Progressive Victory, and I was very open about it, and I had that issue, so it didn't fix it. Even if you're,
Well,
Yeah,
at
there
least
are
be clear,
progressive victory
I
people who
worked-
disclose their entire fucking shit and are now being doxxed at their homes because of just
Yeah, so, I
aligning with someone that is
didn't help.
politically antithetical
Well,
to
I mean,
someone else.
Didn't
and
help.
Also,
so
anytime
when I was
anybody,
no, sorry, I'm not looking at it. So like like there wouldn't have been. I don't think there'd be an article. I don't think there'd be well, actually, there might be an article discussing like the whole like structure of the
It wouldn't
organization.
be a big deal, though.
Yeah, I think it would be far less of a big deal. I worked for Progressive Victory as well previously. I disclosed everything. I didn't have a problem, but I can't speak to anyone else's experiences, so I'll give you that. But in any case,
would you
so
recognize
no,
that? though?
like, sorry, recognize what?
The fact, like what Wick said, is so relevant because like what's happening right now is like PV is getting wrapped up in all this as well, and we have Hassan Piker along with other like enormous lefty creators that are going on their stream and just flippantly accusing PV of being a Destiny slush fund that was paid to do Israeli propaganda. My mentions are
That sounds
fucking
quite
like
hard.
nuclear, like a nuclear, like a fucking
I
war
mean,
zone.
I don't.
Do you
Okay.
would you
Well,
would you
probably
recognize?
I don't know.
For example, we're talking about the
This
doxing,
isn't-
right?
this
So that
isn't-
was an
this
issue
isn't
made
a-
by a
Bro, what
filing
is
This isn't a
system.
drama.
Stop.
Fucking
What is
YouTube
that?
video. This is a debate. Why are
Okay.
you like this is drama slop bullshit that you're
No,
engaging
it's not.
in? Not
The
the
reason
actual
why-
arguments
I-
about
The reason why
politics
the
in this
Progressive
country.
Victory
Explain to you.
filings got
I'm
used for
trying to
doxing
explain to you
was
that there
because
are
there was a
very real
misfiling,
consequences to
right?
this kinds of things, and that the internet is littered with horrible bad actors
Yeah,
that
I was
make
just
these
about to.
insane, baseless claims. So could you not understand that maybe that could actually
So
justify
that wouldn't
some level of
change with
thing?
disclosure, is my point. So I'm addressing what you're saying,
That's
just in case
Hutch's
you
point
think I'm
too.
like
That's Hutch's
disrespectful or
point
trying to
too.
shout over
It's
you.
not changing with disclosure. That's the
disclosed.
point.
We
addressing-
disclosed. We disclosed,
Okay.
bro.
So Progressive
Still
Victory
happening.
disclosed not just people's full names, also their zip codes. Right?
No,
That's
they
not
didn't
the kind
disclose any
disclosure
of this.
anybody
They
is trying
gave it to the FEC as a legal requirement.
Yeah, exactly. They disclosed it to the FEC on a public filing by
And then
mistake.
This is also-
and then,
this
hold
is-
on, because I know about what
Hang on.
happened here.
Yeah,
And then
same.
people, and I know who did it too. I know there was several people who did it. Went, found it, and published that shit all over Twitter and things like that in
Yeah.
order to
Yeah.
harass and dox. That was the point
Yeah.
of not PV giving it to the FEC, but for the people who
Mhm.
found the FEC listings and posted everyone's address and full
Yeah.
name and zip code all
But-
over.
That would have happened with or without disclosure, right? And that would have happened
That's
with or without an
that's the
attachment
point.
to an organization, right?
Yeah, that's the
Politics,
point I'm
the
making.
point. Prime
unfortunately,
said-
politics online is incredibly like toxic flavor of content. If your
Yeah,
address is out
that's the
there on
point.
a public listing and people find it, they will post it if they disagree with you.
Prime
clear,
said
it's
that
nothing
Prime
to do
said
If
with
they know you're
anything to
paid,
take
which you
money.
would only know if
Prime
you're
said-
disclosed.
You
No,
do
no, no.
not need to
Prime
get
said-
paid by
Give
an
it to Rinyald.
organization.
I want to hear
get
what
lots of
Rinyald says.
politics,
Rinyald, go
okay?
ahead. Rinyald, please.
Prime said that this would probably disappear. He said there would probably be an article, but people wouldn't be mad if they had just disclosed up front. I think the Progressive Victory thing is an exact example of how that wouldn't happen. Disclosure doesn't really have any.
Did they
like you said-
disclose up front?
Who?
All
Yeah.
of us did.
Good
All the
project
creators in the
yesterday.
program, all the creators in the program, we were all disclosing. I was disclosing on my stream. Wick, you
Yeah,
were
no, I'm
disclosing
not even
every single
accusing.
panel.
I'm just
And it's
wondering,
and it's
like,
I
still
would
happening.
assume, yeah.
And to be clear, PV fucked up. Let's just be honest about that. Like that's the reason why like the
Yeah.
addresses got out there. That
Yeah,
was not
but that's
supposed
So
to
the
be a part of
point.
the
disclosure is
FEC.
completely
That was
irrelevant
not
to
even
any point of
that was not
TV
even
stuff,
supposed to
right?
be a part of the FEC filing. But the point is that you can disclose,
Yeah.
you can do everything right, you can be completely upfront about the work that you're doing, and the bad
And they're
actors
still
out there
going
will
to.
find this, and they're still going to accuse you
Yeah,
of
but your
crazy,
involvement in
insane
I mean,
shit like
there's still
Israeli
there's
okay,
people
propaganda.
may
there's
have been the
people accusing.
mechanism. Okay, I'm addressing what is fine. The mechanism through you getting your information out there was progressive victory. That's true. In terms of people going ahead and then doxing you, it's got nothing to do with PV. You're a political creator who a lot
Okay.
of people
That's
on the
irrelevant.
far
Hold
left
on,
especially
just real
hate.
quick.
Exactly, it's relevant. That's
just
my
real quick,
entire point.
Dickers, the point
Right.
that
No, go
they're
ahead.
making, that Prime was making, and Prime said, as Rinyald said, that the harassment and the crazy shit would stop if they just disclosed. And the only reason we're bringing up the progressive victory is because that is evidence that, at least in progressive victory's case, that didn't seem to help. That's the
Well,
only
also,
argument
I mean,
being made here.
So
realistically, any any
Let's
pro
give
real.
it, let's give it
Oh.
back to Prime. Prime,
Yeah.
please.
Sure. And I'd like to hear what you have to say, Reniald. I don't mean to like talk over you.
good.
But yeah. So to be clear, I never knew that people's were doxxed in some sort of PV leak. This is actually news to me here. But I think that when I say backlash, I mean like this is like a national. Well, not national story. I don't know if it's a national story. I know it's within my circle, my large circle here that people are talking about this a lot. And it's making waves online. But in any case, I don't think that most of this dialogue would have happened. And people, if their audiences, right? Okay, so I had the way I found out about this is through David Pakman, actually, right? So I didn't have read the article immediately. David Pakman made a response to the article. I saw that video first, and I thought, like, without having read the article, that what he was saying was reasonable, and that, like, yeah, like it didn't seem so nefarious to me. I went to his comment section.
Guess I'm
People
gonna
were
make me
accusing
mute
him of
when I
all kinds of
drink.
crazy shit, but guess what? This is the fucking internet. They do it all the goddamn time. That's gonna happen, right? I appreciate what Scott was saying. Like, are you arguing with Twitter? Yeah, they're gonna say craziness to you. People were saying about David Pakman. Oh, I guess that's why he doesn't mention Gaza. Like, first of all, doesn't make any sense because the DNC is in favor of Israel, backs it completely, right? So he'd be incentivized to talk about Gaza one way or the other, right? In favor of the IDF. But secondly, no, that's obviously wrong. I was completely skeptical of that argument because the Gaza situation has been happening for nearly 2 years. This incubator program is brand new, and I think the most likely answer is that Pac-Man is a disgusting dog shit Zionist who understands that his views are unpopular and just not going to talk about it. That's the reason why he hasn't said anything. But even then, still, people took that opportunity in this moment of friction, of contention, to put that out there. Oh, now I see, right? There must be something shadowy about that. I get that happened, right? But like the way to help mitigate that, I'll say this instead, right? Rather than stop it completely, the way to help mitigate that is always just be upfront with your connections, right? Especially your financial connections, and then you have to let the chips fall where they may.
I mean, doesn't it speak directly against the fact that disclosure would have helped it? That people are accusing David Pakman of taking money from AIPAC when, I mean, nothing like that ever got disclosed. They're just making that up. So, I mean, clearly
Yes,
disclosure
people on
wasn't
internet make shit up at
Well, that's the point, though.
slightest opportunity. But specifically, the thing I was responding to was Hutch. Hutch says specifically, hey, the reason now I'm against disclosing because I see this reaction. That's what I originally responded to, right? That's crazy, right? Oh, because
I
post
don't know if that
facto,
was
right?
crazy.
After the fact, I see craziness online. I'd say no, we shouldn't have some sort of principle of transparency. That's nonsense. That's an awful argument.
I don't understand how you can, like, you're just sort of dismissing like doxing and massive amounts of harassment. It's like, oh, that just happens on the internet. Like, if you're a small, hold on, if you're a small creator that
why are
that
you
was
so
picked for-
full of shit?
Hang
Let
on,
Hutch finish.
Jesus
Let Hutch
Jesus
finish, please.
fucking Christ. If you're a small creator that gets picked for this incubator program, you don't have like a big following. You're not used to that level of attention. You're certainly not used to that level of harassment, doxing. So whether or not, like, listen, I'm sympathetic to arguments that people should over disclose. I think that's like generally good practices. However, I understand the idea to protect smaller creators from that level of harassment that you guys are just kind of just like, or, oh, that just happens on the internet. That's not a small thing to have,
That's
hundreds
again.
of
Have you
people in
responded
your
to a single argument
mentions.
this
Can,
entire
can
panel?
can you hear me? Is my mic on? I'm responding exactly to what he just said.
No,
What
you're
are you-
not. I don't think
what
you
are
know
you
what an
not
argument.
following?
Do you know what an argument
What are
is?
you not? What are you not following?
Do you know what an argument is? I'm just curious. Do you even know
I
what
am
an
making
argument
the
is?
argument that the response that we're seeing
Do you
right
know what
now
an
on the
argument
internet-
is?
Can you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? Seriously. I'm making the argument that what we're seeing right now with the crazy level of harassment is the reason why they would have that kind of a protection mechanism in the contract. You
Okay, do you
understand?
know
You
what an
guys are
argument is?
you guys are making the case that, like, oh yeah,
Do you
disclosing
know what an
would have-
argument is?
You guys are making the case that disclosing would have fixed all that. Obviously not. You're
No,
I don't
no,
know how
no,
you
you're-
can make
No
that
one
you're-
made that argument,
It's
but
a
do you know what an
damn
argument
near-
is?
It's a damn near
Prime
non
made that
sequitur.
argument.
No,
Are you
wait,
listening?
no,
Do you
Prime
know?
made
Do you
that
know what
no,
an
you
argument
didn't
is?
listen to that.
Well, I
No,
want to hear
it's-
from Prime. Prime, please.
It's a damn
I'm
near
just
non
curious if Hutch
sequitur.
even knows what an argument is.
It's
No,
a
he
damn
doesn't.
doesn't.
near.
I don't know what an argument is. Let's move on. Okay, we're good.
It is a damn near non sequitur to insert, like, oh, not you aren't going to protect them from doxing. Doxing going to have. I talk about transparency. I talk about, hey, you should, talk about your financial relationships, right? Just like you do with any other sponsorship that you get, right? If you got something from Amazon.com or something, and you got cut a check, then you should do an ad read and let them know this is a sponsor section.
Prime
right?
case, this is like
that
finally
sounds
goes
no
to what I'm
different.
trying to
And just
say,
say-
which is like,
and
what
just
is the
say- no,
material
no,
difference?
Hey,
Well, let
Soy Boy,
Prime
there's
finish,
no
let Prime
reason to
finish.
talk over me, please.
Let Prime
Um,
finish, and then we'll get to Soy,
yeah.
then Hutch.
Yeah, so there's to go from like talking about we should have a principle transparency. Say, oh well, if you are transparent, then you'll get doxxed. Then you get doxxed. No, I'm sorry. Shit happens, right? It's really unfortunate. Again, I'm just hearing about this PV incident, but that's really unfortunate. That's a misfiling from what I'm hearing from Dickers and all the rest, right? That seems like a misfiling. But to say that, oh, from there, right, it follows that, like, because you are transparent, you're probably going to get doxxed. And that is the reason we have to hide our financial entanglements. That's nonsense. That's a non sequitur.
No, the
Obviously,
idea, Case, is
yeah.
that there are people in this program who have zero online presence because they're part of an incubator that may or may not want to be immediately public before they get expanded. And if you're a figure in your contract, it's like, hey, don't just go in public and say, oh yeah, Case, he's part of that. Oh, Hutch, he's part of this. Yeah, he's getting money from them. And then all of a sudden, you've got to...
I'm not asking.
No, hold on. You gotta let Soy finish.
That
respond.
is the implication. No, Case, I know you're not saying that Chorus...
implication. Because Chorus is not. I'm not saying Chorus should necessarily like publish a list. I'm saying the creator.
Well,
should
Taylor
publish.
is,
so
by
like
the way.
The creator will be saying it wouldn't give them more attention, right? If on my 5 viewer channel I say, oh, I'm working with Chorus, that doesn't give me 6 viewers, right? It doesn't do anything. So that would be if Chorus put that published a list on their site. And I'm not even asking for that.
Right. So
Also, the idea that these are like tiny creators with no presence online just isn't true. In the reporting that Taylor Lorenz did, these people have combined like millions of followers online.
okay, now we're getting to a reading comprehension thing.
Go on.
The biggest people
Hold on.
being paid the most were the big followers.
On
Some of
this
these people
panel
had
combined, we have
no
millions of
presence.
followers,
These were the
but-
part. That's the point of the incubators. People trying to get into streaming who are not doing anything and they need to expand their reach. This is a wide range, which is why some people are being paid $8,000 a month and some people didn't get shit or were offered like $100 fucking bucks because
You're
these
saying
are
people
$250 was the minimum. But
brought
Or
into
something
this
like that, yeah.
campaign that had no online presence.
They're not saying no online presence. They're saying
No, I did
negligible,
say no
or,
online
like,
presence
not
because
ready
I'm also
to-
confusing
Yeah, but
it,
that's not what
to
you
be
mean.
fair, with some people who literally have no online presence in a different program that I might be a part of. So, excuse me. Now, I am allowed to disclose that, to be fair.
We
Now,
don't know the vast
the point
majority of
is,
people that are in this
my initial claim, to go all the way back to this, and we don't have to dwell on this too long, but saying you are part of Chorus and saying you are part of an incubator program are both, hey, I am disclosing that I'm working with a fund whose mission is to expand the reach of these people. Now, if you want to say, hey, they have to disclose the exact amount of money, that's a different story. If you want to say, if they don't say it at all, this is a completely different thing, especially if they're telling them what content to make. But when Allie or any of these other people or Brian Tyler Cohen say, I'm working with Chorus, you go on the Chorus website, Chorus says, we're trying to use the fund from all of your donations to expand the reach of these people. And you're now telling me there's a huge material difference between connecting people with politicians and, hey, I'm teaching you how to expand your content through like digital means and how to use these tools. I think this is a complete insane distinction that like does not matter. This is Chorus and people saying I'm part of Chorus and Chorus is helping me.
There's a very clear distinction there, right?
What's the
Between,
distinction?
like, just receiving these support and like getting access to politicians and having this newsroom, and that's all cool. And then actually receiving money.
Why does the money in this specific thing make a difference?
Because you're getting some kind of like remuneration.
To do what?
Political advocacy you're doing.
No.
We also don't know.
They're it's to train you up.
Paid if they didn't post any content.
I have a.
One
I have
second,
a
can I get a thing from that?
The point
Yes,
is
of
training
course.
people
If
to post content.
they stop posting content for like the next 3 months.
Yeah, if
Isn't it still be in the program?
if the point of the program is to expand left-wing content creators, obviously if you didn't do content creation, they wouldn't want you to be part of the program.
Organization, not
Yes.
the program, right.
What?
Point of the organization. Expand
Yes.
the reach of left-wing creators. That's the organization, not the program.
What's the point of
What
the
do you
program
think
is
what's the point of the program? The incubator
To support
program.
small creators specifically.
Right,
To, like,
creators.
create stipends and-
Would
So
you
if
not
they
say
start
that is a
creating-
subset of expanding the reach of
Yeah, but that's where the
Okay, I have a,
payments
I have a, I
happen,
have a different
right?
question, perhaps on
That's
the
where the payments
anonymity.
happen, which we care about.
Yes, yes.
I do want to talk about the anonymity subject because Hutch did bring up a new thing where he didn't care if people actually disclosed, right? Because there would be value to anonymity. You, Dickers, Prime Kai, and I think Fabian seem to disagree, and you can correct me if I'm wrong if I've mischaracterized that. But how far would you extend this want of transparency? Do you think that people should be required to disclose how they vote?
What? No, that's completely.
No, why?
irrelevant to
But
what we're
why
talking
shouldn't? Why is it bad that
This-
we protect the anonymity of someone who votes, of how someone votes?
Because voting is something you do. This is a benefit that you're receiving.
I mean, there's so
And
many.
also-
There's
Is something
so
you
many
do, too.
distinctions. Like, we could come
Yeah.
up with 100.
I don't even
Like,
agree with this one.
anonymity of the
Okay.
anonymity
How
of,
is the
of
right to vote
voting.
going to bias you?
Because
It might
protect
bias you against
totally
doing
separate
crimes,
issue.
maybe.
hold on, right? We understand that not just money can influence us, correct?
But no, no,
Yes.
this is.
Like
I'll explain it.
who I'm
I'll
dating.
explain the distinction.
If I'm hold
I'll
on, just
explain the
hold on,
distinction.
stop.
Okay.
If I'm dating someone who is a Republican, okay, she's really hot, okay, and she just happens to be Republican,
This
does that
hypothetical
have a
doesn't make sense.
potential
You
to
can't be that hot.
influence? Does that influence?
That would be
Me in any way.
unduly kind of incisive into your personal life. If you had to give away like personal relationships you had, yeah.
It'd be unduly. I'm just asking why you're drawing the line on money.
Well,
Because
you
you
asked-
there's a quid pro quo, right? There's a meeting of the minds. There's a contract sign, right?
No,
That's
to be
that's
fair,
probably
though,
what that's gonna be
journalists oftentimes talk about their personal entanglements with like, hey, I like this person was the best man at my wedding. I don't know, and I'm doing an article on their like organization. I think people like do talk about their personal
So-
entanglements. And, you know.
So listen, there's two types of influence, right? You have the general influence that you're discussing, and then you have undue influence. I don't think anyone here is alleging like a English common law level of like undue influence, right? Undue influence might be if they signed a 12-year contract that says you must do this, and then if you break the contract, you owe them $60,000 or something, right? Like you might be able to argue undue influence here. And I agree with you, right? If you had a Republican girlfriend, that would influence you. Or if you were, able to join some creator program that was specifically designed to fight liberalism like Progressive Victory, but it gained you like a bunch of opportunities with other streamers and got your name out there, that would influence you against the presumption of like being for liberalism because Progressive
Well,
Victory was against
To be clear,
liberalism,
it
right?
could. It does not necessarily have to.
I guess Fabian, the fundamental question
influence-
is
an influence would
this
be
might cut to
there.
the
No,
chase,
hold
Fabian.
on.
Well, no, because we can cut to the chase. Let's cut to the
I know
chase.
you want to interrupt.
Well, yeah, because you talk for a long time, and this will cut to the chase, and we'll make it so much simpler. Why do you think the secrecy clause was there?
So why do I think the secrecy clause?
Right,
was
because the
there?
implication by the article is
could be a
that we
million-
want you to be authentic, but we don't want you to let other people know that you're paid. right? That is the implication of the article. Would you disagree with that?
I think trying to read into the implication as opposed to the actual words gets a little difficult, but like,
But
sure,
isn't
I'll
that the whole
follow that, that's
conversation? Is
fine.
you are implying that because there's money that isn't being disclosed, the implication is that we can't trust
We-
what they're saying and that there's
Well,
something
no, I was
nefarious going
trying to
on?
explain. I was trying to explain, right? Why there's a distinction with being paid by a program is the distinction here is, listen, if I'm a content creator that's not getting paid, everyone recognizes that there's all kinds of influence in my life. Everyone knows that I might be influenced by my mom's opinion. I might be influenced by the place I live. I might be influenced by the audience that I have.
Right. It's
But when you keep
authenticity,
it
right?
secret that you are getting paid, that there's a fraudulent element, not necessarily legally fraud, but there is a fraudulent element in that you gained your clout, you gained your followers, you gained your influence, and all of these opinions are based upon the hard work that you put in to your channel by yourself, because no one knows that, oh, I don't know, maybe you did, maybe you didn't get botted by some
Right.
account.
Wait,
But, like,
Fabian,
even if
you've hit
leave
it
that out,
perfectly. This is the whole crux, right?
Maybe,
Like,
Mhm.
okay, so if you say chorus helps me out and you don't say anything about money, would that dispel the notion that you've done this all on your own?
yeah, I mean, it would dispel the notion that you've done it on your own if you say I am a part of chorus.
Right.
For
Or
certain-
like specifically, like I've said in the past, I haven't disclosed the exact amount, but I've said Progressive Victory helped me with this video, right? They helped me out here. And well, they actually didn't give me any money for that
Yeah,
video,
I mean,
but
you see YouTubers do ad reads all the time. They don't say Raid Shadow Legends gave
well,
me
but
this
the ad
exact
read is very
amount of money.
explicit. This is a
But
different
they
story.
say-
Yes.
th-
They're
it's
like paid
explicit,
for
right?
by. Right. Like,
Right,
yeah, this
like,
is
it'd be the
sponsored
same
by.
thing. If
So
in the video description it said I'm an affiliate of Chorus Media, then people have the ability, right? Like, this is kind of
right. So,
nine
but the
principal
question
elements
about the
of
whole
fraud,
article
right?
then is
One of the
it's not about
principal
fraud.
elements
No.
of fraud from
No, it's
No,
just
it
about this
is.
because
It
because
is.
you were
Oh
you
my
were right
God,
on
you're
point
so
when you said
surface
it's
level.
about the authenticity, Fabian. So
It's not
is
just
the
the
contract written that way because you think that Chorus is like, I don't want these people to look like they're getting paid to have these opinions?
Nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows
Well,
the
I would
exact
say
implication
I'll
behind
defend
these
that.
contracts.
So
mean,
yeah,
I
I
could
think you're right.
assume
Nobody
that.
knows the exact reason why that could be. I think part of it potentially could be an argument that they're supposed to be a non-partisan organization. If they disclose everyone as part of it, they're all Democrats. That might cause issues for them. That's a little bit more of a schizo theory, though. Ultimately, political advocacy done with, by the way, I'm sponsored by this kind of like political organization, is going to be less effective, even if I couldn't put a number on it, than political advocacy without any of that disclosure, right?
Especially if you're an
There might
American
be a
Girl
person who
Doll
watches
channel.
that and thinks,
You know what I
you're only
mean?
saying this because you're getting this money. You're only saying this because you're part of this organization, right? This just seems like trivially like easy.
Right. So I don't know if you've ever read any contract from any sort of these things, but it's very common to say, hey, don't go around sharing all the information about other people or disclosing how much you're paid or all of these things because of what Hutch was talking about. Hold on. Because of what Hutch was talking about with the like doxing or people being exposed and all the attacks that we're seeing right now. So it seems pretty clear to me
That's not the
that
claim.
it seems pretty clear to
Claim
me.
is that you're not supposed to discuss that you are a part of the program.
One sec, let me
That is
finish.
the claim. That's the issue.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to dox other people that are working or give out information about what goes on in the background. The claim, right? You can say the claim is wrong, or you could say Taylor Lorenz is lying, or that the contract isn't the same contract everybody else had. Those are all rational arguments. But the claim that you're meant to contend with is that they say, don't tell people you're in this program.
Right.
Just to
And
like
then
my
this-
side, okay? Can I just have a quick huddle with like my gang? Is anyone here making the argument that the people receiving money have to like disclose their entire contract, the amount that the amount that they're paid?
No.
Any of the other
No.
people are in there? They need to disclose if they
Nope.
know like who's running this. No, the internal.
No.
Just probably the fact
Nope.
they are getting paid, right?
Yes.
Just kind of. Okay, cool. Just thought I'd clear that up.
Okay, can I talk now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the idea that they're asking you not to disclose potentially this pilot program, if the implication of the article seems to be that they're doing this because they, like Dicker said, ruin the what would otherwise be perceived as an authenticity thing, despite the fact that lots of people in Progressive Victory were disclosing their like connection to Progressive Victory or even like monthly stipends from Progressive Victory. They're not losing that authenticity because they're disclosing it, but they're still getting all these attacks of you're bought and paid for as this Zionist, Hasbarist, like, you know, collection fund. So it's part of protecting potentially the smaller creators in this program. And two, all these other bigger creators and some of the smaller ones were saying, I'm part of Chorus. Chorus is helping me out. Now, whether or not they're saying financially or not, I don't have the exact video, but the point is that it's like very clearly part of this. And this incubator program, if you're calling it a distinction, like, yeah, the secret program where they pay you money to figure out how to expand your reach, and somehow this is like the shady part and not like, hey, they're paying you to not talk about certain issues, which is like kind of what the implication of the article is, seems ridiculous to me. Like, what
I'm a content creator. I get zero money from any outside source. I get death threats all the time. Talking about doxing and death threats is like a safety issue for online political commentators is a fucking it's an aside. It's a subversive, bad faith bullshit thing that you
I don't think it's bad faith to worry about
because you know
this
that
disclosure.
the issue is whether or not it is transparent that these people are being
I
groomed, given
agree
opportunities and funded.
that the transparency should be there. That is something I said at the beginning. I prefer if people disclose if they're getting large sums of money, especially if it's from a political organization. But the thing I'm keep trying to add nuance to this is, one, it's an incubator program that is not, hey, here's what you should do. It is, here's how to be better at content creation. Now, obviously, if there's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, this is only picking Democratic people or people left of center. Like, this is like without a question. But that's part of the fucking.
Do we think that's bad? Do we think it's bad?
I don't think that's bad.
Okay.
To add for left-wing creators, I don't think so.
If you, like if
I
you
mean,
had,
I don't even think it's bad so long as it's disclosed. I'm worried about the fraudulent element of people that have gain these large audiences because they are astroturfed. Or not, and so people.
But that's the thing. It's not astroturf. It's not like they're buying bots or they're like saying, "Hey, this is how you lie to your audience to grow." And like I said, as someone who's just now trying to do something like this, they're teaching you, "Hey, this is how YouTube algorithms works. This is thumbnails that catch the eye. This is me. I'm the mentor, David Pakman. This is why I have millions of subscribers, and this is how you can do it too." Not, "Hey, like we're gonna dump a bunch of money into like pay people to subscribe to you." Like that's not astroturfing.
Well, okay, first and foremost,
I don't think astroturfing implies boxing, right?
Well, astroturfing implies some sort of like inauthenticity of like fake support. Like it's like, hey, we're paying it to look like.
Grassroots, right?
So
as in these people are like paying their bills based on money their audience.
Would you call Bernie Sanders' campaign grassroots?
Okay, all of you, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. Let's go, Fabian. Fabian, finish your point, please.
So first and foremost, what you are doing is you were saying we're going into the domain of unknown. Right, we don't know whether or not they're botting accounts or whether.
No, come on. Let's not do. We're not doing conjecture here, bro. Let's stick to what's in the reporting or like a reasonable inference. Okay.
Hutch, be quiet. You're only
Hold
here
on,
because
just real
of your
quick,
numbers.
Fabian.
You
Do you
don't
have any
anything
evidence
meaningful
that
to
they are
say.
being botted?
Why are we talking about botting, bro? What does that have to do with anything?
Because again,
no, I brought it up.
Don't know whether.
No, he brought it up. Like, no, you called it astroturfed, and now you're debate broing yourself into like, well, we don't know that they weren't botted. Like, let's just stick to what's in the reporting.
Botting is super common amongst large.
There's no indication of this in her reporting or anywhere. You're like, why are we talking about that?
I know you don't because if you just
we don't know that they weren't paying Google millions of dollars to like boost them in the algorithm. Is that a relevant part of this conversation? Obviously not.
I'll say this is there's the same amount of evidence in the article that they're being botted because they are like paid to take certain positions or change their mind. Right?
No. Of
course there are.
Then why is everyone accusing them of being paid to change their mind and no one's accusing them of botting?
Hold on, let Fabian finish his point quickly. Maybe he can draw it in.
My point is that the framing is you are assuming all of the things that we don't know to the most conservative estimate of what is bad. Like it is well within the realm of possibility that there was APAC funding. We just don't have any evidence of that, right? It is well within the realm of possibility that they do bot. This is a common practice in large social media accounts and when people pump money into channels and managers do it so that they can sell the success that they've done. Now, I'm not saying they are doing that, but what you're saying is you assume all of those things to not be true as if that is the evidence.
I look at any evidence. I don't operate in unfalsifiables with zero evidence there. It's a ridiculous point of conversation. Yeah.
It's not an unfalsifiable.
It's literally unfalsifiable. We don't know if they were botting or not. There's zero evidence. There's zero allegations. So why even talk about it?
How is it possible that there was APAC funding that we don't know about?
Because APAC
who knows?
Directly donate.
APAC funds a bunch of things. Because
APAC has to
1630 has
disclose
like
what
their
they-
largest
APAC
donor
has
was
to-
$50 million.
Wait, hang
We
on.
don't know who that
APAC
person
has to
was.
disclose that. APAC has to disclose that spending. They can't just give things
The
secretly.
amount of naivete that people have to
That's
not realize
That's not
that
true.
NGOs
APAC has
that
to disclose when they
NGOs
pay political campaigns. They don't have to disclose when they pay a
They
dog
don't-
money group. That's the whole point of a dog money group.
That's the whole point of dark money. That's the whole reason that
Yeah.
dark money has been a topic in politics for like the last 30 fucking years. That's the whole reason we had campaign
I mean-
finance reform in the 1990s and in the 1970s and under Nixon and in the 2000s. Like
So
your
when you have a
knowledge
look
of
at, like,
politics in
APAC
general
tracker-
is so surface level, brother. Like just sit
Yeah.
out.
So a lot of
Well, wait,
a lot of
hold on.
APAC spending is known because of stuff like APAC Tracker. All they do is they look at like public disclosures over campaign funds, right? They're not looking at money that they donate to the 1630 fund. That just
And
goes as an
let me be
outgoing.
clear.
They don't need to
I
disclose who
didn't-
they're paying with that.
I'm not saying APAC did. I am saying it's fucking hilarious that David Pakman tried to pretend like he doesn't know how to say APAC. He's like APAC or IPAC? I don't even know. APAC, IPAC? I don't know what that is.
That was
It's fucking
embarrassing,
hilarious.
yeah.
For 20 years, by
But-
the way.
Yeah, but it has no idea. You know what I mean? Like so I mean like there's some evidence to suggest that the dude's such a slimy piece of shit that it seems like he's covering for some funding he may or may not be getting. I don't fucking know, right? But all I'm saying is that when you frame it that these things are definitely not true, you don't know that. I'm not asking you to prove I'm not trying to ask you to
Yeah,
prove an
but
unfalsifiable
Fabian,
claim or anything.
APAC could be funding you through super chats right now. We'd never know. It's
That's not
possible.
true. Super
True.
chats are publicly disclosed.
True.
I mean, but it's just they don't have to hold on. They don't have to publicly disclose super chats. Why would they?
Wait, it's literally on
Like
display,
if
bro.
APAC was going to
They
give
are,
a bunch of money to some
it could be used to be
people,
bots.
and those people could be super chatting, why would they have to disclose?
Oh
that?
yeah. APAC is a
Well, no, it's-
501c4.
they could be funding me,
501c4s
right?
do not
could
have
be
to
funding me.
publicly disclose. They only have
let
to
me-
disclose to the IRS, and the IRS can decide whether or not to redact or not
You're
redact
right.
that.
You're right.
So
Hold on. Pause. You're right. You're right. You know how I can prove that they're not, or that they at least won't in the future? Fuck the nation state of Israel. Fuck Bibi Netanyahu. I hope you hit your big toe on your furniture every fucking night
Okay.
because that's the
Well,
closest thing I can say about.
I mean,
TOS.
weren't
On the super
weren't a
chat
lot of
thing, look, it has been
weren't a lot of the
brought up.
course people
Rinald,
saying that too?
Rinald, please.
I mean, a lot of course people were also coming out pretty strongly against Israel. So I don't know if that would lend towards APAC donating towards the 630 Club.
It
or
would
the
absolutely
630 project.
Maybe not the 1630, but it would certainly
Dickers.
lend towards the fact that they weren't probably one of
Go
the
ahead,
big
Frank.
donors
Dickers,
for chorus.
And just quickly, in terms of the super chat thing, like, I mean, they wouldn't have to use the official APAC account, right? They could just use any account.
Well,
name,
then-
any
Yeah, just use a
thing,
bot.
and then make a super chat.
How are you influenced then?
No, oh no.
that's
Like,
kind of
oh
our
my,
argument,
like
actually.
the point
Are you-
of
hold on,
How would
Dickers,
you be
hold on, just
influenced
real
by
quick.
APAC?
Are you asking me how am I influenced by my super chats?
No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about the specific organization who's going to be funneled through a bunch of bot accounts.
Sure.
If there's
sure.
not a relationship there, there's no contract, there's no meeting of the minds.
Fair.
Wait, then
I
what's
mean,
your
I think
problem
that's
with
fair.
dark money if you don't know where it's coming
I
from?
think you were just saying that he could. I think the
That's the whole
implication
point
from
of dark money.
No,
I
no.
think
What's
the
your problem?
implication
I have a
of the
problem
super
with the
chats
fact that we don't know
too.
where it's coming from, but you can't be influenced by it if you don't know who it was, right? It's just money.
Well, no, because
That's
dark
not
money
how
is
that
when you
works at
meet,
all.
okay, you talk about it, there's a negotiation, and then you give the money. Through super chats, through bot accounts,
Not necessarily.
I've got no clue who's sending that, right?
Hold on, dark
It's not
money doesn't
influence, but
necessarily
it's not
require
dark
a
money.
contract.
tag. Also, yeah, that's not really dark money. I'm not a 501c4, but yeah.
Yeah, I think the implication that Wick was just saying is that, like, yes, any nefarious organization or organization doesn't have to be nefarious, right? Could
Or
be funding anyone through super chats, right? Like, how do we know that you're not actually being funded by them? But you're correct, right? That there's no meeting of the minds, there's no undue influence in that case because I mean I have no idea, so I don't know, whatever.
I would say
Thanks
the
for the
point
money.
with super chats makes sense, and I definitely do think there's a level of influence that like a person's community or their audience can have over them. Just through super
Yeah,
chats and
make
like
whales
monetary
happy.
benefits, especially,
Yeah.
right? Or even through people doing like a mega lol in the fucking chat or whatever the fuck. But
It's about
that's
scale, yeah,
disclosed,
no.
That's organic. That's not a kind of a queer kind of like queer. I mean like odd, unusual
Oh,
kind
we
of
know what
evidence.
yeah.
It's
Super
what
chats
everyone
are
has,
gay.
right?
No, super chats
just got one
are
right now.
awesome, and you guys should do it
Yeah.
more.
And
Ryan
gay
is
people are
gay as
awesome
fuck.
too. So don't be a homophobic, Wick. Honestly, what the fuck?
Okay. I want to get back to the matter at hand, though.
Thank you, Cyclo. Silo.
What is? Well, let's just give it to Team Prime right now. I'm going to tell you Team Prime for now. What is? Do you think, like, despite what may or may not do you have any strong evidence, or what's your strongest piece of evidence that what Chorus is doing is nefarious? Can you just lay that out quickly for me, and then we could discuss?
I don't think
As
anybody's
team
winning
leader,
that.
I guess I'll go first.
Go ahead.
But yeah, quickly. I It's possible that the way the program was practically run, that it didn't actually require a level of secrecy and it wasn't going to kick you out. But from the reporting, there was clauses saying you had to be secret about your connections, and it seems like, from what I've gathered, that people were secretive. That in itself is a problem for me, right? And then on the other hand, it's the dark money, right? That I want to have an idea of who these funders are. Now, I don't think billionaires should exist in the first place, but if you are going to buy into this program, which again, the program itself, right, the incubator in its in isolation, I'm actually fine with. But like, I like to know who exactly is giving that money, because that gives me an idea of what they want to accomplish with that. So yes.
Pretty same answer for the rest
Thank
of you.
you, Anderson APAC,
Well, I
for the
don't
$2.
think they're actually doing anything nefarious. Like,
Viva
as
is
a
real.
left winger, I think they actually have good intentions, right? They're trying to do something good, and I believe that Brian Tyler Cohen does actually have the best of intentions. Okay, I think there's some parts of it might be like insidious, but like out and out like nefarious. No, I don't think so at all.
I think it's also just quickly. Sorry, Scott. I think it's a very much consultant brain, the way this was assembled. Right. This is how a consultant like pitches this to a bunch of big funders. Right. Getting a lot of control over these individuals, and this is how they make contracts in like other like business realms. And they've like taken that same thinking and applied it to the streamer realm. And I think that's what you like get this particular structure. So yeah, and that's causing a lot of friction.
Case, this is like, okay, imagine I'm a multimillionaire and I'm like, I want to fund progressive, causes or whatever, and specifically through influencers. How do I know that my money's going to actually go to the people I want without some sort of contract or organization that's like doing something to find people that align with who I want to give money to?
That in itself is fine, but I'm
Okay.
saying the structure of this, and the levels, the clauses that demand these levels of control, that is perfectly reasonable in most of the realms, right? And but
yeah, like at normal
within,
jobs. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
So
would
think
agree
within-
if the clauses, as alleged or implied, are saying you're not allowed to talk about these points because that is anti-democrat, then I would have an issue with that.
When has everyone ever alleged that on this panel?
You don't need to do that.
No one on this
Where's
panel is
that
alleging
alleged
that.
on the
It's very clearly implied by the article, yes.
No, it's not. I mean,
Okay,
it's
we're back to
not.
this. I don't want to go through the toe the line thing again. There's a reason
So-
people are talking about it the way they're talking about it.
So I'll say this, right?
Well, I mean-
research. So I'll say this on the last of the Prime team, right? Research seems to show that roughly 5 to 10% of the electorate is swayed by the bandwagon effect, right? Roughly 5 to 10% of people, if they think a president is going to win, they will vote for that president just because they think that president is the winner. And what I have a big issue with when we're talking about politics, especially in a democracy, obviously, I have issues with democracy, but insofar as that we're in a democracy, when you have people that are being funded or given opportunities and being able to grow their channel, especially I think some of the more nefarious ones are when their channel isn't explicitly political, when their channel is like some reality or makeup brand or some other type of content, and then they're pushing these ideas. What they are doing in effect is they are pushing, they're growing above their competitors that have different political ideas or aren't talking about politics because they're doing a makeup channel, but they're not talking about vote for Kamala. And what ends up happening is what billionaires are paying for is they're paying to have these ideas seem more popular and be a part of the dominant narrative in a dishonest way. They're not saying, oh, this person says, oh, they're being funded or by some organization or they're being lifted up by some organization. When it is secret, there is this assumption that the audience has that these are just the popular ideas. These are just the good ideas that normal people have. These are the ideas that are winning. These are the bandwagon ideas that they take with them into the voting booth, and that small percentage of people in a nation where elections are often decided by 0.2 and 0.1% of the vote, that this money is paying to make a narrative seem like it's organic when it's not organic. I'll tell you, when I first saw that woman that Republicans were accusing of being the DNC's spokesman on men's issues, that Olivia Juliana, I believe is her name, right? I remember I watched her before any of this stuff broke, and I watched her and I said, guys, can you tell from her setup that this is all fake? Like we were all looking, we were like, this keyboard and this microphone and all of the way that she has her office set up is not like someone who's been like in the trenches and does this content all the time. And then this article breaks out and it's like, oh, she's one of the people that's working in this program. She's one of the people that is being given opportunities and given interviews and given mentorship and given these extra things. And so you have this inorganic growth from someone that might not have been popular but becomes popular and is not disclosing how that popularity comes about. That's my big issue here.
Okay. To the other side. Why or
behavioral nudging, sorry.
Sure. To the other side. Team Soy Pill, I guess we'll say. Right.
Hutch is bigger. He should be the team lead.
Fair enough.
You're prettier.
Oh, shut up.
What the fuck, guys?
Well, hold on. Let me ask that question before I forget it. Okay. Why?
You're not bad yourself.
Why are these allegations, or why are these clauses that are being alleged, if they're true, not that big of a deal? Why shouldn't we be worried? Why is this being overblown in your opinion? Or why is this being framed dishonestly in your opinion, if you think it is? We'll start with Soy and we can see what you
think. I mean, clearly, obviously, like I've talked to Taylor about this, and there are very legitimate concerns that everyone on this panel has said about, even Fabian saying like, hey, like this can have influence on you, even if they're not telling you what to say, the money's going to have an influence. I completely agree with this. And that's why transparency is going to be as good as possible. The problem with the article is the way it's written and the way it's implicated. And some of the stuff I think is like directly contradictory, is leading people to this narrative that is, by the way, something that is happening. For example, when the DNC says, we want to spend $20 million to find the like Joe Rogan of the left, or the little masculine influencer of the left. This does happen. People are paid to like be the next big thing, but it's all wrapped into this and being turned into this giant kind of like smear against these people who have authenticity, but are now being called shills that are only pushing the party line. I think this is a complete misrepresentation. And so like a very specific example of this is in the contract. There was this thing, and you can look at the screenshot from the Allie Tik Tok, where it's 3 clauses about how to organize talking to other people. The first clause says, if you're going to organize talking to some sort of like authority figure or politician with the chorus tool, you must do it through the chorus tool. Like that's how you do the chorus stuff. The second one says, if you're going to do it independently, you can loop chorus in. You have to loop chorus in. You have to let us know, not we get to approve or disapprove, but just, hey, let us know if you're going to like go talk to Zoran Mamdani and you didn't do it through our tool. The way the article is written says this: many creators express concern because according to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through chorus. Now that's what it says at the top, specifically about the chorus thing. But then the next sentence says, creators also have to loop chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Now, the also there, I think, is doing a lot of weight carrying, because it's saying you have to funnel all of these people through this tool and specifically get approval. That's the implication people are running away with, when in reality, you don't have to do that. You can do something else. No, it is false. You can do something else.
Never used, to be
what,
clear,
funnel?
Right? No, approve.
What is funnel? Okay, this is a semantic game.
No,
obviously they're not saying approve. The point is,
that's never directly alleged in the article.
It doesn't matter if it's alleged. It's obviously the reason that people, if you go watch the Majority Report, go watch the Vanguard. People, no, it's not about adding anything. if a majority of people talking about this in the left creator space are saying, look at these paid shills who had to go through them for everything because of just reading this article, clearly the way it is written is playing into a narrative that is not true, even if it's not technically factually alleged.
Article and it's the article's fault. Okay.
Yes, the way
It's
the
not
article is
mudslinging
written is
at
pushing
the end
people to
of the
these
day.
beliefs.
I
The
can't help it
article
if so
isn't,
many people
right?
are as
People are
stupid
taking
as
the
you.
article,
that's
and then
not-
it's becoming
that's
political
not
mudslinging.
The article's fault.
People are taking the way the article is written to mean something that it is not alleging. Yes. As in, you
Yes.
could write this in a less biased way, factually
To be
reporting all of
Harvard.
this thing.
Like, what the
I
fuck?
don't know.
The way
I
a
don't know,
political
like,
message is
really, I
interpreted
don't
is
know
super
how you
important.
could. I don't know how you could write this and it not be used by like, I don't know, like super.
You're the third
pro-Palestine
person to say
people,
that. I
like
really
Adam
should just
Bernard,
rewrite this
in order
article
to,
more
like, explain
impartially.
to people.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm
I
just
want to
saying,
hear
like,
from I want to hear
PV,
from
right?
Rinald and I want to hear
PV.
from Hutch at the same time. Right. Rinald and Hutch, answer the question, right, that I posed.
Who first?
Rinald and then Hutch. Go ahead.
Okay,
Rinald.
okay. Yeah, I mean, generally, I agree that like for optics' sake, you probably should disclose if you're getting money. I think that just is a better look. But I mean, personally, I never really care that much about money in politics. It's just not something that really sways my opinion all that much. I do agree that the framing of the article was pretty bad. I think if she just wrote an article saying like, hey, you know, they paid these creators to get better cameras and market themselves better, and they didn't disclose it. I don't think that would have been like a groundbreaking article or anything. I think whenever it gets compared to like, oh, the right is more transparent with it. Look at Tenet Media, which is like the worst example that you could ever give. Or like in the tagline that they gave, like agreeing to restrictions on their content. I think whenever anybody reads that, they assume that there's like approval going through course that
Does the
just doesn't
article allege
exist.
that?
Well,
Does
they
the
in
would
the
article
tagline.
read
allege
the
that
article
Tenet
then,
was
right?
good?
It's in the tagline.
No,
It's in the
the
tagline.
Tenet,
They
you
would
got the
read the
Tenet
rest
thing
of the
backwards.
article,
They said
though.
Tenet was bad.
Oh, well,
They said
in
it
the
was
article.
bad.
did they?
Yeah, she's like,
Yes,
this is
she-
not,
she-
this
I
is
have
not
one-
new. She says this is not new on the right wing.
okay.
Tenet did this. She's saying Tenet was bad.
Right.
No, but-
she talks about
but
Daily
even
Wire. She talks about.
I feel like
Tenet,
even
she
comparing
talks
this to
about
Tenet is
Turning
is
Point
Yeah,
USA.
a problem. But
Okay, but she's
I
saying,
was
but she's
that
saying the
comparing
Tenet's
it to
bad.
Tenet is
Right,
a problem.
going to
Yeah, sure,
creators.
sure. But I
Correct.
think
we
even
know
putting
where
this on the
Tenet
same level,
Media's money came from. We don't know where this money comes
Well,
from.
let
we only-
Rinald
like,
We
the only-
actually knew who was being paid by Tenet Media, right? We didn't know it was being funded by Russians, but Tenet Media representatives in the media actually
Yes.
disclosed
Yeah,
that they were
Tenet
working
Media
with
was
Tenet
more
Media.
transparent.
So it was
than
actually
this.
more
You're correct.
transparent.
Whoa, wait.
Not really.
No.
Considering their
do we-
funding was coming from the Russians and no one knew it, probably not more transparent. But I
Well, I
mean,
just said
I mean,
that,
again,
yeah.
the framing is the framing is all of the problem. If somebody is giving a political message and it's getting hella misconstrued by everybody that reads it, that is a problem with the article. That means that they're not messaging effectively. I mean, that's
You
about it.
can't write anything to like prevent any bad faith actor
Media-
from
media
misconstruing
literacy
it.
on
Yeah,
shouldn't
what
put
about
Australian
the
rules.
major
Shouldn't
left-wing
put-
pundits
You
in the
shouldn't put
space?
agree to restrictions on their content in the tagline of the
They do.
article. That's what I'm saying.
But they do.
That's
they agree to
factually
restrictions
true.
on their content.
Okay, when people
What-
read
hold
What do you
on,
think
what
that
are the
means?
restrictions on
Please
their
don't
content?
take
I
it
really
away
want to
from
know.
that.
The article and bang.
What content are they agreeing to be restricted?
When they're going to chorus
Probably the
events, they can't
non-disparagement.
explicitly endorse political candidates.
You know why that clause is in
Their
there, right?
I'm saying that is the restriction, right?
When
They'd
you
lose
say
their
restrictions
504
on their
Yeah,
content and you're only referring to things organized through chorus, no one is ever going to interpret it like that. And I'm sorry,
Yeah, but
it's true.
the main
People don't
purpose
really
of
read
chorus
read.
is to get them to speak to politicians and make content out of those interviews, right? So that
Sure,
is
when you say
becoming the mainstay of their
restrictions on their content, we all know
Yep.
what that is implying. I hope, right?
Okay,
Like
but
Well,
if
hopefully-
agreeing to
someone- if
restrictions
someone
on
is
their
already-
content,
hold on,
right?
Okay.
Hold on.
I'll
Let's say
teach you,
someone
okay.
is already. Let's
you
say
read an
someone is
article-
already a large content creator. Okay. And they already get interviews with politicians and government officials. And now, because they go, let's say David Pakman, for example, right? And now this has to be funneled, at least in some part, because that was the big word we wanted to use, is funneled, right?
Well,
In
it's
some
the
part
word used in the
through
article.
Chorus Media. Would that that's number one. Number two, if you go to a Chorus event, right, which is obviously an opportunity they gave you, but it is also alleged in the contract, right? Some people may have negotiated different contracts, we still don't know, but regardless, it is alleged in the contract that Chorus has the right to pull that content. if it is a chorus event. So if
Hey,
chorus,
wait,
I
is
need
the
I need to ask
means by
something. I
which
need to
you
ask something.
start.
Wait,
If
let me
chorus
jump
is the
in, let me
means,
jump in.
I'm gonna finish, right? Because Hutch, we know you don't have anything to add. If chorus
Why are you being
is
such a
the
dick?
end of, because he hasn't given a single argument this
Jesus
entire
Christ.
time.
Hutch
He's
doesn't know what
useless.
an
He's only
argument
here
is,
for his
Wick. Didn't you
numbers.
hear?
Yes. Go
Well,
finish your point,
couldn't
baby, and then
define
we'll go to
one,
Hutch.
right? It's basic logic, right? But regardless, if chorus is if all of a sudden you're using this program and there's now this new middle manager that helps connect content creators to political and government officials, and then they start putting those events together so that that becomes the ease of which you get those interviews, as opposed to DMing 1,000 politicians and hoping you don't get left on red, or hoping that they notice you, and then they have control over that. That is another form of restriction on your content. There are multiple ways in which your content is restricted in some way.
Okay.
Now, if you're against the concept of journalists writing catchy headlines, then I don't know what to tell you. You've hated journalists since the 1800s. Welcome to the Republican Party that doesn't trust the media. But I think that's a
Yeah. So
Okay,
yeah, if you're
okay,
calling
okay,
it catchy
okay.
and
Hutch
sensational,
wanted
sure.
to get
Wait,
in
no,
here.
Wick.
Hold
I
on,
need
but
to ask a question, real quick, real quick, Wick, real quick.
You're
No,
interrupting your buddy.
Hutch,
you
let
can
me
go,
just
you
ask a
can
quick
go.
question. Okay.
Sure.
If I told you Hutch is my elder on the Live and Learn podcast, and he tells me what I can and can't say, what would you think that means?
that he tells you what you can and can't say.
Yeah.
Negative
No,
implication.
only
of
on the
it.
podcast.
No,
Part
just
of
on
a
the podcast.
larger,
What?
like hour-long spiel where you
didn't
go on
say
to
that.
explain how he kind of restricts what you talk about, then it would be on the person hearing that to listen to the other hour, right?
Right. What would you walk away from
If you
thinking
want to
that?
take this like in and of itself, that's fine.
What's the
tagline-
implication? What's the implication
the
of that?
tagline isn't the article, right? Taylor Lorenz didn't just write the
Yes, it
tagline.
is.
She wrote an entire article. I didn't say it's not in the article. I said it
Yeah,
isn't
and then
the
they said that there are
article, right?
restrictions on content, and then said a bunch of other stuff about what they are and aren't allowed to publish, but didn't allege specifically things. That's just that there are restrictions, but I'm not even going to show you the contract about what it says. I'm not going to tell you what Hutch told me. I'm just letting you know Hutch puts restrictions on what I can say on the podcast. What does that mean?
Well,
You just
again,
changed
it's
it from
disanalogous.
what you can and
because
can't
Taylor
Okay,
Lorenz
he
goes
puts
on to explain
restrictions.
exactly why they're restricted.
Okay, so you're kind of weaseling out of it. Now, what if I told you Hutch
I'm
said
not weaseling
don't?
out of it at all,
Weaseling
but
out of
you're
it.
Hutch
saying
told
it's
me not to
disanalogous.
tweet out his phone number. And that is how I wrote about it. I said Hutch tells me what I can and can't say.
If you
Would you say
explain
that might be
yeah, that'd fine.
misleading?
That'd clear it up.
Well, that would actually be a lie, because if you say what I can and can't say,
Yeah, you can post
Right,
other
like-
things, but you can't post my phone number.
This is
Okay,
what the
so-
right wing, like
Just
MAGA
a
Republicans have been
catchy-
doing for like
catchy
years,
tagline.
soying
All
out
right.
over headlines. This
To
is
be,
where the
uh,
left is.
Yeah.
Champions of
It's
media
just a
like this.
coincidence that
Go
all
ahead,
of
go
these
ahead,
left-wing
Hutch,
pundits, it's
please,
just a
Hutch.
coincidence all
Over
these left-wing
headlines.
pundits think what they're thinking. It's complete
I'm
coincidence.
trying to give it to Hutch here. Hutch, go ahead.
So Chorus is a 501c4. There are like legal restrictions on how they can frame their messaging. It's like a certain percentage of the output, the money that they spend has to be dedicated to so and so or whatever. And so they have to be very careful about like, you know, you don't want somebody who's acting in the official capacity as a chorus creator to go out there and be making endorsements or something like that. It all has to pass through like a strict process. Like this is a restriction, but then when the creator spoke up the next day, it was quite clear that they were scheduling appointments with other politicians on their own time. There was no.
Although Ali O'Brien admits
limitations.
that that was in
There
violation
were
of a contract,
there
right?
were no limitations or restrictions on the
No,
content
not
that
letting
they
them
were just
know.
uploading on their own time. The obvious implication of that article was that Chorus had a level of control that very clearly was not happening in practice.
No, hold on. This is
Well,
why I
it spelled
pushed back
out the
with
exact kind of level
problem
of
is.
control, right?
This
and
is
the
why I
rest of the
pushed back
article.
against previously, because you're saying, well, she put forth a clause right within the article, and that was dishonest because it's not how it practically works. Well, at the same time, she also reached out to all these creators and gave them a chance to make a statement. They didn't, right? And now after the
still no
fact,
traction.
they're saying, oh, this works differently, right? And now you shouldn't believe this article that I refuse to interact with, I refuse to comment on, right? And now it's dishonest because it doesn't show the full
You'd have
reality.
to
That she
ask-
didn't actually get a chance.
Also,
Well, that's a
what-
good
what you
point.
would have
Kind-
to
no,
ask
Case, that's a
Hutch,
good
the
point.
Ali
Let Hutch
O'Brien
respond.
girl,
Let Hutch
as she
respond,
shows-
please. Let
You
Hutch
would
respond.
have to ask them why they chose not to respond to that article. I agree that we could have saved a lot of headache if they would have done that. However, I mean, like we're focusing on the wrong thing here. And I think like soy pill, I thought that metaphor analogy you used was pretty appropriate. Like the way that the terminology was laid out in that article very clearly implied a level of control that was just not happening at all. So like the fact that they said that there's restrictions, the fact that she said that there were restrictions on the content that they could put out is technically true, but it's very disingenuously framed. Because
it's not disingenuously framed when you've got the rest of the article there where you can read and it specifies exactly
Dickers, Kai's just put something. No, Kai's, I want to say something that you just said that was like, obviously, if the article had been written in a way that said, this doesn't mean that the people in this program could or could not make specific content on specific topics. You could say that, and that would clarify.
Why would she say that? Hold on.
Because that's the facts. She doesn't know if that's the case, and she doesn't want to imply and have people run away with that implication.
Here are the facts. The facts are the clauses in the contract, right? I can pull up the exact clause. I have the wording of the clause.
I'm aware of that.
She didn't lie about that.
Case, if you are a journalist and you're trying to not paint a narrative that may or may not be true, you might want to clarify, this doesn't mean this necessarily. It could have been the case.
Prime.
Is he cut out for me? I can't hear him.
You're not going to run over me. So look, the clause is in the contract. It's there, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not factually inaccurate to put that clause in the contract. In terms of, hey, maybe you need to have a wider expanse as to what is actually happening. That applies if she's given that information. She reached out, right, to a whole list of individuals, right? It wasn't only just like one individual, one small creator to do this. A whole list of individuals. None of them did, right? Maybe they got an email. In fact, I think later on in her companion video, she talked about how these people were told, hey, don't reply to her. That's another thing we didn't even talk about. She specifically said, because she got the information later on, that they were told not to reply to her. So they don't actually tell them the whole truth, right? They don't give the statement. And so she puts forth the facts that she does have available. And then you're like, oh, well, why didn't you do PR for them and say, well, maybe it's not so bad as the contract implies? That's bullshit.
Well, see, there you go. Because now you're talking out of both sides of your mouth and saying, well, obviously, given that this was all she knew, it makes sense to have that implication because the other people didn't comment on that. Now, that's a different argument. If you want to say that, sure, that's part of their thing. But if I saw like the idea that just saying a fact is somehow not going to like do anything wrong and you can't run away with it, it's just so obviously untrue. If I told you, hey, the right after this, the median wage of America is $75,000. People aren't struggling. Did you know that 13% of the population commits 50% of the crime? There's a problem there. Like these are things that obviously in context are going to have a lot of different implications, and you need to have like some sort of responsibility, especially as a journalist, to explain those things. But if you're just saying, hey, isn't it weird that they had content restrictions and then not say anything past that? Yeah, that's irresponsible journalist. And last thing, obviously she doesn't have to. She has no obligation to clarify that. But you asked, how could you possibly write this more objectively? And I just told you.
Yeah, she did.
I didn't say that.
Someone said, I don't know how else you could report on this without it being misleading.
Okay, so what I said was there's no way you could have written about this where it couldn't be used for political mudslinging, which is true.
You could definitely soften the blow. Obviously, everyone's going to mudsling.
So quick question: Do you think most Democrats are like really stupid?
I think most people are stupid. So yeah.
Okay, all right. So you would say that like if I go through your Twitter or something, right? I'm not going to find you making fun of media literacy on the right because they identify with like Starship Troopers.
No, you'll definitely find that. I would say right wingers are disproportionately stupid. Yes.
Okay. So would you hold that like the issue that I have here is your argument seems contingent upon the fact that even though it's explained and you can understand it from the article, and even though there's a companion
No. Wait, hold on. Wait, let me stop you because that's not my claim. Let me stop you. That's not my claim. My claim is that if you read this entire article, not just the headline, but the entire article, it makes sense for you to come away with the implication that these people had their content controlled. It is a perfectly reasonable thing for you to think coming away.
Which was true, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. What the fuck?
Okay, here's the question. Let me ask you the question. You read the entire article, and you've come away with the conclusion, these people...
We're not allowed to talk about Israel or something.
Well, yeah, particular talking points, or they've been excluded from talking about particular talking points. Is that reasonable, and is that Taylor Lorenz's fault, or if you had like an intellectual failing there.
That
it's
is
your fault.
reasonable based on the way that Taylor Lorenz has written this article, I would say. Yes.
Okay.
And I would say that people that I respect, like the Majority Report, who read this and came away with that,
boys. Next
and
time he makes
came
fun of
away with that?
media
First of all, you
literacy.
shouldn't
'Cause he
respect
clearly-
Go ahead.
he-
No, let him finish.
he
Let
clearly
Soypill
doesn't
finish.
have it.
Hold on, let Soypill finish his point.
Yeah,
even
people
though
that I
he's-
would otherwise
very
respect on
wrong.
most of their reporting coming away saying things like this, which I don't respect their opinion on this, because I think that no, they weren't not reading enough of the article, but rather the way that the article frames this as some dark money, shady campaign to control what people are saying is very reasonable conclusion to come away with after reading the entire thing.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
I think
I
what
don't
can get-
just
Go
very
ahead,
quickly.
Hutch. Just
Um,
remember,
on-
Hutch
on-
first.
I haven't-
Hutch
I
Hutch
haven't
hasn't
spoken
gone
on
in
it.
a while. Hutch hasn't gone in a while. Let's give it to Hutch.
I think we can get at like what me and Soypel, and I'm sorry, say your name again. I can't see your full name on this.
Rinyald.
Rinyard, sorry. Rinyard. Okay. I think we can get to the heart of it in the first 2 paragraphs of this article. Like, I think the problem here is like right here in the subheading, so like directly under the title, it says that they agree to restrictions on their content. Technically true, right? And then in the second paragraph of this article, it says it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. Now, you guys can act obtuse in this moment and just pretend to not understand why people walked away from that article with a really false impression of what was going on. As you say, it is technically true that they agreed to restrictions on their content in the capacity of like acting as a chorus creator. But the subheading combined with this particular language, 2 paragraphs down, very clearly gave a very nefarious impression of what was going on at this organization.
If people walked away from it after the first 2 paragraphs, that's on them. They're retarded. Womp womp.
No, you can
Don't
read
Don't
the
talk about
rest of the
politics. Don't
article.
think about politics.
It's very
Emma
obvious
Vigeland
that
didn't
the
get
rest
that
of the
narrative
article
from
is
the
written in a
article.
way
Emma
to
Vigeland
try
got
to
the very
demonstrate
specific
that-
Hold
Gaza
on,
narrative.
hold on. Let
from
Hutch
Twitter.
finish, and you can respond, Dickers. I promise. Hutch,
Not
finish.
just
I was-
like it goes on from there. The rest of the article is very clearly implying something that is like holistically nefarious about this entire program, very clearly implying that there is an extreme level of control going on here, some kind of
Okay.
like censorship, right?
Okay, Dickers, you can respond, but I also want you to answer my question here is what about this article would, going through it, what particular part of the article would would nip in the bud Hutch's argument here, which would say, oh, this clarifies what they meant at the beginning of the article. This clarifies that it wasn't restrictions on Gaza or something. Which
Well, to
part of the article
point, I'll
would
just say that
clarify?
Gaza, the word Gaza was not explicitly mentioned. Like they didn't talk
Or
about
Israel, but you know what I
Gaza.
mean. Like, it doesn't have to
okay.
be a specific.
Well, to the first point,
tweeted
what
about it.
Hutch
She
is talking
tweeted about
about, I
that, by the way.
completely get this. I can completely get this if people are just walking away from like reading the article after 2 lines and they fill in whatever their pet political narrative is. That's totally fine. Okay. If you read the entire one, you won't get a specific claim about Gaza, which Emma Vigeland made. She's not got that from the article. She's got that from online Twitter and online spaces like that. This is an entire creation of like the pro-Palestinian side of Twitter, which I've said in the content that I've made about it. This is like unfounded. You are just lying about what is contained in here, right? To the second point, I think what they could have done, maybe, is like go on to actually talk about what the restrictions are in the rest of the article. Slew of restrictive clauses in the content, people were concerned about that. The outlined restrictions violate ethical norms. That's about disclosure. Chorus felt restrictive to some. I mean, this isn't what Taylor Lorenz is claiming, right? In and of itself, out of nowhere. This is what creators that herself, the creator that she spoke to, have said about.
Dickers, what do you think
restrictions and
Taylor
stuff
Lorenz
like
thinks about the
we said earlier.
Democrats?
I think she probably supports the party over the Republicans. Wish they'd go more like way further left.
Okay. No, she like literally has explicitly said, I'm not a Democrat, I hate the Democrats, and is like Hassan pilled insofar as like either use them to
She also
subvert or
a
let them
registered
destroy.
Republican.
So
I say I'm not a
Was this
Democrat. I hate
fact-checked
the
by Wired?
Democrats, but then I vote for the
Was
Democrats.
this just Taylor Lorenz, or was this Wired
Whatever.
fact checkers, Wired editors, Wired
what I
legal
just
team?
said? Or are you asking me if the
Yeah,
article
No,
was
no,
fact
no.
checked?
I'm saying about in terms of what implications are getting for the article, because people focus on Taylor Lorenz, and she's the author, sure, but it's in partnership with Wired.
Yeah.
August
I-
27th,
the idea that it's
I've
When has
said-
Wired ever
and
stopped
I've-
anyone from
I've-
posting
Hold on,
something
hold on,
with
hold on.
implications?
Hold on,
Like
hold
what?
on. Prime, then Hutch, and then Soypill.
Sure. Well, two things. One, I've been trying to get this in quickly, and this is just how like journalism works. But like,
Middle school education time. Editors exist.
I was going to say editors exist in terms of the title and like the sub line, right? Like the writer may not actually write that, right? The editors will like make up something catchy that might not be.
Usually
that doesn't mean
usually the title and subtitle is often edited by the editor. It's the most likely thing to be edited, but
yeah,
still
but that
This
doesn't
is
mean
so
that you
bad
should
faith. I can't
necessarily-
believe
I'm
it.
not trying to say like it will take a Taylor off the hook, right? I mean that's her byline, right? So I mean she has to stand by that article, but I'm just putting that out there. But then also, I also say that I hate the Democrats, can't stand them, but then I vote for the Democrats, because they're the best party that I have available to me. But that doesn't necessarily mean that she has it out to destroy the party or whatever. And in fact, if it is the case that this group is not like DNC controlled, then it actually doesn't matter, right? What would that matter if she doesn't like the Democrats? It's not DNC controlled, so it's no big deal, right?
Does she even use the word DNC in the article? I don't think she does.
No, I don't.
I mean,
Say it
so.
directly.
I don't
Go
think
ahead,
she's
Hutch.
saying it, no.
No,
Go ahead, Hutch.
So-
not once.
So I want you guys on the other side of this thing to reconcile these two things from Taylor Lorenz. Okay, so last night she had a conversation with Destiny. In that conversation, she
Wait,
said,
Are we now talking about Taylor Lorenz, or is this still about Chorus
"Hang on,
in the article?
it's about both."
Taylor,
You-
I think it's
like,
Taylor
no,
Lorenz on the article.
I'm going to talk about
I
Taylor
think this
Lorenz.
is talking about Taylor Lorenz, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
this
talk
is
about
drama slop bullshit.
Yeah,
This
the
is
author of the
real.
article
on,
clarifying
hold
her
on,
intent.
hold on,
You gotta
hold
figure
on,
out what she
hold
says
on,
on Destiny.
hold on, all of you shut up. I think
Oh my
it's
God.
perfectly okay to talk about the author of the article when we talk about the article. I think
talking
Yeah,
that
she's
is-
talking about the article
I think
in
that
that
sounds
interview.
ad hominem, as
Anyway,
in
go ahead,
at the
Hutch.
person, but that's fine.
It's about the article.
You have no fucking idea what I'm about to say right now. You think
Go
I'm
ahead,
slinging ad
I
hominems?
do, I
at-
promise you, but go ahead.
Okay, what am I going to say?
No, I want to let you say it.
No, you tell me. You said you knew. You said you knew. Let's hear it.
I'm being a good
The
boy.
program
I'm being a good
response
boy
is
right now.
something
No,
stupid.
It's
I
going to
really-
be
I
Taylor
really do want you
Lorenz
to answer
talking
that
about how
question.
she
I
thinks
am
there's
curious
something bad about
too.
the Democratic
Dickers,
Party,
can
or
you-
Taylor Lorenz
I
is
really
for-
want him to answer that
like
question. You
personal
said you knew what
opinions.
I was going to say.
It's
so
going to
go
be
ahead.
Taylor
What,
Lorenz's
what,
personal
oh, we
opinions.
can
not
demand
explained-
answers?
not-
What's an
not
argument?
within the
Huh?
article.
Okay. All right. He said
We're going
he
back
gave
to
me an
that.
answer.
What's an argument?
That's going to
Come
be
on,
it.
what's
Okay.
an argument?
It's
You
going
first.
to be Taylor Lorenz's opinions on the Democratic Party, or Taylor Lorenz's opinions not shared within the article. Go.
Great. Okay. Let me get to my point. In the conversation that she had with Destiny last night, she said that she actually did not know the rest of the creators that were in the program. She only had access to something like a dozen. She said, we don't know the vast majority of the people that were in the program. That came out of her mouth. Okay. How do you reconcile that with a tweet from her on August 27th that says, I can confirm Hassan the Hun was not approached for this program. I didn't see Austin on the list either. And then she says, the 90 influencers involved appear to be primarily centrist, pro-DNC Dems who have not spoken about Palestine, are pro-Israel. Now, how do you reconcile these things? How could she possibly say that the 90 influencers involved appear to be primarily centrist when she herself said last night that she doesn't know the vast majority of the people that are in the program? How do you make sense
Well,
of that?
because she had access to the group chat, right? And so she doesn't know who actually took the contract or who didn't, but she knows the people who are approached. I think she reached out to Hassan in particular, it sounds like.
She said the
Easy.
90 influencers involved appear to be primarily
You're just
centrist,
repeating.
pro DNC. No,
Yeah.
because he didn't answer
I mean,
my question.
can you respond to what I
I
said?
literally did.
I've just
it.
given
No,
you
no.
the exact way that
What the
marries up.
fuck?
No, no.
You
The
guys
point.
are-
The,
how the fuck do
you're not addressing the
guys-
contradiction.
you are
Right,
not-
no
Hold on,
argument.
hold on.
You guys are not
Let me translate.
addressing what I'm saying. She
Let
is
me-
making a
Literally
claim.
just did.
She is
Oh,
making a claim
fuck
about
this-
90 influencers, and she only knows like 15 that are in the program. How is that not dishonest? And how is that
know what an
not
influence is,
fanning the
Hutch?
flames? How is that not fanning the flames?
This isn't a
of
fucking
the
drama
people
slap
like-
If I've
YouTube
got-
video.
I've got
He answered you.
novels,
of
right?
the people
If I've got
like
a bag of
Emma
novels with
Vigland
90
and
inside of them,
Hassan
if they've
Piker
got 50,
speculating
Hold on,
that
let
these
Hutch
people-
finish his
what it
point.
is,
Hutch,
right?
go ahead, please. Finish your point.
He has
How-
no point. It's
how
already been
is that-
responded to.
Stop.
You are children, both of you. Seriously. I didn't interrupt you for the last like 30 minutes. Just let me speak.
Because you have nothing to
You
say.
can,
Okay.
You're
go ahead.
still doing it, bro. How can
Yes,
she
I'm making fun
possibly-
of you. You're pissing on
Go ahead,
yourself
Hutch,
and then being like,
please.
why are they making fun of me?
Bro, Soy Pill, do you understand my point?
Yeah, it makes perfect. Wait, guys, maybe you'll listen to it if I say it. Wait, guys, Hutch doesn't. No, you're right. No, I agree. Hutch doesn't have arguments. Let me repeat it from a different mouth,
No, Hutch,
okay?
please just finish the point.
Hutch, here's Hutch's point, okay? Taylor
hilarious.
Lorenz, the author of this article, is alleging that she knew the political alignment of all 90 creators, despite saying at a different time that she only knows the identities of 15 because Chorus did not release all of them. She is saying that the majority of let me finish, the majority of those 90 creators are saying things that are pro-Israel and pro-DNC. So the author is alleging, in the same way that we are claiming that this article is alleging, that these people are being paid to push DNC talking points and not talk about Gaza.
The fucking
So I
leap
just want
you
to say, first
made.
of all, off the top, because I was asked, right? I was right. This is about Taylor Lorenz's particular opinions, not in the article. But going on from that, right? Taylor Lorenz knows the identity of 15 of them. Let's just say, for example, I've got a bag. I know there's 90 marbles in there. I take out 15 of them are red. Can I make an inference on what the color of the rest of them are? Yes or no?
Okay, Dicker, she made a factual claim, not an opinion. She said
Exactly.
a majority
She
of
said
these
it
creators... What?
Wait, Hutch, can you read off the quote again? Sorry, I may be wrong.
She said the 90 influencers involved
Hold on.
appear
What did it
to
say
be
before that?
primarily
nice.
centrist pro-DNC Dems.
Appears to
How
be,
could
nice.
she... You guys cannot possibly believe that she was justified in extrapolating in that way so confidently. She has
Okay, 90
no
marbles.
idea. Like a sample size of like 12 or 13 people.
You're
That
guessing
is
the
not-
implication and
Yeah.
then saying the implication is wrong. It's
Yeah,
just
so
you
she knows
arguing
there's
with your
6 of
own
them.
brain.
No, Hutch,
Could
there must be
she
two
have-
Taylor Lorenzes. There's the one who wrote the article, and there's this other random crazy lady who has completely irrelevant,
so there's
takes
people's
on this
personal
thing.
Opinions,
That's
and then
wild.
There's people's
And
opinions
then what
that
she
they're willing
actually
to put
fucking
in an
said.
article, overwritten by wise editors, wise fact checkers, wise legal team.
When she said that the 90 influencers involved appear to be a particular way, how could she possibly opine on that if she hasn't seen like 75 of their Twitter accounts?
What?
Are
Because
you-
she knows 15,
What?
and so she makes an extrapolation.
You
I mean, she's quite
cannot
clear that she doesn't know everyone who's in there, right?
You cannot be serious right now that you think it's
Okay,
appropriate
90
for
marbles,
a
Hutch.
journalist
90 marbles,
to
please.
suggest
Okay.
that we can
We've
just
got 90
surmise
marbles in the bag.
the positions
pick
of
out 15,
75
15
people
are red.
on their
You
position
make
on
an inference
Gaza
on the
from
color of the
15
rest of the
people.
marbles, yes or no?
This is the most beautiful cope. It's so
It
funny.
appears to be
There's
a bag
there's
full
no
of 15
way that
marbles.
you guys actually
Hot
believe
red
this, by the way.
marbles.
Okay.
Hutch,
Wait,
there's
can I just
no
can we
way
just
that
can we just
you
finish
guys-
this?
Hold
Can
on,
we just finish this? Hutch, let me ask.
Right now.
Hold on.
I need a question.
We're
I need to ask
gonna
question,
wrap
okay?
up in a minute.
I want to force a
here. We're gonna
question
wrap up
first,
in a
and then you can ask yours, Dickers.
Right.
Dickers,
What?
are you agreeing that Taylor Lorenz's comment about the implications of all of these people's views has absolutely nothing to do with her article?
No, she's talking about materials reported on in
Would
the
you say
article.
the views that she expressed, maybe her opinion, if you want to call it that, might be at all reflected in said article?
Oh, she wrote it, yeah. Probably.
Okay, cool. That's
Okay,
all I
now
needed to
ask
hear.
your
Do you think that
question.
was a
Dickers
dub?
wanted to ask a question.
No,
Dickers wanted to
if you
ask
can't
a
see
question.
past that, I don't have
Yes.
to go past that.
Ask your
I
question,
did.
Dickers.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Despite moderator bias allowing somebody to ask question first, that's totally fine. So Hutch, there's 90 marbles in the bag, okay? You pick out 15 and they're red. Can you say this appears to be a bag of red marbles? Yes or no? We're rewriting probability math right now.
No, hang on. Your situation doesn't make any sense when 4 of the people that have been identified in this program were on the record speaking about Palestine and Israel. So by her own
Okay.
math, like a full one third of the people that she covered and knew of from this program had spoken out about Israel. How could she possibly say that it was primarily a group
Wait,
of
is
centristy
speaking out of
pro-Israel
Israel a far
people?
left position?
You're comparing something like a color to like
No.
an
Isn't she
ideological
speaking out in Israel a
specifically in
far left
regard to
position?
Israel? Wait.
if somebody is opining on
She did not,
politics, there's
no.
like literally like hundreds
She
of
didn't
different
talk
things
about
that could have
specifically in relation to
particular
Israel.
topics on.
No.
Really
Wasn't
quick.
that right at
really
the end of
quick.
the
So
quote?
let me
Left-hands.
really quick.
Didn't
Right?
she say
So
that right at the end of the quote?
So really quick. So really quick.
One
No,
No,
hold on.
not really
No, hold on.
quick. Not really quick. Let them finish. Go ahead.
You
Yeah,
guys
thank
are
you. So
ignoring
Well,
even with the
because
numbers
they
like
did.
outlined
ignoring
there,
the
like
idea
there's
that
still like
Taylor
a
Lorenz
66%. Wait,
herself
I thought I was
fanned the
responding.
flames of the conspiracy theories that was going on with like
You're arguing
Crystal
against
Ball
Twitter
Okay.
again.
and
Stop.
okay,
Go
Point
away.
you've made
no,
in the last,
hang
like,
on.
2 hours.
No, you
Can I
guys.
respond?
No, he just said a moment ago
I thought
that all the
I thought
discussion about Israel and Gaza had nothing to do with Taylor Lorenz. I just read off a tweet from her right now that very clearly demonstrates that she herself fanned the flames of that conspiratorial thinking. And you guys are
said
just
sense left
stubbornly
them, right?
refusing to acknowledge the possibility that she contributed to that really toxic, disgusting.
I think she
discourse.
maybe did actually.
Before
If
you
you look at
respond,
what she said on their
before you
interview with them-
respond, I
Okay,
just
great.
have one question for Dick, for I'm not sorry, for Prime.
I'm
Y'all
not
have to
sorry.
listen to me. Prime, do you agree with are you on Dickers and Prime and Fabian's side with this bag of marbles analogy? Do you agree with that? I'm just really
Okay.
curious. I want to know if you are.
Can I give
one
my
of these
response
people.
first? Okay.
No, I want to hear
so-
just a quick yes or no, Prime. Do you?
No, it's not a quick yes or no because I'm not quite sure. I don't know enough about.
Well, then
I
let
haven't
Dickers
seen the-
explain.
Okay, Dickers,
Yeah.
go ahead and
Okay.
explain. I'm curious when he finishes explaining, though, for you to answer that question. Go ahead,
So,
explain. Though
the
to be
claim
clear,
is-
Dickers, to be clear, they aren't pulling out 15 red marbles. They're pulling out 10 red and 5 blue.
Well, not really. Again, that's what I'm going to say. So,
Okay.
being like calling out what's happening in Gaza isn't like a far left position, right? Even a lot of people on the moderate left have called out what's happening in Gaza, right? In terms of, I don't know how
A lot
severe
of people on the right
condemnation have been,
too.
but even if, well, yeah, that's true. Actually, it's kind of across the political spectrum. But anyway, that she's talking. Even if you were just to say it appears to be people who don't care about what's happened in Gaza or don't talk about Gaza. Now that's a stronger claim, and she'd still be right. You found 4 people out of the 15 that have called out what's happened in Gaza. That leaves 11 out of 15 that haven't talked about Gaza. That is a vast majority. That's a super majority, in fact. So if she wanted to make an inference and say it appears to be, I mean, I can't believe we're quibbling on this. This is so stupid.
I think it is wildly irresponsible for a journalist to extrapolate in that way.
He's not saying this in a
And
piece.
the
This is in a tweet.
The subsequent discourse that happened, I think she absolutely played a part with that tweet of hers. Like, have you guys gone through and actually looked at all these creators and taken a look? It's not just that they were talking about Israel, Gaza. Like, they were very, very scathing in their critique of the Democratic Party. Like, it wasn't just like what's happening in Gaza is wrong. It was, Democrat complicity. That's how far these creators were going. And so for her to do that, I think obviously directly contributed to the discourse.
Okay.
Yeah,
we are wrapping up soon.
I've been trying to hold on. No, Dickers. I've been trying to get in for a while here on this one. All right.
No, you have. I apologize. Sorry.
Hutch, what you are doing right now is you are trying to connect several things via tenuous connections so that you can deeply obfuscate the actual argument that is occurring. Are you giggling at the word tenuous? Like, what's happening? You accuse me of being a child.
It's not tenuous at all, bro.
You're acting like a children at the principal's
This
office.
is a journalist. Why are journalists extrapolating? How do you justify that?
So I thought you were arguing with Twitter, but it seems like you've never been on Twitter. Where I don't know, but on Twitter, a lot of journalists
spend a lot of time on Twitter.
Yeah.
How dare journalists
I don't know.
make inferences?
Right. So journalists make
We're not talking about
inferences in state.
We're talking about like extrapolations from a sample size of 12 people. And
yeah, and the fact that this is reflected in her article.
Directly synonymous, right?
Some journalists remember 3rd grade. Apparently you don't, because Dickers tried to explain to you how you first learned probability in elementary school and you still don't fucking get it. So shush. Again, what you are attempting to do is via tenuous connections, connect her saying an opinion that isn't expressed in the article explicitly, but is on Twitter where she's talking about this earlier on, right, in the end of August, about the fact that she's looking at a select group of people, a small sample size. Yes, it is a small sample size. And she states that it appears that based upon this small sample size, that there is not this 50-50 split, but rather that there are a lot of people that are silent on these issues. And yes, you're absolutely right. It's in some way, shape, or form insinuating at the nefarious nature of how money in politics and how money influences people when they speak online. But the reason you are engaged in that is that you want to connect that tenuous connection to the crazy people on Twitter by saying that, by her saying it appears, and a statement of fact, and also, well, actually, it's technically a statement of fact, but it's more subjective in that nature, that she is fanning, quote, fanning the flames of all the bad things, so that you can then connect that to the concept of why dark money is actually fucking good, because it'll protect people from the reactions of that have come post this article, which is the argument you made before.
No,
That
Fabian,
is
he's
why I'm
connecting
making
it
fun
to
of
the
you, because it's
article.
dumb.
The author's tweet to the author of the article. And also, this is, I can't actually say something that I know that is not going to be said publicly, that, and never mind, I can't even say it, because I talked to Taylor about this, but this is just so fucking obvious that the person that
DM
would
it to me, 'cause now I'm curious, but go ahead.
say in this tweet, would obviously be the implication of the article. Everyone's coming away with the implication of what she said, not in the article, wrote it in a way that is like clearly, okay, all these people came away with this. Oh, I guess they're all just crazy and not,
Okay,
oh, she was
hold on.
pushing to
Can
a certain opinion that she herself
do a-
holds. That's insane to me. I don't know
Really
what the
quick
fuck we're
sanity
talking about.
check, okay? From the creators that we know, are they or are they not kind of left, center, left Dems? Are there any communists, any anarchists?
The Allie person is for sure a leftist. The Angela person was militantly pro-Palestine. Like, she was going so far above.
Yeah, but that's
like, a
not
normal
like a
criticism.
left.
That doesn't mean that she's a
Absolutely a
leftist.
further left
That
position.
doesn't mean she's a
but-
leftist.
You don't think
No.
it's oh wait, hold on. If somebody says
There are
Pete Buttigieg
fascists
will
that
never
are screaming
be,
pro
somebody
free
says,
Palestine right
if somebody
now.
says,
Like,
if
stop.
somebody says,
Hold on.
if
Yeah, if
somebody
I get,
says, all right,
I do have to
let
leave
me
soon.
try. Let me try. I got $100 for you, okay? And I'm going to give you a statement from someone. And you have to guess whether they're far left or whether they're liberal. And the statement that they make is a militantly
Buttigieg,
pro-Palestine statement. And you had to guess. Which way are you guessing to
Right.
get that $100?
Militantly pro-Palestine is doing a
I
lot of work for
literally-
here, right? I don't know if you're a fucking Zionist, and actually, I literally don't know. I'm not saying that you are, Hutch, but like, I don't know if you're a Zionist. A Zionist might say that, hey, the IDF is committing a genocide that's militantly pro-Palestine. Like, I don't know your perspective here, so and I haven't heard this statement. So if you can tell me the statement, then maybe I can readjust my expectations here. But
Just for
saying
my
that means
answer,
nothing to me.
Just for me, my answer as a citizen journalist, it would not be up to me to infer,
Yeah,
to
the
generalize,
Gen
or
6
to
debate starting
extrapolate
right
on that
now.
question.
Wick, I have to leave. I have a panel right now.
would
Can
have
we
argued
give
wrong.
closing
we gotta-
statements?
Yeah, let's wrap it up. I know you guys got to go. I'm sorry for keeping you a little over time.
No, we had a fun
Let's do
time.
closings. I love you all. I don't know if this has been productive, but we're here. Let's give it to Soy first, then we'll go around. Let Hutch have let's let Dickers have the last word. So we get first and then last. So go ahead, Soy.
Yeah, just to recap, I don't think that dark money in politics is good. I'm okay with people trying to stop it. I think people should be more transparent when they can. I'm okay with certain secrecy clauses when it's not nearly so nefarious as this article implies. And the idea that Taylor is like, well, she was just doing some completely unbiased reporting, when we saw very clear examples of like ways that we could have cleared this up because we were able to clear it up. She could have written about it very differently. There's reasons that people are coming away with, implications that aren't necessarily true and not even technically alleged, is because of the language of the article, and I'm not really okay with that. My final thing would be to say, Fabian, if there was a trolley problem and there was a baby and a penny on the other track, would you pull the lever knowing that you'd violate the Currency Act of the United States?
I don't give a fuck about the Currency Act of the United
Okay.
States.
Okay, cool.
Let's give it to Hutch. Go ahead.
Bye,
Hutch.
guys. I gotta jump out.
See you later. Bye.
That was so bad faith. All right, where do I go into this? Where's the debate? Hold on, guys. Let me switch to the intermission screen. That was wild. Wait, am I crazy? Oh my god, do I have the scheduling totally wrong? Did I drop out an hour early? Wait, 1 second. Oh, no. No. This is Central Time. Central Time is 2 hours before, right? Am I stupid? Holy shit, 1 second. Is it 1 hour before? It is 2 hours. The debate's starting right now. Where is it? Where are we? Where is
You
everyone?
just wouldn't let me talk about
Oh, there we go,
anything
okay.
other than January 6th, and I was just
You
like,
tried
"Oh,
to set me up for that too, Gibbs. What the hell? That would have been me.
Well, yeah. Well,
Sorry about that, guys.
I
I would have rage quit.
to be fair, I
This
wanted to
toy
rage
man.
quit.
Look at it.
All right. Let's see if this doesn't break everything. Yeah, no. I calculated correctly. Sorry, I thought for a second that I left my other debate like an hour early. That was wild.
Left an hour early.
I looked at Central Time and I was like, oh god, it's not only 1 hour before, right? Not 2 hours.
So, Gibbs, I see your shirt. Did you join the Palestinian cause or what?
Oh,
My
wow.
shirt.
Yeah.
You mean the Boogaloo Boys shirt we got going on over here, bro? Don't what you talking about?
I see a bunch of watermelons on that thing. Look like a Palestine support to me.
Also,
Guys, I'll be
Southern
right
thing,
back and use the restroom.
I don't know if you're aware of the South. We like watermelons. Big fans down here.
You making a racist comment?
Ooh.
I live
No.
in one of the most black states in the union, in
Why
the
is it gotta be
South.
black? You don't put tahini. White people don't put tahini on watermelons. We do down here where I'm from.
I can hear your dog
Hell
whistles
yeah,
loud and
brother.
clear,
Let's
Gibbs.
go.
Tahini, bro. What do you know about that tahini? You don't know none about none of that.
Probably too spicy for him.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't tahini like a sesame seed oil?
No, it's tahine.
I know I'm being stupid.
Drop the I.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Gibbs, he's insulting our culture. What the fuck?
I know. I'm very sad about it. You don't know about this tahini, bro.
I'm Polish as fuck. I can't be anywhere near that shit.
It's good for the
It'll
soul,
kill
bro.
me.
All the spice
Spice is
for
good
you.
for the sinuses too.
Yeah, it's a key component of why people were able to be coke runners in Miami, I think. I mean, really, there's no way they
It
could have
might
been
be
doing this in
true.
a northern place. There definitely had to be like, hold on, I gotta eat some peppers after railing this fucking gasolina.
There you go.
That's
Yeah,
my theory, at least.
I thought I was gonna have to cancel because I've been having audio issues for the past few days, and I've just been fucking going back and forth with all of the
Sorry about that.
software and shit.
Oh, good.
And
Yeah,
I
well,
went to the Guitar Center today to make sure that all my shit works, and the guy was like, "Yeah, no, everything's fine." I'm like, "Fuck."
yeah.
So I still had the buzzing noises, and so now I've isolated it to probably dirty power shit.
All right, yeah, let's kick everything
Such-
off. Well,
such
that's
is
good
life.
that you. It's good that you can fix that. The audio problems can be the worst thing to fix because you can't like hear them yourself half the time. But yeah, I don't know where Ryan Gold is. I'm sure he'll be here or she'll be here or whatever they are. I don't know. This person will be here at some point or not, but that's fine. We'll run it with the original panel anyway. Welcome to another episode of Give Me a Break. We're going to be talking about why the left can't let January 6th go. It's a crazy time out here. We're 5 years past it, and it still comes up every debate that I have, I feel like. So we're going to see why that is. And I've gathered a group of individuals here to talk about it. Tyler, why don't you kick us off? Tell us who you are and what you think and why.
All right, average debate enjoyer moved to YouTube recently. So when I look at this and I see left-wing pundits and sycophants to that party, which isn't the majority, but a good amount of them, they can't stop talking about January 6th 5 years later because it takes them back to a better time when the country was truly against Trump. Even a majority of Republicans, his approval rating sank lower than Joe Biden's was on aggregate for the last 2 years of his tenure in office. It's kind of like Uncle Rico, where he's constantly talking about if Coach would have put him in, he would have went to state. It's very similar here. Plus, they have this weird attraction with suburban white women that are married as well. So it's very Uncle Rico-esque. But essentially, the Obama coalition is on its last leg, and this is the last time the Trump movement was.
Tyler is a
significantly
Democrat,
less
by the
popular.
way.
So obviously,
You didn't
it's
know
about
that.
calling back to this time. The reason why is currently we have a party that's in a civil war. They failed to make new leadership for the party. They're split down the middle. They have no message, no funding. They're not serious about governing on many of the issues. Not all of them. There's still a couple good ones, but on many of the issues that they push. So since November 2024, almost every narrative against Trump and the GOP has failed. A few of them had traction, Signalgate, Obrego Garcia, and other. There are a couple legitimate others, but all of those were beaten like a horse with a dead stick until they couldn't juice anything else out of them, and even long after the public got over it. And none of these scandals really landed. And those were the few that actually stuck with all the massive piles of shit thrown at the wall. The Democratic Party is in a civil war right now, and the only thing that can unite them is uniting under the banner of hating Trump because they just oppose each other at all these different ends. And I'm going to go into that when we get there. I really think the Dems should have 2028 as a rebuilding season, start aiming back for the center, go back to how the 90s were. Because if they keep talking about this, eventually somebody's going to compare it to the Crossfire Hurricane inception, which was much worse and a bigger manipulation of the political and justice system to go after your political rivals. So we'll see what happens.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Bones.
All right, I am Bones of Doom, known by Terps as a shitty WoW player, known by racists as a troll, known by creationists as a moron. But today I come to you as a mid-wit panelist. And let's roll right into my intro here. I'm going to talk. I'm going to give an excerpt from our great leader, Donald J. Trump. The Electoral College, it is a disaster for democracy. We can't let this happen. We should march on Washington and stop
Guys, is this what I'm like? I'm
Our
embarrassed.
nation is totally
Is this what I do?
Let's fight like hell and stop this great and disgusting injustice. The world is laughing at us. This is in 2012. He tweeted this during the Obama election.
I'm just as cringe, hell
in
yeah.
his second term. So today's debate on why
Oh, my
won't
buddy's
the
here.
left shut up about January 6th is a really stupid premise on its own, if not for the fact that this day we still have massive retards who wish to debate about the facts related to the insurrection. And we still have people who completely deny the facts about it. Trump knew that he was pushing knowingly false claims of election fraud before, during, and after the 2020 election. January 6th isn't just in the past, it gave us a warning as to the extent of his depravity and to the lengths that he will go to, specifically to keep himself in power. He and his close circle.
Normally I wouldn't roach dog,
lied
but
about election
you paid
fraud,
me money, and like the
completely
whole
lied about
alleged
mail-in
thing of
voting,
super chats is to
completely
do
lied about ballot
impressions.
harvesting. And all of his court cases, save for one small little Pennsylvania case, completely floundered. He attacked mail-in voting when it suited him. He convinced millions
This guy's taking all my talking
through his
points.
tweets, through his statements, that democracy itself was rigged. And the entire events leading up to January 6th showed that he was willing to let the Capitol burn in order to maintain political power. Trump himself still clings on to January 6th as he has pardoned every single person convicted of a crime there, including the violent ones. And he is now turning Ashley Babbitt into a martyr for this cause, with giving her honors, military honors specifically, as a part of that little deal, and a little bit of $5 million cash to her family as well. What this shows is that Trump is fundamentally incapable of holding fair elections, and he does not care about any of the tenets of democracy. He does not care about maintaining the republic. He does not care about the Constitution. And he should not be a leader of a free nation that strives to set itself as a global example for democracy as a whole. That's it.
Right, thank you so much. We're gonna go to Rinyald.
Rinyald.
We're gonna go ahead and tell us who you are, where you're from, and all that good jazz, and what you think.
Nice to finally meet you guys. All right, I've known about you for a long time. I'm Rinyald I'm at Rinyald on almost every platform. I think there's two reasons why January 6th has not and should not be let go for the left. J6 represents so many of the internal problems we see with the Trump admin. He looks at our values as a roadblock and not something to be upheld. Trump tried to violate the law to steal the election. He tried to weaponize the DOJ. He and his campaign knowingly lied to the people about claims of fraud in each election he's been in, and Trump tried to exploit that violence to pressure Congress to decertify. And the second is that Trump won't let J6 go. The right goes, let J6 go, and then Trump silently, pardons all of the J6 rioters. The right says, let J6 go, and then he still refuses to say that he lost. My proposition is that the left lets J6 go whenever the right stops running people that hate our democracy. I mean, you could say, well, that was 4 years ago. It's like, Trump supporters see a red hot stove, and they put their hand on it in 2021. And now when the left says, hey, maybe you shouldn't put your hand back on that red hot stove, they go, well, that was 4 years ago. I don't know. I think we need to be the adults in the room and make sure that everybody's not electing people that fundamentally hate our democracy.
All right, thank you so much, Sadie.
Hi, I'm Sadie. I stream on Pentuple TV. You can find me on X,
Oh,
Sadie Girl 216.
I think I can already tell I'm
I
gonna
find
be
it
mean to this lady.
laughable that we're still talking about this 5
Oh no.
years later, 4 years later,
It's a
whatever it is at
crossover
this
between my
point,
hatred of MAGA and white women.
because of the 6 months prior to January 6th, where we were
If there's
talking
white women in
about
chat, you're one of the good
billions
ones.
of dollars nationwide in property damage, Americans dead in major cities, police
It's an Oedipus
officers,
thing, though. It's
innocent
'cause my mom's white.
bystanders, protesters, Portland and Seattle lockdown, U.S. Treasury breach, Secret Service had to get all those
Freudian?
protesters, all of whom
Oedipus
were
means I
released,
wanna
by
have
the
sex
way,
with her.
who went on to go ahead and deface our national monuments, the Lincoln Memorial, the World War II Memorial. And it's a great, January 6th is a great
A
sweep
Freudian thing, Greg.
for all those things that happened over a continuous 6-month period. That's why they're holding on so hard to it. Also, I have to say it's the obsession with Hollywood and the Kino event that was January 6th. This is our fight against the empire type of agenda to push forward. It's fear mongering and exactly why they didn't win in 2024. And continuing down this path is only going to make you lose harder, because we have moved on from January 6th, just like we've moved on from the BLM riots, and extremists on both sides of the platform, on both sides, they should be condemned. And we should be having normal middle of the road conversations, but we just can't do that as long as this is going to continue to be a conversation and an issue.
All right, thank you so much. And last but not least, Soypill.
Yeah, I'm the Soy Pill. First, I gotta say, Reynolds and Bones, they took all of my talking points. I had so many facts laid out, and they went and they said them all right in front of me like I wasn't even there. But I do want to say this. It's very obvious why we're still talking about January 6th. Donald Trump tried to subvert the democratic process. He tried to steal an election. He has refused to concede this election in 2020. He tried to organize forgery. Well, he didn't try. He organized forgery of false electors, violated the Electoral Count Act. People have gone to jail for this. And essentially, he is now the president, and it doesn't matter if it was 4, 10, or 80 years ago, he tried to steal the election. And if you're trying to keep someone in power who will not follow the democratic process, as per his own admission, it is still an issue. And we should all be, aware of that. And we can talk about the riot and all that. Unironically, when I first saw that happen, I thought it was like, oh, this was just something that got out of hand. It's not Trump's fault. And even if it's not, I think he did incite. I think he did instigate. And I do think he'd make it more. We can just focus on the false electors thing and the fact that Trump tried to steal it. That's so fucking important. And we're never going to get over it, because he hasn't got over 2020, just like everyone else here said. He's still focused on the fact that he hasn't lost. He asked people in Georgia to find the votes for him, votes that weren't there. He had a drafted letter from an attorney general that he tried to install that was already alleging fake things about these electors. This is all him trying to steal it. And if we want to argue about those facts, I guess we can get into that. But if you can look at all of that and say, no big deal, I think you're insane or deluded. So.
All right, thank you so much. Let's get into it. Go ahead.
All right. I'll go from the smallest to the largest. So you misquoted the Georgia call. He didn't ask them to find votes that weren't there. He asked them to look through the votes that were there and find the ones that were made in error, made unjustly.
He said, find me the number of votes I need to win, specifically,
yeah,
actually.
Tell him to but you claimed he claimed to have asked to find votes that weren't there. That is exactly
okay, that I misspoke. Sorry, excuse me. He said, find me the exact amount of votes I need to win, which is fucking insane. But excuse me, yes.
He was saying
excuse me for misspeaking. Yeah, it's very bad.
Wait. So do you agree that he said find me votes, right?
Yeah, he said find me votes. And then
specifically the amount he needs to win, because there was no actual...
Well, because there's more context.
Why are you being pedantic about this? You knew what
context matters. No, I know what he's mad. I know what he said. I know what he's talking about, and Soy misquoted it. So you doubling down on the misquote and ignoring the... Hold on. We don't just talk over each other.
You knew exactly what he was saying. Stop spurring out.
I knew what he was saying, and Soy misquoted it. That's how I was able to correct it. Now, you doubling down on this misreading shows me that you are okay with lying.
That correction meant nothing. The central fact. The central fact.
You are a liar.
Go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead. Finish out, Tyler. Then we'll go to you.
Yeah, the central fact is that...
Hey, your name's not Tyler. Shut it.
Hold on. Let him go, Tyler. Go. Then you can respond to both.
Okay, so Ringald, you gave a really solid argument that Trump keeps bringing it up, but you just went into everyone who thinks the election didn't go smoothly hates democracy is a little bit of just insult casting.
That's putting it lightly.
You did say that. You said
no. I said him trying to violate.
Followers hate democracy.
Yeah. So what
I
did
said,
we
well,
actually
no,
say?
wait,
Can
hold
you
on.
repeat us correctly?
I said that he hates democracy because he tried to violate the law to steal the election, and Trump supporters hate democracy for putting him up as their candidate.
He didn't violate the law. He just interpreted it. That's
It
the
was the
president.
Electoral
He
Count Act.
violated
was
the
trying to
Electoral
violate
Count
the
Act.
Count Act.
The president is able to interpret laws any way he sees fit.
The interpretation.
Yes
The
or no?
interpretation.
Yes or
What was
no?
the interpretation? What was the interpretation?
The president is able to interpret laws how he sees fit, and the check on that is the Supreme Court. Yes or no?
Okay, sure. What was his legal argument?
His legal argument was that the Electoral College Act left an opening
Count Act.
for him.
Wait,
Yes.
I have to
You're
correct you.
already-
You said it wrong.
already wrong.
It's not the Electoral College Act. It's Electoral Count Act. You
Oh,
said it
sorry,
wrong, Tyler.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I know it's a correction that means absolutely nothing to your argument, but I just wanted to
The
to say that
argument
real quick.
wasn't that there's a loophole in the ECA. The argument was that the ECA is unconstitutional and that Vice President Pence has an Article 2 ability to, or like a 22nd Amendment
Yeah.
ability to just divert away from it. It wasn't that
Yes.
there's a loophole within the law. It was that we need to break the law because it's unconstitutional anyway. And
Or he
the
was in
Supreme
charge
Court
of
will
breaking the
not
law.
rule on it.
Well, I'm going to get into the legality of it after with Bone's statement claiming there was an insurrection when insurrection wasn't even charged, and the Supreme Court said the exact
But
opposite.
he did.
But
But he did absolutely
just claiming laws
try
are
to.
broken and without even a charge, let alone a conviction,
Uh,
is
It was admitted. It was admitted by Eastman. He said a minor violation of the ECA. He said this is where we diverge from the procedure laid out in the ECA. That's an admission.
They're
No one
allowed to
even
interpret
disputes.
laws.
That's
and
not an
then it goes to the-
interpretation.
Then it goes to yes, it is, and then it goes to the courts, and the courts decide.
No,
if the president
Eastman's
overreached.
saying let's
Isn't-
break the
wait, hold on,
ECA.
hold on. Yeah,
You didn't
I
say
killed
let's
a
break
guy.
it.
I killed a
That's not
guy,
how
but
a novel
it's
legal
my
theory-
legal
no.
interpretation that the murder statutes
That's
wouldn't
not
apply
how.
to me.
That's not how the novel legal theory works. Something has to be prima facie.
Exactly how it works.
No, it is not. Something has to be unprima facie legal. Prima facie is at face value. It's a legal term. If something is not at its face illegal, you can make a novel legal.
I can't believe
theory.
Tyler
Murder
Okay,
is
would
it
not
was
call
at its
himself a
face illegal.
Republican.
They literally
This
said
might
it
as
was
well.
illegal. This violates the
That's
ECA.
not what Eastman said. Eastman,
Wait, if
when
someone- if
pressed
someone
in a
says-
private
If
conversation
someone
with
says
no
this
proof,
this action is a divergence from this law, what else are we supposed to interpret it as?
that's not what he said. When Eastman said that, is if this went to the SCOTUS, there's a good chance it could get voted down.
Bring y'all to quote it again.
What do you want me to quote? I mean, the fact that he emailed Greg Jacob while the certification was being paused due to the riots, saying, "I'm just asking for a minor violation of the ECA."
Different interpretation. He could use the
No!
word, but that's
Violation!
legally- He is legally allowed to do this. That's why he wasn't charged with insurrection,
He's
violating
legally
this
allowed to
law.
violate
He
the
was
law.
charged.
He was not
was
charged with
charged.
not with insurrection. No, he was not.
I'm
The
not
only
claiming
charge-
insurrection. I'm not
the
claiming
only
insurrection.
charge of it, well, yeah, Bones did. The only charge of insurrection
Bones.
came from the Colorado Supreme Court when they tried to usurp federal power, and they got slapped down by the SCOTUS because they said Trump, at face value, was innocent of insurrection unless charged.
Okay,
He
so
wasn't
I'm not
charged.
talking about an insurrection charge, but he was charged for trying to violate the law, for trying to violate the ECA via criminal
were his
conspiracy
charges
to
again?
stop the certification of the election.
What were his charges again?
It was a criminal conspiracy.
It was fraud, and obstruction was what he was charged with. No conspiracy.
Was the Jack Smith case not?
Thank you, first name, last name. We don't talk over people, said the Trump voter. Ben Riley, thank you for the 10. I don't know if this is a lie, and I don't want to get bogged down on the legalese of it because he's just going to be annoying about it. Where we can just talk about how, like, it doesn't even matter, even if he was. Like, are you okay with the fact that he's trying to subvert the election? It's ridiculous. But if you can send me a link real quick of, like, this is where it shows that's not true, I'll bring it up. I just don't want to get bogged down on it.
Come on, guys. This is basic
Okay,
stuff.
well, does obstructing the election make it any better? I mean, he was still charged with it, right?
It doesn't. I mean, you can obstruct. You didn't obstruct the election. You obstructed the count. The election was already done. By 2
How did
months
he
ago.
obstruct the
What's the
counts?
law that dictates the electors being counted? It's like
The
it's like
Electoral
the
Count Act.
Electoral
How did he
Count
violate
Act,
said
something
Count Act, Tyler? What did he do?
He didn't violate it. He interpreted it in a way that was too liberal, and he was.
Minor
He didn't even know
violation,
it was.
dog.
Yeah, he interpreted. The president has this right. It's the same thing when Joe Biden said, "I don't
He
have
has
the
a
right."
to violate the law.
He flat out said, "I don't have the right to cancel student loans in this way," and then tried to do it that way after. He said, "I don't have this legal avenue," and then still.
Didn't he take
pursued
a
it.
Okay,
different legal
I want
avenue?
to wait,
Took 9
Tyler.
different
I want to
legal
lay out some
avenues.
facts. Tell me if
It's
I
the
get
same
something
exact
wrong here. When they have a top-down directive from Meadows, the chief of staff, and Rudy Giuliani to say, let's forge documents to appear to be the correct electors so that Pence can pick these false electors when they are sent to me. You're saying this is just a minor interpretation of how the law is interpreted and not the reason why all these people were charged with 8 felony counts each of forgery?
Were they charged federally? I'm pretty sure they were charged at the state level for violating state laws.
Yes, the
States have
Michigan
their own
attorney
laws.
charged
He
them
violated laws.
for
Yes.
felony
In the
forgery.
state, because the state has their own actions. You're just amalgamating all different laws from different schools of law all together into one. The state has state laws, yes. Certain states have those laws. Every state has a different way they pick
So
electors.
let me
You weren't
rephrase it.
charged in every state.
All right. So I get the argument from some of y'all on the left, which is okay. There were some crimes committed, and then I go on
We
to
do a
say,
little crime, Admiral Gibbs.
oh yeah, there's a little crime. This is y'all's argument. There's some crimes committed. You know, I don't know. I don't even know if I agree with that. But let's just say hypothetically, for the sake of this panel and moving it on, I do. Let's just for funsies, right? And I don't know even if I agree with what y'all said that it amounts to the level of a coup, or it's any worse than say what happened to Biden, where all these people voted and then y'all swapped them out last minute for somebody else. Now hold on. Just hear me out. So I'm sitting here and I'm seeing all these things, and it's 5 years later, right? And we're going on panels, and I know, and we're not talking about this specific panel, but the reason we're having this panel is I'm going on panels, and we're talking about things like, is Trump a good president, or the latest news that's happening, and we go and talk about it, and then inevitably January 6th comes up, and we can't move on. What is this
Okay.
obsession? I
Yeah,
don't understand.
Gibbs,
Like,
let me give you an
tried to stop
example.
the election.
Wait, no, Gibbs, let me give you an analogy. Can I give you an analogy, Gibbs? All right. Let's say you're gonna get married. You're married, right, Gibbs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So right before you get married, like you're about to give her the ring. You give her the ring. They're about to say I do, and then you found out 10 seconds ago she fucked your best man in the closet, right? Okay. Now 5 to 10 years later, she says, "Don't worry, babe. You can trust me." Would you trust her?
You know, I mean,
Don't even say 5 to 10. Say like you tried to get married again 3 years later.
Oh, and even though there's evidence of her, there's like literally a video of her getting plowed by your best man. She continually says it never happened.
I mean,
Would you trust her?
Sounds like AI. I don't know. You know?
No, this is before AI existed. This is before AI. This is 2020. Okay, so
Yeah,
the AI
I mean, I
doesn't
don't know.
doesn't exist.
I probably wouldn't trust him in that scenario. However,
Okay.
this doesn't seem like
There
the
you
same
go.
scenario to me. It doesn't seem like the same scenario, right? Because this is what it comes down to, right? Like I
Everything
go,
doesn't exist.
well, let me give you the problem, right? So there has been a contingent of Republicans, and that have said this since, I don't know, before I was born, probably. And all of them are like, we don't trust the government. They're in the cahoots. There's this uniparty. They've been all saying this, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, there's a populist. Trump gets in. And he goes in there, and it's like, oh, we see during his first term an unprecedented amount of lawfare against him. We see as soon as he gets out an unprecedented amount of lawfare, what looks to me, what I would like to say is ticky-tack going for charges, right? And that seems like it's the precedent that's established. Then the Republicans turn around, and now they're doing the lawfare back. And I see the Dems going, woe is me, we're persecuted, like, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, well, it's the same, but no different. But then y'all expect me at the same time to believe somehow January 6th wasn't just ticky-tack lawfare. And y'all look it up like, oh, we got a quote of him saying this one time in a meeting somewhere. And that's like, oh, go look for votes 4 times.
Literally,
Yeah, I mean,
it was the
if
memo.
if it's coming up on the election, you really
I mean,
think
we've got a whole
hold on.
list
If you
of
really
them.
think people are like rigging the election, aren't you gonna want to investigate? Say, all right, go find these votes. Like, go look. Like, I mean, I don't
Yeah,
see too much.
Yeah,
like
The,
that in
the
that.
pro- I agree.
So
I
you find
partially
this
agree that people
substantial
take the Raffensperger call and make it out to be at like too much of a silver bullet when the silver bullet is right here. They were arguing the entire fucking time to break the law to have the vice president unilaterally choose Trump's electors. So my question to any Trump supporter who wants to talk about anything other than this is why the fuck would you vote for someone who tried to steal the last election?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is it feels to me that the elections have been stolen, is what a lot of people feel like. I'm not saying this, just to clarify. All right.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
mean,
long-
I'm
you're
an
wrong.
old lady. I lived through 2000 hanging chads in Florida when the
Yeah.
the father of the president was the governor. Like,
But
it just
George,
shit
Yeah,
happens.
but he
let's
still
more clear.
won. That's the
Well,
point. He
but the illegal
conceded.
I mean, like, this is why the illegal aliens redistricting thing is a fight right now, right? Like, because Republicans are going, we've been getting our votes stolen for all these years, and the Dems are saying, no, that's not how it's going down. It seems to me like one side's accusing each just of games, and I don't see why
The
this
difference
is any
is-
worse than the other. One type of stealing is a different kind of
The
stealing.
difference is that
It's tend to
Donald
be.
Trump made an effort to throw electoral votes out for 7 states that didn't vote for him. That's the difference, is that you can talk about like weird procedure about who gets to vote, who doesn't get to vote, who gets removed from the voter or the voter rolls or whatever. Donald Trump said, "Hey, I realize that all of you voted for Joe Biden. Hey, I realize that the state executive certified all of it. Pence, just throw that out. You don't just fuck Congress. They don't need to say anything about it. You just choose my electors. That there's nothing more I can't think of a more anti-democracy thing that Trump could have possibly done other than literally just canceling the election.
Which he might do.
He tried to change the electoral votes for 7 states.
Well, let's go to Sadie. You're the most pro-Trump person here, I think, like out of anybody here. So what is your thoughts on this so far? Do you agree with their assessments?
No, of course not. I don't think, like, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't think that there is anything more American. I was talking to Tyler about this before we joined the panel, but this was obviously something that was going around right-wing circles. Go to January 6th, go to January 6th. And I think that the underlying conversation that really isn't talked about a lot that, like, I was telling people was do not go to January 6th. The way this is being promoted, this is obviously going to be a fed up. Some bullshit's going to go down. Do not go to fucking January 6th. And wow, on January 6th, how surprised I was to perfectly see
it's so much
this
worse
Kino operation in front of the Capitol. It was lovely. And I know why Democrats are obsessed with it. And I think that the thing that, like, I really need to come to terms with is just, like, I don't care. Just like I'm not interested in discussing BLM riots anymore either.
Wait, Sadie, do you think the false electors was like a federal operation to trick Trump into making people forge documents to pretend to be the correct electors? Was that also a fed op?
No, I think like the actual, like, just the shit that happened we saw them opening up the gates and allowing people to come.
Okay, sure. That's why I said, like, we don't even have to focus on that because that is a part of it, but I think the more damning thing is specifically trying to subvert the ECA by having people forge documents and pretend to be the real electors and make Mike Pence choose them, which is completely aside from the rioting part.
We're coming at it from a very different perspective because I agree with Tyler. Like, a novel legal theory is not something that's not
a novel legal theory. They're breaking the law. That's why they were prosecuted.
Well, let me push back on that story.
They're interpreting the law.
Yeah, so if I were to say I can kill someone because I want to, that is me interpreting the law. I'm just doing it wrong.
That's so. You're not the president of the United States, and it's illegal.
Oh, I do want to examine two things that Sadie and Soypill have brought up right now, right? Okay, so Soypill was like, well, let's not even talk about January 6th. Let's talk about the thing that's got more substance, right? And I would genuinely agree with you. That's maybe a better way to do it. I don't think that's the way you can do it in this case because for so long we've heard, oh, January 6th in and of itself was just a coup, right? Like they were trying to hang people. And then it turns out there really was some sort of FBI op or something going along lines. It seems like there's evidence to support there's some of these things. And that claim has kind of gone by the wayside as more and more evidence looking like it's sus, especially post-pardons. And it's moved to this kind of thing.
No, the electoral count act violations were not alleged like the day of because we only got exposure to this right after. But obviously everyone for a very short time or months after are exclusively talking about the big riot that happened, which, by the way, I'm not saying that's irrelevant. Only reason I'm putting that aside is because you can kind of play games with, well, did Trump really incite it? Like maybe he just kind of encouraged it or didn't denounce it enough. And like, yes, okay, people came and said, hey, Trump, you really need to put a stop to this. And he refused to do it and tweeted out things like Mike Pence needs to do what needs to be done. And he failed you. But if we can put all that aside, just breaking the law by having these false electors go is enough to be like, oh, this guy does not give a shit about the democratic process. He will refuse to concede the election despite losing and will 5 years later continue to say, hey, I'm not going to follow or uphold the results of the election when it happens. So why would you ever trust this person if unless you can just say right now, I am okay with the benevolent king who refuses to follow some of these laws. That's cool with me.
Whoa. How can you trust the Democratic Party after what they just did in the last election?
What did they do in the last election that is akin to breaking the law to try to steal it?
Voted for in the primary and put a new candidate in there that nobody voted for in the last 90 days.
Yeah, and then we had a referendum on that. Wait, well, Sadie, we had a referendum on that. Excusing the fact that this has nothing to do with saying the election never happened. We had a referendum on that. Everyone said, you know what? I don't like that. And more people voted for Trump. And if you want to say, okay, cool, that's fine. All right. But also, just because you could say, well, I don't trust the fact that they didn't put who I voted for in the primary in is absolutely not at all violating the law to subvert the democratic process. An equivalent would have been if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris had said, oh, you know what? I know you all majorly voted for Trump in this referendum on whether or not you like the Democrats, but no, never mind. The president is interpreting that I don't want to honor that election, and we're staying in office.
A referendum on January 6th. Why wasn't that same election a referendum on January 6th and proof for you to drop it because it didn't work?
Sorry, could you repeat the question,
it's
Tyler?
not a matter.
Why?
G6 isn't a matter of messaging. It's a matter
Yes,
of holding
it is.
Republicans accountable for trying to uproot our democracy.
Yeah. If you want to say Republicans don't care about someone who's a liar, yeah, obviously they're voting for Trump.
just wish
But
they'd
if you
come
want to
out and
say
say it.
people, why are people still talking about it? Because it's happened. He tried to subvert the election, and yeah, just because a bunch of idiots don't give a shit does not mean we shouldn't care.
I would
Because
just
we
like
had
to
a
know, like,
referendum
before,
on that.
Could we
had the 2024
no, we didn't
election.
have a referendum on whether or not
Yes.
he did it. We had a referendum on
whether
whether or not
people
Republicans care.
On
Yeah.
whether
So
people
can
care,
we?
yeah.
Wait,
Not
so can
Republicans,
all three
general
of the
people.
Republicans? Can all three of the Republicans on the panel say, "I don't really care that Donald Trump tried to steal 2020"?
There's only
I don't
one,
view it
think.
from your same point of view, and I never will. We're coming from a
Okay.
very different
If it was
foundation.
if it was
so
if
no.
it was just a if it was just a novel legal theory, why did Eastman ask Giuliani to be put on a pardon list?
No, are you really going to bring up this argument when we're seeing unprecedented, pardons being thrown out for people who may or may
No, I'm
not
not.
have?
I'm asking
crimes
if
over
it
the
was
last
legal,
years,
why
like-
would you be pardoned? If it was legal, why would you be
Probably
pardoned?
the
Because
same.
obviously
Probably the
he
same
wasn't
reason
handing out
Hunter
preemptive
Biden-
pardons.
Probably the same reason Hunter Biden was put on a
Hunter
pardon.
Biden
that
smoked
all-
crack
that
and
all
committed
happened at the
crimes,
end of
actually.
Biden's
He didn't
term.
do
A bunch of
legal
people-
things.
A bunch of
didn't-
people
this-
that didn't commit any crimes on the January 6th committee.
This didn't happen. This was 2020. So the lawfare precedence doesn't work here.
I asked,
if it was
I just
legal,
told you probably
it was
for the same
legal.
reason. Probably for the same reason that Joe Biden blanket pardoned a bunch of people leaving office. Because when the
Why is
other
that?
party comes in, they go after the previous administration.
Right, and it still
Okay.
wasn't awarded. So
That's
you can
why.
ask for whatever, but
So
it
if he
just
wanted
didn't
this,
happen.
if the check for this kind of behavior is going to the courts, why would he want a pardon to evade all judicial inquiry into it?
Because the check is for him to go to the courts for his actions, not for somebody that's advising him. They don't have the same legal
He
protections as the
he
president.
dictated this person to do this. Just to be clear, there's
Right, they don't have
confirmed
the same
confirmed that
legal
he
protection.
both knew and told him to do this.
Yeah, they don't have the same legal protections. That's why he.
Okay, right. So what we're asking is, you're saying because the president did it and not someone who doesn't have the protections of the president, it's okay that he tried to steal the election because he's allowed to do that. Just to be clear.
I think he was just questioning the election.
Just to be
No,
no,
it's
no,
not
no. It
questioning-
wasn't
it's not
questioning.
questioning the
It was
election
to
throw
unilaterally
out the
certify my
people.
electors.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd say
unilaterally
that's what
throw
it
out
is.
the votes of the people. And so,
Oh,
okay, I'm fine with that. If Tyler
out
wants to make the
electors
argument,
just jacking
it's
off.
okay to try to steal the election. If you're the president, I think that's okay. You just have to understand that we're not okay with that, and that's why we're still talking about it.
Get to that. I got a question for you guys when we get there, but I want to answer Gibbs' question before we move on too much. So Gibbs, the reason why is a complete lack of empathy and being awful at politics. Not only was 2024 a referendum on this, but people that constantly go back to January 6th don't understand that most people that don't already agree with them think somewhat differently than them. It's a complete lack of empathy, and they think if they just keep hammering down this point that hasn't worked for 4 years, suddenly it'll start
We're not
working.
trying to do it to get leverage
don't
over you, Tyler.
understand.
It's because we actually have
My-
a legitimate problem with it. And if you don't see that, we're doing a bad part of messaging, but it's because you're being so obtuse and don't care. Like you just admitted that if someone tries to steal the election, it's fine if they're president. We care about that.
No, if a legitimate
They don't
attempt to steal the
understand.
election,
It's-
or
it's
actual
my-
He was
coup,
just asking questions. He was just.
It's
jacking
my
off.
or an
opinion.
actual
It's
insurrection.
just- you guys don't understand. It was my opinion that the sky is red, and then the voters voted, and they voted that the sky's red. So I don't know why you guys keep saying it's blue. Like,
Question of
this
the
is
problem is
ridiculous.
why do people keep bringing this up during panels, especially when it's not a panel related to it? And the
Because
reason
because
why-
Well,
Gibbs
this is a
said
panel
in
related
panels
to
talking
the
about
central
Trump's
topic.
job now,
without
and that's still
empathy,
relevant. He's president
don't
right now.
understand how people that don't agree with them on politics think because they completely lack empathy for anyone outside of their bubble. And they think keep bringing this up that it's a good thing, but the general public has moved on. They don't.
You
give a
can
shit.
say that we
Or
lack
maybe-
empathy, but you can't even understand why we keep bringing it up. You think we're some sort of like, we got to smear Trump and make sure he looks bad. It's like, no, we're really upset that the current president tried to steal and has refused to admit that he lost, and he might do it again.
Yeah, and I agree with you. You are, and you're only upset because he has an R in front of his name.
No, I've been saying he tried to
what's-
steal it.
what's a
Like, I would not
comparable
support Joe
example of
Biden
this?
if he did this.
Uh,
I would think this is
what's a
disqualifying.
comparable
If Joe-
example
if
of this
Joe
from
Biden
the
did the
followed
exact
it.
same thing, I'd be-
He
I'd
followed
be
the
sucking
Stacey
his cock
Abrams
right now.
model,
You're right.
and nobody cares that Stacey
What's the
Abrams is still
Stacey-
in the party.
What is the Stacey Abrams model? What are you referring to when you say that?
Lose an election,
Well,
lose an election with zero
Mm-hmm.
proof, say the election was stolen from you, and then take legal action to try to overturn the results of an election.
Do you
Illegal
think
action, to be
our problem is
clear.
taking legal action to challenge the election? Is that the problem that me, Soypill, and Bones illustrated?
No, I
Honestly,
think you
that's
have a
the part
Okay,
that's
so it's
why
not the
it's
same.
important.
It isn't because you
Important.
guys misunderstand what the president's abilities are.
Did Stacey Abrams, did she have any false electors?
No.
Are you
Yeah.
genuinely
Were there any
asserting that
prosecutions
it's
with
the-
anyone she dictated to question the election results?
No.
Okay.
Are you genuinely asserting that it's the right of the president to unilaterally change the results of the state's elections?
No. I've
Okay,
already laid this
this
out.
isn't
I said he
isn't
can
an official
interpret laws in the way he sees fit. A
Can he
president read
interpret
the law.
laws to say anything he wants ever?
He can try to, and then the courts are there to check that. Yes.
Okay, so
and
would
then
you be
an
okay if
attempt
Donald
for
Trump
Donald
said,
Trump- an
I
attempt for
declare
one-on-one
I'm the
government,
king.
guys.
Donald Trump says, I declare I'm the king tomorrow. And the Supreme Court, because they're a majority Trump picks, say, okay, that's cool. Would you be okay with that? Not, is it legal?
If all of those silly things were to happen, which
Yeah.
is impossible under our system,
Okay,
no,
yeah.
I wouldn't say that. But that's
Okay,
not
you
how
wouldn't
it
be okay
actually
with it.
happens or works. Yeah.
What if the president nukes Chicago?
Yeah.
I think
That's all this is. You guys
Hey,
don't understand
that's
novel
not the
legal theory.
craziest thing that's been alleged so far, honestly,
well,
to
Do
be
you guys
fair.
need me to explain novel legal theory to you again? Because
No,
bringing up
don't.
things that
I
are
don't want
illegal.
you to do
Novel
that.
legal
hold
theory.
on.
Yeah,
Break
do
the
I-
law.
I
Please,
do you want me to
okay,
Bringing
talk
up
to you
things
about
that are illegal
hold on,
is not a
hold on.
novel legal theory.
But I think there's
Novel
something
legal
interesting.
theory. Break the Electoral Count Act, please. That's my novel.
They had to
Let-
change the Electoral Count Act after this
No,
Hold
happened.
on. Let me just get a little order here. I do want to come back to something y'all just said, right? Soypill, you mentioned, okay, this is the message y'all are getting. Maybe it's our fault we're not getting a message. And Tyler's been arguing kind of adamantly here that the lack of empathy, the lack of understanding. I think that might be a big issue here, like the crosswire, the talking past each other in some regard, right? I maybe fall in this category because it's like, my team and the alternative was just so much worse. I kind of don't give a shit, right? Although I do think it's ticky-tack bullshit and it's not any worse than any of the other stuff that's happened. Like, if it was an actual coup, I would definitely be against it, right? If he'd pulled in with the military and said no, and I'd seen something like that, I didn't see anything to that level, so I'm not convinced. I think this is all, pretty ticky-tack.
Well, wait,
bullshit.
Gibbs, this is a good point.
However,
Can I stop you?
hold
Because that's a good point. I really need to ask you this then. So you said it would change your mind if he drove up with tanks. And why would driving up with tanks change it, right? Because that's a specific physical force that he is using to take over, right?
He
So
doesn't have that right
why
as
is that different
He doesn't
insofar
have that
as
right as president.
why
Well,
is
I
that
will tell-
different?
I-
Why is
I
that
will
different
tell you
than
why.
if he tries to do it through ways that don't require physical force, but require people to go and lie and subvert and change the votes of people? Why would that be
Well,
different to you?
I will tell you why. Well, one, and I'm not going to do the thing that Tyler was doing on Twitter, where he's arguing about specific legal definition that our Encyclopedia Britannica. However, that being said, I am about to do that a little bit. I think a coup is a very specific thing. It's a coup d'etat, right? You envision Napoleon walking in and have with the troops after he runs out and they all come in there and they hold everybody at gunpoint. That's a coup.
Okay.
You imagine an armed junta taking over, right? And so I can see whenever we talk about this novel legal theory and where the concern is, and I think you have a valid concern, right? And I think that's something that we need to let the courts play out and they decide, as opposed to y'all throwing this fit saying it's a coup, it's a coup, it's a coup, because I think the messaging y'all are having is not working with the public.
Sure, and right, because
at
insurrection
all.
doesn't reflect if Sadie was saying. If you think insurrection, you don't think people walking in the lines inside the White House Capitol or in the Capitol, right? It's well, that doesn't look like people throwing out the people or guillotine. Well, to be fair, they did have the guillotine, but they didn't use it on anyone, right? I understand that. I'm very sympathetic to that argument, and that's why I try to avoid the whole thing of coup, insurrection, the specific wording. The problem we have is he tried to subvert the will of the people by saying, here's some false electors, just pick these ones. I know that's not the way these states voted, and that is our issue.
Well, let me just take a little step further. So a big portion of my audience is local people, right? In my town, right? So I live in San Antonio. I go and talk to these people, and they all are mostly center left, for the most part. There's some things that are right on, but generally they're center left. And so I go talk to these people, and I will bring up January 6th to them to see kind of what their responses are. And if they're really far left and they're really online, their responses are similar to what y'all have been giving me. However, the normal person's oh yeah, something happened at the Capitol, but that's it. And you're
right. That's why I wanted to talk about the electors
that's
thing.
all
Most
they
people
care.
don't know about this part,
Yeah,
right?
They don't give a shit. It's
I didn't even know about
complicated.
this until a couple months later.
It's not that they don't give a shit. It's that no one knows how our electoral accounting system works. The idea of trying to usurp the electoral college system, when I would bet that 90% of the electorate doesn't know what an electoral college vote is. I mean that's probably
Or what an elector is, right?
Gibbs is
Let's say
actually
this:
correct.
if there were videos of Trump employees, let's say people wearing MAGA hats, stuffing ballot boxes in counties, it would be very obvious to most people what that is, right? It would be
Connecticut, the ones they have in Connecticut with the judge and the mayor.
I don't. we can get into whatever that is later. The point is, this is a very obvious thing you can see on camera. It's like, okay, this person is stealing, they're cheating, right? The difference is people don't understand electors. I myself didn't even know about this elector scheme until a couple months later, because it took a while to like get it all onto the same page. And you see, oh, not only did this big, riot happen where people were running in, but to be clear, it's not like all these people went in there like, yep, as soon as we take over the Capitol, the election's gonna, like, no, they were protesting. It got out of hand. We could talk about them like, encouraging it, whether or not it was trying to be used to pressure Mike Pence. But the point is, the specific scheme to steal the elector vote, to say, hey, here are all these electors that are endorsed by the governor that go and choose the president, and those people are chosen by the will of the people, the vote. He tried to pick different ones, which is essentially stuffing the ballot box. That's the issue we have. And it's very hard to explain that to people because, for one, most people don't know, but also it's like 3 degrees of separation from you actually voting.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, because I think that's a big problem, right? Is the messaging like with aspect of this, and it comes off. I think y'all are the Dems, especially online, y'all are shooting yourselves in the foot with this, because it seems like the world has moved on. Even if this was a relevant thing that y'all should learn from, and if y'all get back in power, like change. And like, once again, I don't necessarily agree. The idea that we can't talk about anything else and we should stop everything anytime any conversation's had to talk about this seems like a negative plan. Like,
okay, well, sort of like Gibbs. Let's use another example. Let's make it even worse. All right, your best friend raped your wife at the wedding, and 5 years later, he's like, dude, just move on, bro. Just move on. Like, it's been 5 years. Like, look, everyone else is cool with Derek. Like, you have this big issue, and it's like, no, I don't really trust Derek. I don't like him around because of the thing he did to my wife. Like, do you not understand? Like, you can't just let this go just because a bunch of people are saying it doesn't matter.
A better example would be if it's like 10 years down the road and your wife is still bringing up that, Derek raped her, and you're over here like divorced already and you got someone new in place. Like, and it's your first wife still bitching about this. Like,
no, it's not somebody new in place.
Like,
Trump's president.
Yeah, well, we had Biden in between them.
Yeah, like Derek's still your best friend. It's like, hey, why are you still friends with Derek? He raped me. And you're like, well, what? It's been 10 years. All the boys are cool with it, dude.
4 years.
In terms of election strategy, Gibbs is 100% right here. According to the Fox News exit poll in my notes, almost half the people that voted on State of Democracy were voting against Democrats for their use of lawfare against Donald Trump.
Use of lawfare is probably talking about the 34 felony count, like forgery thing with Cohen, right? This is not the January 6th.
January 6th, then.
I'm telling you that in terms of what voters actually do, when
sure.
looking
If
at
every voter, if the polling suggested that we should just say, well, no one cares, so don't talk about it, I'm not going to drop my principle on whether or not we should keep a president who doesn't agree with democracy just because a bunch of people are cool with it. That's not how my principles work. I'm going to advocate that it matters. Now, if you're saying the messaging might be different, yeah, I think the fact that we pressed it was a coup, it was an insurrection, specifically talking about this thing, which even I, when it happened, was like, well, I don't know if he really did that on purpose. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, that did hurt the fact that once the facts came out, it's harder to explain, one, because of its electors, but two, because you've been pressing the insurrection thing specifically on the riot to explain that, oh no, he did try to subvert the democratic process.
Elected then, besides anti-Trump narratives, if the main message you're pushing against Trump is January 6th, and
I didn't say the main message. I'm saying there's a reason we're still talking about it, and it should never not be in a conversation about a man who you're.
That's the main message. Hold on. If what you're pushing online, I didn't get to finish my statement. If what you're pushing online, the main message online that you're using is January 6th.
Is that the main message right now?
Actually used to get elected, because almost every major Democrat stance, from supporting violent people here illegally, supporting men and women's sports, declaring 2 genders, closing the borders.
Tyler, can we not turn this into a democratic policy debate?
That's my argument.
Your argument is what? That we should
run
on. They are not serious to govern. All these things that Democrats stand for right now are extremely unpopular, and the only hope that they have right now to band their coalition together is Trump is worse than us. And that's it.
Forgive me for not being able to really reconcile the fact that half of the country are fundamentally illiberal and just don't give a fuck about a real attempt on our democracy. I mean, it's really hard to reconcile.
Which one?
I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I don't know.
Removing the president from the ballot with no due process and deeming him a federal criminal.
Do you think most Democrats think that
interfering in democracy? That happened.
No, he's talking about Colorado.
Colorado didn't happen. It got overruled.
Yes, it got overruled. It got overruled after 8 states attempted to do it. That's
So that's
infringing the
okay. That
January
novel
6th.
legal theory is fine.
Wait. So Trump's January 6th actions didn't result in anything. They got overruled. So what's the problem, right?
The
Right.
problem is
That's
that
your
I'm not
argument.
going
No.
to vote I'm not going to vote the judge in or like any of the petitioners in Anderson v. Griswold to be the next fucking president of the United States. That's the difference.
Well, no,
Oh,
that's
it's the
also wait, no,
magnitude. So
that's
if-
not the difference. The difference is if you are to believe that the factual truth is this man tried to steal the election, and these people try to say, hey, based on the fact that this person committed what we could deem as treason, we believe that this should go to the Supreme Court, that we should remove this man because he's ineligible to be president, and then they say, no, I don't think that's the way it works. How is that trying to steal an election? Versus
They declared
actually
him a federal criminal without a trial.
Mhm.
They just decreed he was a federal criminal and then attempted to remove him from the ballot. The only reason it went to the Supreme Court
Are
is
they
because
still
another
are they
party
still alleging
challenged
are
it.
they alleging to this day that he should like that they're going to take him off the thing and they're going to try it again?
No, the Supreme Court slapped that down. Only there are a lot of judges.
So they
right now
follow
going
they
to Supreme
followed
Court
the
for
Supreme Court
Colorado.
precedent that it was not okay.
Yes, yeah, like Trump followed the rule of law. When
Oh,
he
Trump's
realized
admitted
that
he
was
Trump's
and
conceded to the
stepped
election.
down.
He said he
So
lost.
Yes,
So what about
he
sending
conceded the
false
election.
electors?
On
When did he
January
concede the
7th.
election?
On January 7th,
He still says
said,
he hasn't
"We are
lost.
On January 7th, he said we are focused on a peaceful transition of power, and then stepped down
After
exactly
he tried to
when-
steal it. Yeah.
and then stepped down.
You got me.
exactly
Sorry
when
about that one. I'll try again
That's
next
what you guys
time.
are arguing
Whoopsie
with
daisy.
Colorado. Colorado tried to illegally remove him from the ballot, but you're saying it's not a big deal because it never happened. But this is a big deal, even though it didn't happen. You guys are you're giving me cognitive dissonance here.
No,
You're
it
saying
did
Colorado
happen.
wasn't a big deal because it didn't
Do you
happen.
think that the argument? Do you think that the argument of deeming somebody an insurrection to remove somebody under Article 3 of the 14th Amendment, which bars insurrectionists from office, is the same as saying, actually, I think that the fate of the election lies in the vice president
No.
and the vice president alone?
No, I don't. I think that a state court usurping federal power is the problem. No matter what law they picked, if they don't have jurisdiction to do it,
you
they
think that
deem
those
somebody
two-
a federal criminal without a trial and then try to remove him from the ballot. That's the
Do
problem.
you think that those two claims are equally like legally sound?
No, it doesn't. They don't have to be the exact equivalent. If you're against the thing, you should be against it, no matter who's doing it. Not, oh, he's got an R in front of his name and ran for president, so it's cool. It's bad then, but when they try to do it 100 times over, it's not that big of a deal. Just look past it. What you're
Again,
telling me
every
is
single
it's only
example
against Republicans.
you said 100 times over, but none of this is even remotely close to what
Doesn't
Donald
have to
Trump
be.
did.
It doesn't have
Well,
to be.
it
It's the
does.
same. It's the same fucking thing. You're
No,
just
it's not
arguing
because
scale.
one is breaking
You're
the
saying
law
because
and
the-
saying it's okay to break the law because I'm president, and the other is the way that we interpret the 14th Amendment is that this person shouldn't be on the ballot. And then if the Supreme Court says no, I don't think that's how that works, they okay, we'll put him back on the ballot. Those are very different
Where are his
things.
convictions?
Let me-
Where are
let
his
me-
convictions?
What?
Yes, this.
Where are
They
his
got-
convictions
they got-
for January 6th?
They got
His
shot
convictions?
back down for
Yeah,
he
January
got
6th
shot back
conviction.
down after the immunity ruling.
Yeah. Oh, which means he had the authority
Yeah.
to do it. Like I said,
No, that means that he can't be criminally tried for it.
he can be criminally tried
Well,
outside
he
of
could be
office.
impeached
On
for
the
it.
We're
record,
talking about law.
That's not what the
novel
immunity ruling
legals.
says.
Let's
Hold
talk
on, let
about
me
how the
frame-
president can't be criminally charged for anything that's quote unquote.
That's
Well,
not what.
society
That's not
says.
what the Supreme Court ruling says. You guys are lying or extremely
The
mistaken.
Supreme Court ruling has nothing to say on whether or not he did
Well,
actually
okay,
try to
so-
get the
so-
vice
so-
president to choose the winner of the election, by the way. The
Because it
Supreme
has
Court
an
had nothing to
official
litigate on
action.
that.
Interpreting
So-
a law is your official action as president.
Yeah,
so
true.
I'm-
He should interpret the law to say that all Democrats can't vote. That should be the
Well,
next
okay, hold
interpretation
on,
of the
hold on.
law. I think that'd be cute.
Well, he is
Let-
trying to
let-
say that trans
do
people
legal-
can't have guns, so we might get another one of those.
Yeah,
There's all
let
sorts
me
of laws against mentally impaired people not getting.
hold on, let me just move a bit. We're not going down the trans for guns debate today. We're gonna stick to what we're at. So I just got a message, and I think that this kind of illustrates the confusion, right? So we're talking about the fake electorate, right? That's what I'm talking about. Y'all are making out, and they want to know what's the fundamental difference. Yes, there's a legal system here on the one side that we know and everything, and I guess on the federal side with the legal electors and what a legal elector is and all that good jazz. But on the other side, they're asking is how is that any fundamentally different than if they had cast their vote for Biden in the primary and then he swapped out last minute for a different candidate with no, a general, voting by the people that voted for him? Is the only difference one that it's because they're already in the election, the main election, and it's still under just under party laws, or is it or is there a real problem with that as well? Because they seem to sit very similar to a lot of people.
Well, Gibbs, the DNC is fundamentally undemocratic. I think they don't even have to honor the results of the primary primary. And if you want to say that sucks, right? Like they're allowed to pick whoever. Yeah, Tyler, you're nodding your head. That's true, right? They can just pick whoever the fuck they want, right? Yeah. So like that sucks. I don't love that because like you can talk about. I mean, there were reforms after the superdelegates thing with Bernie in 2016, where it seemed like, oh, there was foot on the scale sort of thing. The difference is right now it's not the DNC illegally trying to say, well, we know that all these people picked Joe Biden, but we're going to take all their votes and just swap them to Kamala Harris. The difference is they're allowed to pick whoever they want. That's already the established rule. And we can actually go through and try to reform that if we want, and not go through and say, well, we're just going to shift all these votes to someone completely different. And then when pressed about it, lie about it, and then lie about it for 4 more years later, and then say, oh, but you can trust me to pick who you pick next time. That's the difference.
Well, it's also not even just the legal argument. It's also like Trump tried to interfere with already cast ballots in the 2024 election. You just don't vote for Kamala Harris. Democratic voters in 2020 in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in all of these 7 targeted states didn't have the right to not vote for Donald Trump, given that his legal interpretation of the legal theory was correct.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see an analogous between the two either, Gibbs. Other than they gave the Democrats a credibility issue going into the election. Other than that, I don't see how it's analogous.
Gibbs, the other problem is, like, I can empathize. Like, I have friends who say, you're telling me that Donald Trump is a fascist and he's doing these unprecedented power grabs. However, I think the Democratic Party, or even Trump when he was in power, was fascist when they had COVID lockdowns or when they had, some sort of vaccine mandates. And so the problem is that anyone who's scrambling to be upset by any sort of thing will take whatever they can, not because it is equivalent, not because it is justified, but say, well, you did this slight thing to me, and that is why anything going into the future is okay. And like, how do you reach someone like that if they're just going to take whatever slight, and unless the Democrats were perfect and have never done anything even close to being interpreted as bad faith, they're always going to pick and choose something that justifies their belief. So there's no like way you can explain that to them. They're always going to be able to have something that's like, well, you did it, so it's okay that I do it.
That's unilateral disarmament, though. If one side stops doing that while the other side's still doing it, they have a leg
right
up.
Because you
That's
think they're equivalent, but they're not. But
yeah.
you're never going to admit that.
In California, and then you see ballot harvesting the next election in North Carolina under Republican.
I don't have a problem with ballot harvesting. So
I know, but when one does the tactic, the other side.
One is ballot harvesting on both sides, and one is Democrats have never tried to forge electors so that they could pick different ones. Now, in 1960, which they tried to use as the precedent for why this was okay, there was an ongoing recount. So all the governors agreed in Hawaii, hey, we don't know who's actually going to win this, so we do have to have electors for both. And once that recount finished and Kennedy was determined to be the winner, they didn't not certify them from the governors. They say, yep, the Kennedy ones are the correct ones, and there was no issues. And that's why that trying to use that as, well, it was a different legal interpretation. It's like, no, this is patently false and not the same situation.
Those are state laws. State laws are how you certify your electors, not a federal law. We're talking about federal versus state. So if these people
so the state saying, hey, you forged these things, this is completely illegal. They broke the law. He's violating the law to do it, to steal the election, right?
That has nothing to do with the Electoral Count Act, though.
I'm not saying that part yet.
Violation was
that's what happened after the Civil War.
That's what happened. The state said, hey, these electors right here, these are our electors. And then Trump sends in 7 of his own electors, said, no, these are the actual electors. And the states are saying, no, the electors that we sent are the real ones. And Trump didn't follow the law. Are you saying that, are you saying that's equivalent to the 1960 shit?
No, there's some analogous that carries over, but it's not a 1-to-1. There's never a 1-to-1 situation.
So the disanalogous part about it is that one is legal, the one in Hawaii, and the 7 from Trump.
I think only 4 states found illegal activity. 3 states didn't, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
Okay, so sorry. Then based off of that 4.
Well, no. 4 states prosecuted. 3 of them might not have. That doesn't mean it wasn't illegal. In the same way, immunity doesn't mean you didn't commit a crime. It means you can't be charged for it.
I don't know enough about each particular state's electoral laws to tell you either way. It's just 4 states prosecuted only, and I think only 2 of them ended up charging people, convicting them. I mean. So, but yeah, no, that's neither here or there. I really think that the reason this is brought up, though, is because they're trying to evade from the fact that the Democratic Party has nothing else to run on.
Right? Do you think? Okay, well, Tyler, do you think that's why I bring it up?
No.
Okay.
I think it's No,
about-
So do you think, could you
else
extrapolate
on
and
the
think that
panel?
maybe there are just as many people that care as much as I do who
No,
are not doing it because of the
No,
messaging?
no,
Morally,
because
I
it's a
agree with you guys.
derailing thing, dude. Like it'd be different if like this conversation and the things you're saying, Soy, like absolutely gave me a lot. And I want to concede on a point earlier when I did bring up, switching out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris. You're right. There is nothing illegal about it. It's just we're the Protect Democracy Party, and to the right, it felt like it was like subverted. It's very subversive.
Yeah.
Very subversive.
It was
of your own
subversive,
party
yeah,
to
yeah.
do something of your party to do this to you guys. So it is like a little bit of a hypocritical thing. You know what I mean? Like you have given me a lot of things to think about. There's definitely things that I'm going to go back and check on, but ultimately, like our point is we can't have a conversation about illegal immigration without.
Well, yeah. I mean,
devolving
Well,
into
that's the thing
January
is, I
6th.
think you
we can't have a
can. You
conversation
can, though.
about tariffs, but it's not
Donald Trump
happening.
up.
I guess the
Under
issue
Donald
is
Trump, I don't know.
ultimately you're allowed to have concerns about all of those policies and the way that Donald Trump is addressing them. But I don't think that the January 6th stuff comes out of nowhere, like in every conversation. I think it's usually talking about, and Gibbs mentioned this, panels on Trump's performance. And so it will, and I will admit to this, it will ultimately be the fallback to anyone if they feel trapped in a corner of, hey, like, well, Trump did this good and this good. What do you have to say about that? Well, he did the January 6th thing. They might use that as the backstop as, yeah, that's a good point. You shouldn't trust him. But that doesn't change the fact that we're talking about the border policy and how Democrats handle it versus like Trump does. And I'm sympathetic to that. It shouldn't be a whataboutism derailment, but it should absolutely not be irrelevant 4 years later. That's all I'm saying.
Well, actually, I mean, I think that is a problem, right? So when we're sitting here talking about this, say we're doing a panel, right? And we're talking about, let's just say, one of my favorites, we're going to talk about border security and immigration, right? Like, and let's just pretend we're pre-Trump, we're in Biden era. And I'm over here, and I'm hooping and hollering about, Texas enforcing the border, and then the Biden trying to stop it, the Supreme Court, and they got all this, and I'm yelling, right?
Yeah.
And then we have all this legal precedent that goes forward. We have the case, and the Supreme Court decides one way, and, all that goes forward. And nobody has a problem with the Supreme Court deciding. And no one had a problem with how it played out over time, even though it was like dodgy legal precedent from both sides kind of thing, right? Like, were we going to get like another South Carolina nullification crisis? All these things could have led from this, right? And so, not a problem. Okay, and then we all talk about policy implications, great. Then January 6th happens, and then now we're talking about something, and I'm like, okay, we're talking about border policy now. We're talking about, changing asylum law. We're talking about the border secure. Are we going to do mass deportation? And I'll be like, well, yes, we should do it for XYZ reason, or yada, yada. And we're talking about current actual policy, and they go, well, none of this matters. And it's kind of like you're saying that, yeah, it's the deflection because we can't trust none of it because this guy did the false electors thing or this guy did January 6th.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'll
he's an
admit to
illegitimate
that,
president,
Gibbs.
and
Yeah,
no
if
policy is
anyone's
a real thing, how do you have a conversation and how do you be taken seriously as like a panelist or as like a party going forward if your only substantive argument to a policy debate is, well, this should be illegitimate?
I agree. If that is the only argument people are bringing up, I think that's very bad argumentation. However, I can understand that they would bring it up if you're talking about Trump honoring XYZ law. And it's like, well, how can you make sure that he's actually going to honor that law? Or this law will restrict him from doing the worst things that you're implying, when then you can bring up, well, he didn't do that for January 6th, and he still to this day thinks that he's in the right. So how could we trust him on violating that law or keeping within that law? That would be the only good reason to bring it up. But I agree. If they're just bringing it up to deflect away from a legitimate concern about the border and what we should do about it, yeah, that's a bad argument for sure.
But the follow up with that, right? Like even within the left, right? You'll talk about like I hear systemic racism, I hear systemic problems all the time, right? This is the thing that the left are like, and when I say the left, I mean like liberals, leftists, all of them. Yeah. I know y'all hate that, but like when I see this, I see, we talk about the system all the time. And then sometimes the right also talks about, the system, it's against us, it's all these people. And then you get like somebody like Trump or Bernie, and they're populists, they come in, they want to do a world of change. And they come in and they're doing stuff. And well, to do that, you have to do new legal theory and you have to do like press the onto the envelope. And as soon as we do something like that, well, the system reacts. And suddenly all these people that are preaching about system bad are now the biggest like pro-system people. And they're like, well, our style where we switched out Biden, yeah, it's not democratic. We don't have to be democratic. But it seems like it's a bait and switch, just like y'all are arguing over here. And y'all are arguing from like the veil of like legal security. And I don't think that floats with like a lot of like the normie. They just see both being done, and they're like, well, that's actually the same thing.
Yeah.
Even if one side's rigged the system with like unfair laws and their advantage, like counting illegals would be one side, or like like in the census or something like that. They would argue that, or like they got an Illinois redistrict. Why wouldn't Texas redistrict that? Like then you see these tit for tats, and it's just like it seems just like hypocrisy to the normie, and I think that's kind
Right.
of like
No,
what I'm
I
saying.
completely
why
no, I'm
people
completely
don't see
sympathetic
that.
to this too, Gibbs. But the problem is when people don't have all the facts in front of them, you can make it sound a lot worse than it is, and it's really easy to make something equivalent when it's not. For example, let's take the redistricting. Texas is going to redistrict in not during a census year, in the middle of a census decade, right? Which is unprecedented. It's like, wait, well, maybe it's happened before, but the point is, it's not really what you're supposed to do. Is like, I'm going to get more seats like 5 years before we're actually going to redo the census. So this is coming down from top down too. This is the people in Texas doing it, the legislator. Now, California responds by saying, hey, people in my country, I'm going to put this on the ballot. And if you vote and ask me to do this, I will try to retaliate to it. But if you all say no, if you're not cool with gerrymandering, I won't do it. Now, these two things are viewed as equal when I don't think they are. One is a referendum from the people, and the other is, hey, the Texas, governor or the Texas legislator is just going to do it when they're not supposed to. Now,
But that's not what happened in Texas. Texas
Didn't a federal judge tell them to redistrict?
Yeah, a federal judge struck down Texas' thing, and Texas had to do it.
oh, is that really what
Because there
happened? Maybe I
wasn't
totally
there
misunderstood then.
wasn't
And
enough
then so Texas was like,
representation
fine,
of
okay,
Black
we'll
and
do it this
Hispanic
way.
communities.
Yeah, and so they
Not only
redid
that-
it, and it was like they walked into a trap. It was like Texas, like, okay, well, if we have to redo it, it's going to be worse for y'all.
Not only that, if the governor was elected by the people, his will is by proxy the will of the people, correct?
Oh, should Gavin Newsom just not ask about putting it on a
I mean,
ballot
it's good
measure?
that he
Like,
did, but
well, no, he put it on the measure.
there's not much juice left to squeeze in Democrat states for redistricting. And I think Wall Street Journal did a study and showed Republicans are going to benefit like 10 seats if all states redistrict to that level.
Yeah, that's just empirically true. If everyone redistricts, I think Republicans win for sure.
Yeah, so.
The point is, when I see these two things, I don't view them as equivalent as, all right, half of the people that are elected in this Texas state, once they're saying, hey, you have to redistrict, are the Democratic legislators who are saying, well, we're not okay with this, and our constituents aren't okay with this, and they're like, well, we're going to do it in a way that like you don't get a say with this. That's how the whole like they're going to leave, and they protested, but then they came back, blah 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 blah. Like versus, hey, let's put it to a vote for the people. It's like these two things aren't equivalent. In the same way, like Donald Trump saying, I'm going to subvert Congress spending isn't equivalent to we had COVID lockdowns, that were Trump and Biden. But both of these things can be equivocated in your brain. Like, well, you did it, so I did it, so you did it, so I did it. If no one's going to listen to the nuance of like when you explain, which to be fair, I do appreciate, Sadie, that you said, I will, take some of these things and look at that. Like, it's hard to reach these people. And if you're just screaming Jan 6, Jan 6, Jan 6, they're never going to listen to you, especially because that's not how you get to them. But it doesn't mean you should drop it. And I don't think that means that you should not try to reach these people. I just think screaming it as an argument or just saying Donald Trump is illegitimate on your, fucking party platform thing. Yeah, it's not going to work. I agree with that. Clearly it doesn't. Tyler has brought up the polling. It's not going to work like that. But I think you can legitimately reach out to these people who don't understand this elector thing and say, oh, yeah, I do have an issue with that. That shouldn't be done that way. And if you want to draw comparisons to the Colorado thing or to the any other thing, it's like, yeah, we can talk about why those things aren't the same, but just screaming about it isn't going to convince anyone. So
I think
Well,
I
I-
made some headway on
Also,
that as
wait,
well.
to re-up on
Morally, I
the
agree with you
Texas
guys.
redistricting lawsuit. The lawsuit was filed because it diluted Black and Latino voters. It added
Right.
more districts up, or not added more districts, but it
Which-
diluted the vote in certain districts, and effectively it was racist. Like that's what
That's
Yeah,
about to
what
be
the argument
slapped down.
it was.
That's
just
about to
racial
be slapped.
gerrymandering.
No,
Yeah,
that
about
was
to be
that's what
slapped out.
caused this to happen in the first place. And
Yeah.
Abbott said,
This
okay,
went all the
cool.
way
and
up.
then so Abbott set a new map, and the new map is what's being officially done.
Yeah. Racial
To-
gerrymandering is
The
mandatory.
the racial gerrymandering came before the Texas redistricting.
But that might get struck down. That's about to go to the Supreme Court, I think, this week.
No,
To
no.
tie it back though, I think it is
Fine.
I think it is valuable to point out the events of January 6th simply because there's a lot of well, first of all, for all the reasons I said in my opening, but also because there's a lot of
I
like
feel stupid
very
for not knowing about
novel,
this lawsuit. I'm looking
like
into it right
civics
now.
questions in this plot that a lot of Americans don't understand. I think it's very, very possible that if you were to actually walk any given Republican voter through what happened with the electors plot and didn't even mention anything at the Capitol, I think they would have a very, very hard time reconciling with most of the details of it. So I think there is value in bringing it up to people just because not a lot of people know. I mean, like a lot of people in this circle know because on panels, like you said, like you're asked to answer for it every time you're on a panel. But yeah, there's absolutely value in bringing it up, especially since like if we're saying like, oh yeah, one of my values is not violating the DOJ, that's why or not weaponizing the DOJ, that's why I voted for Trump. You can go like, okay, well, didn't he like try to make the attorney general lie for him to the states, or like there's a billion different things that I can tie back to. So I understand tying back to certain particular things, but I also agree that a lot of people on the left just aren't great at making that tie back in general. So it looks like a deflection.
Yeah, and I do want to concede now, having read it, like, yeah, I did not know this was started by that lawsuit. That's a total failure on my part. So,
yeah, so I just want to go back to the changes to the Electoral Count Act, too, because I saw a lot of hands when I brought that up. I just linked that in the chat. The changes that they did, they revised the bill to make it so that the federal Congress now has to respect the state's certified electors. That was never part of the law prior. So that part of it that you're saying Trump violated was never actually part of the law. They just added that to it in 2021 to 2022. As well,
Yeah,
the vice president during a joint session shall be mistrial in nature if he doesn't read out the right one. So
yeah, it also changed the amount of what was it? The amount of, I think it was the amount of representatives necessary to object to electors. So yeah, that piece of legislation did a lot of things, but the two problems are that one, that was mainly meant to just address the like the phone calls during the actual like proceeding, trying to get like a lot of objections or like trying to get the Congress people to play a role. But realistically, I mean, like a change to the law that they were asking to violate isn't actually going to do anything. Like if they were saying, hey, we need to violate the Electoral Count Act to prevent diverting onto Congress for debate on these electors, so the vice president can just unilaterally certify it, but we need to violate the Electoral Count Act because that's a constitutional right that the vice president has. Wouldn't matter how much you reform that piece of legislation at all if the idea was to break it.
I'm wondering how they violated it if they never had to take into account the rightful electors.
If they never had to take them into account, why did they make people forge documents to appear to be electors that they could then choose? Why not just say, since the ECA, right, but why not just say, you know what, I don't want to count these electors because I don't have to because it's not in the ECA.
Well, that happened after the 1800, in the 1800s.
The reason it was a violation of the ECA was because Eastman wanted to have Mike Pence just start reading off the electors instead of actually giving Congress any room to object to them. He just said, make the unilateral decision to read them all off, decertify Biden's, and certify Trump's.
That's why it was a violation. If you read through the Eastman memo, he says if he doesn't do that, he can go this route. If he doesn't do that, he can go this route.
If he doesn't break the law this way,
that was in the second Eastman memo. The first Eastman memo was the unilateral thing. Donald Trump said in private communications, I don't know if you want to trust this, but said that he prefers that way. But there was also a thing where it's like, okay, we don't need to pass it on to a contingent or to decertify electors and pass it on to a contingent election. That would still suffer for the same reason. You're decertifying them unilaterally, not passing on to Congress. And then for the thing to put the pause on certification, and basically just wait. I'm pretty sure that there's like specific dates or particular dates within the Electoral Count Act, so it would have to be certified on January 6th.
I agree with you three morally. I don't think anything illegal happened. I just agree with you morally. I just think that state of the democracy isn't one of the top 5 things people vote on. There's other issues. And to boil it down to this is just kind of, I don't know.
I probably agree that it's not an election-winning issue, but it's a super, super important issue to me that it feels like my democracy is being like rotted from the inside out.
Wait,
like,
so Tyler, you could see like, I don't like that Trump tried to steal the election, but I think it's legal and I don't want to talk about it. But you do have a problem with it.
I just think it's a loser topic to bring up if you guys are trying to win elections.
But is that your only real contention?
That's why we debate politics online, isn't it? Is to like try to sway people to our side. That's why a lot of streamers go out and get people voter register.
Well, also to increase the factual reporting on particular issues, right? To make sure that people have the correct facts on a particular issue. That's part of it as well.
Yeah, but the underlying intent is to expand your political narrative against the other side's political narrative.
Well, can we? I just want to clarify. So, for example, let's say that Donald Trump was, legally got away with committing some sort of like sexual assault, maybe per se, hypothetically he did this, and you would have a problem with it. But if you saw the polling was against like talking about this, you would say, yes, this is really bad. I just don't think we should talk about it. That's kind of where we're at with the.
I mean, maybe if it's individual, it's on topic. And again, as Ringold said, as Trump keeps bringing it up over and over, then maybe, yeah. But at the same time, like, it's a losing issue. I feel like it's like we do grids debates and I judge them. I'll see people, Gibbs especially is good at this. He will bait people into a conversation that even if they win the conversation, nobody gives a shit, and he wins the overall debate because of it. And that's kind of what I see here is like January 6th being brought up is like people just like, oh, this again? We already talked about this for 5 years. We've already voted on this in an election. And right now Trump's popularity is higher than it's ever been. People don't care about this shit. Like, it's just a loser message. There are instances where it can be brought up, absolutely. And I agree with you morally. I don't like what his intent was behind it. I just don't think he violated any laws in doing it.
I mean, wouldn't you think that like the intent to actually steal the election is like bad enough, even if it wasn't technically illegal?
I don't see steal the election is the framing you're giving, because in his mind he won
Right.
the election. There was something fraudulent going on, and we can't prove that in his head he thinks.
Wait, we don't
otherwise.
need to. We don't need to know what he
I
thought. The point is, he is not willing to accept whether, like, first of all, it wasn't stolen based on all the facts we know. So he's not willing to accept the reality of the situation. So why would we trust him to do it again, regardless of whether or not he's going to try to steal it legally or not?
He's not right.
Well, I mean, I also.
That's not
Well,
what I
real
asked.
quick, I stand by the framing that I gave, because I mean it was like whether or not he thinks it was legitimate or not, he was actually trying to change the electors' results. So I mean, like whether or not it was a valid stealing, whether or not it was like moral shoplifting, I don't know. But I mean, it was an attempt to steal the election.
Well,
no
let
matter how
me
you spin it.
frame it as he was willing to lie even after being corrected several dozen times on this. Like he had the intent of changing the outcome of the election. Regardless of whether the facts supported him or not.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let me just frame this from the point of view of two different like groups of normies that I've interacted with, and one is like middle of the pack, one's like center right. And their argument is they're barely political. You know, they like their soap operas and their sports, and they like the normie shit, right? And when they're sitting here going, okay, they finally got motivated enough to vote, whether it was for Biden or for Trump, because politics is in the news and you can't get away from it. It's affecting their day-to-day life, right? And one group, they're like the righties are like, we don't trust the government. There's a system in place. And finally a populist gets in there. And, Trump's even kind of said this a couple times in his first terms. Why didn't he do some of the shit that he is doing this term? It's like, well, because I had to clean out some of these people before I could get my people in there before I can even try to do it, because they're going to fight me tooth and nail at every single level, whether it's the local level, the middle level, the highest level, right? And he's kind of alluded that a few times, right? And I want to get my agenda pushed, all right? So you have these guys going, well, I want my agenda pushed. And at the time, Trump had only had his first half of his presidency in there. And he's saying there's a system working against him. Now, if you're a populist and you get in the office and there really is some sort of system that's like a deep state. Now, I know there's a conspiracy theory level working against you. I mean, how are you going to change the system? And on the righties, center righties argument that are normies, they're like, okay, this is how you would do it. Now then you have the other group, this like group of normies that's kind of in the middle of the road. They're going, well, we've seen just unprecedented lawfare from both sides, like for the last
Guys, sorry.
I don't know, since
I've been reading.
Gore, right?
They were not telling the truth about the redistricting, and I'm gonna get mad about
both sides
it.
are doing crazy shit. We just saw like this with Trump, and then now they've seen with Biden, being replaced and being lied about for all the years. They're going, okay, I want to talk about issues, and people are still going, we want to educate, and it's just like, if there really is some sort of corrupt core, what is like changing the system with like a new party person look like if it's not with Trump? How do you tell these people they're wrong, or like in a convincing way, or
let's take the example we just had. Like Sadie, like we came in here, and I don't think have we been rude to you, Sadie? I would hope not. And like you heard some of the things that we brought up and said, you know what? I hadn't heard about that before, which is the biggest issue, right? Like I don't think that.
No. I want to correct that. It's not that I haven't heard of it. It's just that I cannot regurgitate it like you do, and I need to beef up my understanding of it to be able to regurgitate it like you do, because I still think that foundationally we're going to come to a very different point of view about it. But I obviously don't have the ability to rattle off these cases and stuff like you are.
Okay,
so
sorry.
I
Maybe I'm wrong here. It sounded to me like you're like, well, I hadn't processed XYZ. If you did truly, and I don't think this is true, I think if I truly laid it out all on paper, because this is a lot of stuff to process, and I'm not trying to be condescending, because like I said, it took me a while to put this out all on like my mind map and be like, okay, this is how we did it here. I think most people wouldn't be okay with that. Now, a fair amount would, but the problem is that like, hey, how do you disseminate this information when it's 4 years old, that people are already poised against the topic. But I do think you can have these sorts of conversations. I hope that someone watches this and says, oh, like, I didn't even know about this, like, ECA thing and how it was, talked about. But
Yeah,
I do need to issue a really quick correction. I apologize for saying I didn't know about the lawsuit. I didn't, but also the way you guys brought it up, I think, is really disingenuous. So this was a lawsuit filed under Biden in 2020 about the racist redistricting. Then Trump said, completely irrelevant to this lawsuit, why don't we find ways to take more seats in Texas? They're dictating this to Greg Abbott. Then they brought this lawsuit that was retracted when Trump came into office back and then said, let's use this as the precedent to redistrict and steal the seats that we were trying to do in the first place and has nothing to do with this lawsuit. So it is actually fucking scummy and ridiculous, and I believed you for a second, and I apologize for that.
No, I mean, to be fair, it was once again, this is a tick for tack. Just because you get outmaneuvered with the original play doesn't mean that you didn't talk. Like, listen, they started the lawsuit, and under the guise of that lawsuit, they gave them the ammo to use. I mean, you can't retract the bullet once you fire it.
The
so,
lawsuit
right?
was about violating
the
lawsuit. See, no, but this is exactly it, Gibbs. Right? One is, hey, we realize that you're violating the Civil Rights Act right now by taking this and making Black and Latino voters disproportionately less likely to have a say in this. This is a violation.
Yeah,
we want to take this up. And you say, you know what? I don't think so. We're not going to go after that at all. And then Donald Trump comes in and says, well, what if we actually use that to take more seats than we deserve? And they're like, oh, okay, cool. Bring that lawsuit back. The lawsuit that was actually about violating a law, and we're going to use this nefariously to steal seats. These are not the same things.
No, they just interpreted it differently. You put it forward, and you said now we have racially. Hold on, now we have racially equal.
Novel legal theory.
No, this isn't even novel. This is the exact what y'all wanted. The Dems filed this lawsuit. They said, "Oh, underrepresentation. Now we have equal representation in all these districts." And now y'all are crying poo-poo because it backfired. And that's really the bottom line. This is what y'all wanted. And then when they play the game.
It's two districts that are getting redistricted back to have a proportional representation.
Yeah, exactly. That was the whole crux of it. And it backfired. This is the problem. This is why, I just feel like Trump was a trendsetter, right? And he really changed things. And now it just feels
I'm gonna
like
crash
the
out.
Dems
You're right.
How do you be empathetic to these people?
Yeah, and now it just feels like
I
the
thought
Dems are
Sadie
just
was
trying to
listening.
copy Trump. Like Newsom is just like Trump light. Like that's what it sounds like all the time. Like I see all these people do that, and or they're just going off the deep end with Adani, and there's no in between because you can't have a conversation. I can't get any policy out of any of the Dems because I don't think there is any policy. I think Tyler might be right about this.
All there is just extremely unpopular.
The only thing I'm hearing is just like what Jan 6th. And I just at what point can we be
This
like,
entire
okay,
panel is about January 6th.
I know that. Obviously,
We can talk about policy if you want, what I advocate for.
I guess what I'm asking is at what point is it going to be after midterms? At what point can we stop with where January 6th is expected?
When Trump is not running for office or not part of the electorate or is not part of the person in power. Unless Rudy Giuliani or Eastman or any of these other people involved with the scheme are then trying to vie for power, any of these, because they, are definitely just as implicated. But
any Republican that sided with them, when Lee Zeldin runs for office after Trump leaves office, it's going to get brought up for him too. It's going to get brought up for every single Republican.
I don't think to the same degree.
No.
I think
Jim
realistically,
Jordan, other than
Jim Jordan's a little more
Eastman,
implicated.
Other than Eastman, Ellis,
this would not be a part of the conversation.
Other than Eastman, Ellis, Giuliani, Trump, I don't know if it's gonna come up for anybody else.
It did come up for Lee Zeldin in his New York mayoral race.
Tyler's absolutely right. It's going to come up a lot. Like I literally, you can't even go on Twitter without I'll be like, I'll be talking about local election. I'll be like, Corpus Christi is city council shut down the desal plant. What a dumb move by the city council, or what a good move by the city council. And either one, right? I'll be talking about that, and someone will come in and be like, well, you're a Republican. Why should we care what you're a fascist thinks? Because you were okay with January 6th. And it's like, well, we can't even talk about local politics.
Oh, okay, my bad.
At what point is it's too much? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. How
my bad. I think
it's argue that it's just it's just an education.
I actually think it's probably fair to discredit Zeldin based off of it because apparently he texted the people the plan for the elector. So I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah, that's actually.
Okay. I didn't know that. That's a little more implicating.
two
Okay,
ideas for
Gibbs-
discrediting the election results.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's going
listen,
Wait,
I
to
don't
be
know
clear,
the whole
Gibbs-
thing, but
Gibbs-
Anybody that supports Republican
Hey,
policy
hey,
now
babe,
is being
you up?
associated with January 6th.
Well, no, he
It's time to
was
reshape the
implicated in
election, babe.
spreading the specific plan to steal the election, not, hey, I think this is cool. This is like a very different thing. But Gibbs, to be clear, random Twitter users deflecting your very legitimate concerns about local elections or promotion of local elections is, yeah, stupid. But those are random Twitter users versus like, hey, the people that are participating in what we deem as stealing the election are going to run for office again. Those people should absolutely continue to be called out for that.
I mean, random Twitter user number like 337, like Pete's Basement or whatever. Yeah, I get that. But whenever it's like political commentators, they're like, oh, well, I make, videos, and then they're coming to do this. Like, that's a problem, don't you think? That, like, you can't even have local political pundits that you argue with in your area because they'll just be like, no, fascist, you voted for Trump, he's January 6th. Like,
right now,
it's like the three go-tos. Like, we can't have a conversation about,
right.
desal.
Well, yeah,
Like,
I concede
Right
that if that's all they're
now-
going to say, that's lame. That's not a good
Hold
argument.
on. Right now in Fulton County, the judge is being fined $10,000 a day because she will not certify 2 Republicans onto the election board because they supported Trump in 2020. Right now in 2025.
one person though, right? I mean, like that's bad, but that is
Fulton
one
County,
person,
it's
right?
Atlanta, Georgia. It's a lot of power. That's a huge city.
I'm not saying it's not a lot of power. I'm saying that like you're saying that this is a narrative that the left is going to keep coming back with against any Republican. I mean, that's
Just Google
it's
real quick.
one.
I want to say
one
if this
person.
is being represented accurately, which I'm hesitant to say it is, I would actually say that this is not okay. You can't use support of Trump ad infinitum into the future to say, now I will not follow the law of appointing these people. I think that's ridiculous.
Well,
but
you don't think that's going to happen, Soy? Like, it's
no, it could. It clearly, if you're, like I said, if you're
polarized.
portraying this correctly, this is happening right now, and I wouldn't use the argument that's just one person. I think more people do feel this way, and as much as I would say that anyone who sees this and knows all the facts and is still supporting it, should never be able to hold office. Clearly, that's not the way the law works, and I think a lot of Republican supporters don't know all the facts or don't care but aren't holding office, so it's not really relevant. But I understand it as I should never take your opinion seriously and bringing it up because it's like, if you are seeing like, for example, I crashed out on Tali on Wick's panel because she's like, no, I understand. She has our side of it. She agrees with all the facts. She thinks it was illegal. She's not cool with it. And then she says, but I might still vote for them again. Right. And it's like, wait, why? And her argument is, well, I think it will hold. Or like, I think the guardrails will hold. It's fine because I didn't get away with it. I think that's fucking insane. But if a Republican, like if Sadie sees that, it's like, I don't really agree with the facts on that necessarily. I don't think this thing was, or even if they're like doing Tyler shit where it's like, well, it's not even illegal. It's just a different interpretation. I don't think these people are like deserve ire forever. I just think they don't understand it correctly. That's a very different thing. If someone's like,
Well,
I saw what he did and they should,
I mean, if
never
you do
hold
know
office.
everything about it though, if you do know everything about it though, as long as you come out and say like, hey, I fundamentally just don't really care all that much about democracy, then that's fine. We could move from there. I just wish that
for one,
people were
I
more.
don't care about democracy, to be completely
Yeah, and
honest.
I respect
care
that.
about
I just wish Republican.
like,
I respect that.
that
I
we
respect
live
that. I just
under.
wish Republican voters were more.
Is something that you guys like to use as a buzzword, but that's not what we
Yeah, I
have.
just
We have
wish.
a
Just a
I wish
buzzword.
Republicans. I wish
have
Republicans were a little
representatives.
more transparent with
That-
it. That's all.
yeah,
We're so
that's all.
close.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree with you. I definitely don't agree.
What
with
I
you.
see is like this idea, and the Bones even said that Trump is lying about 2020. That you have to get inside Trump's head and the people's head to think
Sure,
that they're
you
lying.
want-
or
No,
not.
we
These
don't. No, we
people-
don't, because
these
everyone
people
around him is
actually
showing
believe
him
this.
the facts,
Wait,
and
no,
he
they're
is
not.
acknowledging. He's
Well,
no.
they
Do you
are.
know?
They're
No,
there.
no.
The majority of
No,
them
I
are
have to
inside
push
of
back
them.
against that.
Tyler,
Trump. Let me read this to you. I need to read this to you, Tyler.
Let me do this.
Trump recognized he had lost to Biden when on the day of, before the fake electors plot happened. He asked advisors to tell him what had gone wrong. He comforted one advisor saying, "We did our best." He told junior press aides, "I thought we had it," seemingly almost embarrassed by the outcome. But then his attitude changed. "I'm not going to leave. We're never leaving. How can you leave?" Like, this is completely like irrelevant. Now, maybe
This
he
is a
changed.
quote.
A
This is
quote
a
from.
quote from somebody.
Yeah, no, from Trump.
True.
This is a
All
quote.
right,
And
partial
he has
secondhand
said he
quote-
lost
Trump, we
in
can't
interviews
do
since
that.
then.
secondhand
Oh my
quotes of what Trump
An
said.
anonymous
separated
source
up,
for the
take-
issue.
An unsourced secondhand quote of fragments of sentences. That doesn't mean he admitted he lost. There's no way to prove.
No, I know.
that
No,
he
hold
admitted he
on.
lost.
Let's be clear, because it says here, how can you leave when you won an election? There might be a case where you could say, well, maybe in his brain he's like, I should have won this. I'm saying he's not conceded, clearly, right? But
There
the
was
point
no
is,
smoking
people
gun,
around him showed him the evidence. He saw that it wasn't fraudulent, and so maybe he's just so fucking stupid he can't understand it. But he knows that he's scrounging for exactly
was
what
the
he needs to
minority.
win, not
Okay, hold on,
oh,
let me
I
get my point
won.
out. Let me
Let's
get
make
my
sure this
point
is
out first.
integral.
And
Let me get my full point out
We
first.
can
Hold on.
continue quoting.
Let me get my full point out first, because I watched the January 6th panel 4 times. I know all that was said. I know that they took half sentences in the January 6th panel as well, and half tweets, and then disregarded the rest. Didn't even put it up on screen. That being said, Trump has nothing to gain from this. His voters don't like it. He has
Overturning the election.
25% approval when he talks about the
that's what you
2020
gain.
election. He doesn't get anything from it. The election's not being overturned. It's already in the past. Why
they
would
had a
Trump
plot
keep
to.
repeating this? Why would he keep repeating that he actually won if he
keep
has
in mind,
nothing to gain from
we've
it?
gone from, oh, Trump wasn't actually lying, we can't get into his head, well, until now we're at, oh, like, it doesn't matter, actually.
He
Trump
must
isn't
not
gonna
be
win
lying
this.
because he has obviously he knows what's politically viable to him and never says anything stupid that alienates a bunch of people.
Yeah, he's not. We have no proof that he's lying. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I disagree.
So
Since you've watched the J6 committee thing, like, how is the example of him trying to fire Rosen if he didn't send the DOJ letter that he was told was inaccurate, not like an example of him knowingly lying about it?
Because he has 2 camps that are telling him 2 different things. He sided with one camp. The other camp said, no, that's not good. I'm not going to do that.
But
so he fired the people that weren't doing the job that they're supposed to for him.
This is a particularized claim. Like, the letter said that the DOJ had identified multiple, multiple factors of impropriety or something along the lines of that. The Attorney General said, no, we didn't find that. The Attorney General said, no, we didn't find that. And then he tried to fire him and replace him with the guy that wrote the letter. How is that not an example of him knowingly lying to cause the DOJ to co-sign a... Well,
he
how
could have
like
just disagreed.
No, you
Well,
can't
you haven't
disagree on
proved
whether or
that.
not the DOJ had. You
So-
can't disagree on whether or not the DOJ had found impropriety.
You can.
You can't disagree.
Hold on.
With the
Wait.
Attorney General?
Wait. I need to say something because you did this fucking again. They are not approving them because they supported Trump. Both of these people that aren't being approved are election deniers. They said that Trump won the 2020 election, and that is why they're not being fucking approved. You disingenuous little fucks.
It's called First Amendment. Any
That's what an election denier is.
I'm gonna
somebody that supports Trump, I
I'm gonna
guess.
start going
What?
down between some exchanges here. So I'm gonna start with November 23rd, 2020.
Well, I'll save you the time. I'll save you the time. He's literally just going to say, "Oh, well, he had other people telling him separately." That's gonna be only.
No worries.
They
but
fucking did it again. I was right not to believe them.
Raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be one of the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told them it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that, and it was doing a great disservice to the country. And then 3 days later, on the 26th, Trump said, those machines are fixed. They're rigged. You can press Trump and the vote goes to Biden. All you have to do is play with a chip. And they played with the chip, especially in Wayne County in Detroit. Go back to December 1st, 2020. General Barr said, I said, look, if you have a machine and it counts 500 votes for Biden and 500 votes for Trump, and you go back later and
I love being able to Google in real time, guys.
And you put that through the machine, and if you see that there's any discrepancy, and there's none. And then Trump, 1 day later, in one Michigan county, as an example, that used Dominion voting systems, they found that nearly 6,000 votes had been wrongly switched from Trump to Biden. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is what we caught. How many didn't we catch? So
that sounds like he believes it to me.
I'm going to concede this. Trump might be so fucking retarded that he believes the election is stolen. I will concede that. Because to be clear, in the quote I read, he did say, within minutes of saying, yep, looks like we lost. No, actually, we won. No, whether or not he believed it, who can fucking say? But it seemed like he knew he lost.
If Trump is too retarded to accept the facts, that's just another reason to
This is why you guys lost.
Yeah, if I have to insult Trump,
you ran a retard, true.
If I have to insult Trump to get you guys to accept reality, then I'll take it. Whatever.
Yeah,
wait, no. Is it fundamentally? fundamentally better to say that Donald Trump didn't actually try to steal the election because he thought he was so mind-numbingly retarded that he could never conceive with the idea that he lost an election? Is that
No,
better?
but if you said that with a
No.
shred of good faith, it would be better.
Yeah, exactly.
What's
I'm not
bad
going to
faith about
engage
that?
in
Use
this
a shred of
hyperbolic
good faith.
bullshit.
when
It's
we're
What's
putting
bad
this.
faith? What's bad faith?
Shred of good faith.
Hyperbolic bullshit,
What's
and you know
what's
it
the
is.
bad faith?
misinterpreting lawsuits. Yeah, you're right.
What's the bad faith?
That he's so
Everything,
mind-numbingly
yeah.
retarded that he believes
Well,
something.
yeah, that's the only other interpretation that
He
he has.
is.
He's not fucking
That's
lying.
your only other interpretation.
No, no. Well, here's the
yeah.
thing. Can
You're
I say,
very political.
Sadie,
Well,
Sadie,
I'm going
Sadie,
in.
please.
I agree.
So get this. Like, let's say he believed the election was stolen. He thinks that there was fraudulence in Georgia. There was some sort of ballot stuffing. People were, writing in fake things, fake
Like in
ballots, whatever.
Connecticut.
Let's say, yeah, or in Connecticut. Let's say he truly believes this in his heart of hearts. Why would he then call up the people in Georgia and say, "Hey, can you just get me the exact number of votes that I need to beat Biden by one?" Why would he not say, "No, we need a complete investigation. Let's make sure all the votes are on the table"? Why would he specifically ask for that specific amount of votes to beat Joe Biden by one vote?
That's the way he told. I don't know. There's multiple reasons for that.
Who can say?
Based on that phone
realistically,
call, he
who
didn't
can
tell him
say?
to find votes that weren't there. You keep framing this. Ringo already conceded. You're overstating
Well,
what was on that phone call.
Well,
I didn't
mean,
concede that it didn't look bad. I'm saying that it's overstated as a silver bullet.
It looks a
hold
little
on,
bad when you quote 3 words out of a sentence. Yeah.
Well, let's go back once again to like
There's
this
nothing
kind of like
exculpatory in
normie
that
person,
video.
like I like point of view, right? Like I don't think it's too far fetched whenever most people think what like that. Oh, JFK was killed by the CIA, right? Like if they're thinking their own government
Most
could
people
kill a
don't think
president,
that.
I mean, sure. I'm not saying most people. There's a
First of
large-
all, it was the
large
Jews,
segment-
Gibbs. Let's be clear.
Somebody killed JFK. All right, now, my personal bet's at the mafia that didn't be Johnson. Who knows?
Oh, so it's the
I don't give a
Italians?
shit.
God
But
damn,
like,
alright.
well, anyway,
Fuck
long story
Italians.
short, I'm over here going, like, I see all these people going, hey, I don't trust the government. There's all these collusion, all this cahoots. There's a deep state, et cetera, right? And then, we have Trump going, oh, I couldn't do all these agenda things, and that's why we're clear because we had to put people in power the first time. Then now we can run with this office. And it's like he's cleaned out a system, right? That's kind of how it looks like to a lot of these people on the outside. And you go, oh, well, we've seen all this lawfare in the last 4 years. And then now we're seeing Trump try to finally have enough people in office to kind of do his thing. And it's like, what does like stealing an election actually look like if he actually had people in there telling you that you don't think there's any possibility that the president might be getting different information and running with that from different people within like
No,
like the
no,
FBI or,
Gibbs.
like,
No,
there's
yeah.
different
No, Gibbs.
people,
This
like
is
different factions within working in these organizations.
the reason I didn't believe this at first, because I was like, Trump surrounds himself with these like sycophantic yes men. Like, of course he probably like got told by the people who he wanted to hear this. The difference is people in his own inner circle who he otherwise would have listened to were the ones saying like, hey, you didn't win. Hey, there isn't fraud. Hey, your own DOJ is telling you this. So it's like past the point of like all the yes men are also telling him it wasn't stolen. That's why we think he thinks it was not stolen and is just lying because he wants to win. But
By the way, it wasn't even just his attorney general. It was, okay, I have an attorney general. Was the election stolen? Then Bill Barr says no. And then he's like, okay, was it
God,
stolen? Are you
you
sure? Then it's
say
like, he asked him so many times that Barr
No,
resigns. And then he appoints a new person. And he's like, hey,
Hold on.
do you think the election was stolen? And he goes, no. And he goes, okay, I'm going to fire you.
Okay, let me try this a different way because I think maybe y'all are not getting where a lot of these people are coming from, right? Like, okay, do you agree within the Democratic
Yeah, a lot
Party
of
there's
people don't
factions?
of course,
Like there's
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, of
So would
course.
you agree in the Republican Party there's also factions?
barely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
not
sure.
not to the same degree.
Not now as many, but there's still a few. But okay, at
Sure.
the time when
Well,
Trump was
absolutely.
first coming up, would you say Mike Pence was put in there as vice president as like a olive branch to the old
Of course,
power?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
And so I have heard people come here and on with a straight face go, "Oh, well, Pence was a Trump guy," and it's like, no, that's not true.
No, that's-
He was the establishment guy that was brought in as a peace offering.
Yeah,
kinda
they
yank.
needed the
And he
like
was-
homophobic Bible belter guy to
Sure.
make up for the
whatever,
fact
I mean-
that Trump wasn't particularly
Pen-
religious and
Pence
kind of was
the-
viewed
he's
as
all-
more
You can-
left
you
on
can-
certain
you can spin it
policies.
However you want to spin it, but he's not a Trumper,
to the
right? Like,
evangelists
but he's the traditional
stuff.
neocon from like I guess.
Right, and there's a
wherever, right?
reason he's not vice president right now, Gibbs.
Sure, I know, I agree because now it has become more MAGA, right? But what I'm sitting here saying is when y'all go, oh, well, hey, Barr Barr was Trump's guy. I'm like, how many of these people were really Trump's guys and were just like
were
establishing
appointees.
people? And whenever all these people like, oh, we want Trump
Right.
to get rid of the Uniparty.
No,
and
wait,
that's
no.
all
This is
these
yes.
people.
No, Gibbs, you're 100% right. Because of how many people he had to go through in the first administration who otherwise supported him die hard, who are now just like, holy shit, you're insane because this is so clearly not true. So either you're lying or you're misleading. Now he has to choose people who are so sycophantically dedicated to him that they will tell him anything he wants to hear to get their agenda done. It is so much worse. That's why his administration is so much worse now.
What's the term? Like team crazy or something like that?
It's wild how this framing is to me because like, politicians are allowed to believe things that
you're
are not
complaining about
factually
framing,
true.
all right.
We have one party that says you can switch your gender at will, and we're talking about
there's the one
how the other
Oh,
side is just
you
like,
believe
it's
men are
like,
women,
it's
but I
like,
can't believe the election was stolen.
wild to me. This is
Gibbs,
wild to me.
can we run a panel on why the right can't let go of trans people's cocks, please?
Because we're making policy on it right now. Policy is being made on this
pardoned
right
the J6ers.
now. I
You
didn't
pardoned
do
the
anything.
J6ers.
I didn't do anything.
Actually,
We have
Tyler's
one
a
party that-
Democrat. Didn't
I
you
don't want
know?
trans women to play in
You're
sports.
playing defense for him.
I'm a Democrat before they went crazy. So we have we have
Yeah,
one
you sound
party
like a
that believes
Democrat.
in a visible sky man and there's systemic pedophilia leading the government. We have another side that believes you can switch gender at will and meritocracy is white supremacy. So I'd say mostly all of our politicians.
Yep, these
have
are about the same
deluded,
thing.
unrealistic
This
All
is
of gender
incredible.
theory is about the same thing as stealing the election and believing it
I
should
didn't
have
say
been
it was the
stolen.
same thing. All I'm talking about is people believe.
No, you are. You're
that
literally
not
like, well, you're
factually
up on
proven.
Trump for believing the election was stolen, but
No,
you
hold
think a
on,
person could
hold
be a
on,
woman if
hold
they're
on.
a man? Like,
I mean,
Hold
dude,
on,
you've been throwing out some wild
you're saying
hypotheticals
that
there. Just like
Trump
what
is
he's saying, I
mind-
think is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're intentionally
These aren't-
just
most of them are
deflecting because they
hypotheticals. They're just
know that this
realities.
point completely crushes them right now.
Dude, you
saying
got
that
me,
Trump
dude.
is
I
Trump
mean,
is
if you
retarded.
have a
Trump,
trans-
hold on. Trump
He
is
is retarded.
retarded. There's no debate. It's not real. Trump is retarded because he believes things that aren't real. But our party inside believing things that aren't real. Don't worry about that.
okay,
It's
well,
not a big
or
deal.
Tyler, do you think that a trans woman thinks they're biologically shifted their,
I
chromosomes?
don't care what a dude thinks that wears lady face.
Okay, so
You don't
give a fuck
care.
about the
Okay.
actual topic.
So, do you
Yeah,
think
I
that I
Based-
think? Do you think that I think they've transformed the biology? Because I respect their pronouns.
I don't know if you do.
Well,
I'm
ask
telling you
me.
what the politicians in the party
What do you think
are
the politicians think? Do you think they're all like, "Yep, chromosome
Yes.
shifted"? Do you think they literally
Yes.
think this?
Oh my
Yes, the
God.
trans
Oh my
woman is a
God,
real
it's
woman
hard.
and should go into women's sports, women's bathrooms, women's spaces. Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot they have chromosome checkers at the fucking bathrooms. It's so crazy.
And by the way,
Sounds
we have
like
laws.
Is it
identifying
any of that?
identifying trans women as women is equal in severity as stealing
I
the
didn't
election.
say it
That's,
was.
that's what we're
We're not
looking at.
talking
as well,
about
by the
that. You
way.
guys are dodging the
Actually, I think
point.
it's worse.
You said Trump. Yeah,
Point is
Trump,
January
Trump
6th.
lied, so everyone around him that believes his lie
Yeah,
is
when
a
it- yeah,
sycophant.
when Enrique
But when we tell
Tarrio
things that aren't true,
told the
everyone's
Proud
just
Boys
being
to go storm the
innocent.
Capitol. All I
And
thought about was
if there's an
oh,
R in
damn,
front of
this
the
trans
name,
person's walking into the woman's
Do
bathroom.
you genu-
like,
if
Do you
there's an R
genuinely
in front of
feel
the
like
name, it's
claim-
bad. If there's a D in front of the name, it's different. It's all you're
Do
giving
you
me right now.
genuinely believe that the factual claim there is the same as, hey, I need you to say that the DOJ found fraud, and then the Attorney
No.
General saying
No,
no,
I
and
don't
then
think
saying,
that-
okay, I'm going to fire
No,
you.
no, your comparison policing
Okay, so
that
the lying is
hold
a
on.
different level. That's
it
the
doesn't
point.
matter.
It's a
Your
different level of
comparison
severity.
Yes, I understand that. Doesn't make my point invalid.
It makes it a dishonest, like,
just
fucking
put your-
deflection
no,
of,
why would you
like,
put it off?
like, this is literally what
No,
Gibbs
it
is talking
doesn't.
about, where it's like, oh, so anything we talk about, you bring up January 6th, and it's like, yeah, I think this president doesn't truly believe this. Like,
made a
okay,
point.
what about men
But
being
what about
women?
trans people?
Like,
You made a
like, what
point.
the fuck?
You made a
hold on.
point that he was being
This
dishonest,
trans
and
person got into
everybody,
another restaurant.
everybody
God
that
fucking
now
damn.
supports
I-
him after his dishonesty is a sycophant. I'm pointing out to you where the other side was dishonest, and you're saying supporting them,
President,
not a
a
big
trans
deal.
Same level.
is
Hold
taking
on,
a
same
shit in a
level.
women's
I'm sorry.
restroom.
Do you
Hold on,
guys
hold on,
remember,
hold
guys?
on.
Joe
I think
Biden.
that-
Joe Biden said there were at least 3 genders,
Lying about
and then
Joe
a
Biden's
bunch
age
of
was a
people
lie.
around him. A bunch of
Hold on,
people around him said that wasn't true. And then he fired all of them. And then when he got reelected after that, he then tried to install only the trans people into the office. I remember
Joe
this
Biden
happening.
was firing people from the CDC who were going along with his COVID vaccination policy. The head stepped down because he wanted to give COVID vaccines to kids without verified proof, the booster shot. So yes,
Well,
Joe Biden was doing the same thing.
These are the.
Well, hold
This
on,
is the
hold on.
same
I
thing.
Fucking
do
wild.
think, I do think that our,
My
our-
side, the
I
other
think-
side's bad
hold on,
guy.
I
found
think
a new
there's a slight,
conspiracy.
hold on. I think there's a slight difference here, right? In the fact that, okay, there has been some like legislative push, and there was even in the last election, the whole like tampon Tim came up. And yeah, I get that Republicans are going to blow it out of the proportion on this because they feel it's like indicative of the greater culture war. They're like, if we let this go, what's going to go further, right? And I mean, I think we all know that like on both sides, extremists push the conversation, right? Like right now, the Dems have like Madani or whatever, right? He's pushing the conversation as whether we should go more right or if y'all should go like further to the left, right? Like that's kind of what happens. You have these people that come along and push an extreme thing, and I think with trans issues, the push had been kind of extreme for a while, like women with the sports thing especially, right? And I think that now you're seeing like a backlash to norm. Like I talked to some of my friends who are like liberals and like trans individuals, and a lot of them are very upset with what they feel the dim messaging has been, even though they still vote dim. They're like, we just wanted to be left alone and have equal rights, and instead y'all pushed us like to the forefront in a lot of cases, and now they're just catching strays because like they just want to live their lives and like be happy or do whatever, and that like most Republicans would have let that go, but since it went so far one way, now you're seeing the pendulum come back, I think, in a way that they're not liking. And I think that that's a big issue. I think it's different though than like with the way that January 6th just like keeps being brought up. Like there's no legislation being brought up based off January 6th currently.
Pardon the
Yeah, wait.
J6ers.
To be
That's
fair,
legislation.
this literally a
Literally
couple
pardoned
weeks
every
ago,
That's executive action.
they
They're
held
trying
they
to
held an
bring-
honorary like fucking memorial for Ashley Babbitt, one of the people who was violating the law and climbed through the
Yeah, but is that,
window
like,
and
legislative
deserved.
policy?
I will say this, deserved to get
Military
gunned down for what she did.
Well,
So
all
like.
right, but can you tell me how that turns into
All
policy
these
though?
dipshit protesters.
Because
Yeah,
because
she
the
fucked around,
current
she found
because
out.
the current president is still harping on the fact that everything that happened on January 6th was okay. It was good to the way it happened. He deserved to win the election. That's not what we're like. It's not like, oh, we're just bringing it up out of nowhere. It's like, oh, clearly this guy is still a fucking issue with the fact that he thinks it's okay to steal an election and is actually going to give pardons to the people that helped him do it or tried to do it. Like, that's fucking insane. That deserves to be brought up too.
I mean, you don't think it could have been he
But
thought it was going
Soypil,
to
what
help the
about trans
nation
people?
heal by like, oh, let's just give him pardons and then we can all heal and move on, like Nixon? You don't think that might have occurred to him?
Pardoning the people who stomped on Capitol police officers' heads is going
Listen,
to
I
heal
was
the
okay.
nation?
Hold on. I was perfectly okay, and I came on before this
I'm
happened.
crashing
I said,
out.
if I was
I'm gonna
Joe
crash
Biden,
out.
I would pardon Hunter Biden. I would do it like it's family. If you think I'm president and I'm not passing out pardons to everybody in my family for any potential illegal thing they've ever done, you're wrong. I'm absolutely gonna do that. Like, let's fucking go.
Remember
Like,
when Hunter Biden stomped on a police officer's head and then tried to steal the election?
Classic Hunter Biden.
He could
It
have done
happened
worse.
in
He
May.
could've
I will
done
say, look,
worse.
Gibbs, let me build a
Nobody
bridge.
else.
I think Hunter Biden should go to jail for smoking crack and probably fucking underage girls, allegedly. All right? I'll say it.
Money laundering and FARA
Well,
violation.
if you're the president, you're
Or
gonna
that.
pardon your son. You're gonna pardon your son. You know it. I know it.
I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I don't think you should. I think it's corrupt.
Yeah, well, I would do it. Fuck it. I mean, maybe it makes me corrupt. I don't know, but it doesn't make me like I'm not
Look at
sussed
Gibbs,
out
you're
about
like
it.
a
Let's
Democrat.
just make it like you good. You're not.
What if Joe Biden had like thousands of sons and all of Joe Biden's
Yeah,
sons
Trump-
stormed the Capitol and tried to help him steal the election? Should he
Trump
pardon
was-
all the
that's
sons?
really-
mercy? You don't think it's good to show mercy
Joe
and like
Biden's
give
sons
people like
came
a
back
different
up
like
from
out?
the dead.
Trump nurtured that poor
Maybe
man who
that's where all the
stomped on
votes
the
came
Capitol police officer's head since he was 3.
Pardon.
He had
Are you
such a-
against
he had
the
such
rappers
a-
getting pardoned?
I think we
remember
should do it. No,
probably
you're right.
Biden,
Gibbs, we
his
should
hand
pardon
came
every
out of
person
the-
for every crime right now to heal the nation.
True.
I mean, let's get wild with it.
Let's go.
Go
Everyone
crazy.
should be released from prison tomorrow.
And then we'll just go
Yeah.
right back to
Let's do
like
the
even
purge.
more draconian laws right after.
Wait,
Everybody
didn't
gets
Joe
free
Biden
strike.
give clemency to a guy that killed police officers?
Yeah, that was bad. I think he give like thousands. He did like this massive pardon.
But
I
also-
super disagree
Did you
with
vote
that.
Democrat after that? Why would you
That's-
vote Democrat?
wait,
This is the
that
other
clemency-
pin, no.
Uh,
That's
That
the other pin,
clemency-
don't you know?
That clemency didn't let him out of jail, though, did it?
Why didn't you vote? Why'd you vote Democrat after that? You must
That
be a
clemency-
sick
Because
that
that wasn't
clemency
violating the
didn't let
fucking
him out of jail, did it?
democratic process.
That
It was,
clemency-
hey, I
that
think this is a
clemency didn't
bad
let him-
decision.
Stomping on a cop's
Clement-
head is violating the democratic process.
It was
Did
in
that- did
it
that
was in
clemency-
participation
it was in
in trying to
furtherance of-
violate the
yeah.
democratic process. Yes.
It was in furtherance of stopping the certification of the election. Did that clemency
was
that
rash.
Biden gave? Did the clemency that Biden gave let that person out of jail?
No, but he issued clemency to him. Doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Did the pardon that Trump gave let the person who stomped on the Capitol police officer's head out of jail?
Yes.
Okay, that's the difference.
Doesn't matter. He still gave him clemency.
Hey,
Yeah,
Gibbs.
That's still bad.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the same.
That's
Gibbs.
bad.
He
Gibbs-
also commuted death sentences for
I don't even know
multiple
what
murderers
I
and
don't even
police
know what to
murderers.
say about that, man.
Gibbs, do you think that
I'm
Donald
saying
Trump
they're
Donald
damn
Trump
near
should
the
heal the
same thing.
nation? Donald Trump should go up and say, "I'm granting amnesty to every illegal, all 60 million of them tomorrow, to heal the nation."
True.
Eventually, get a better Trump impression.
Why would he do that? He was
Wait,
elected
say
to
that
the
again.
Republican.
I'm sorry, I missed it. That's like,
I said, should Donald Trump grant amnesty to 60 million illegal immigrants?
Well, do you know what's crazy, Soy? Is you want to know what? You weren't here for this. I will grant you this. Before the election, I offered, because my cattle were getting fucking killed and then all this shit. I said, I will sit here if you will build me the most crazy border wall. I'm talking North Korea level, like stopping everything that goes through. Maybe we do something for the animals. I don't know. And then I will grant every illegal alien up to a year. Like, that gets here before a year. Let's give them all amnesty. If everybody gets here before, give them to them. But I want the border secure.
Just no
and
more
let's make
after
them all
that.
citizen, but no more after that. No one would give that to me. I said, yeah,
Okay.
bring all these people. Give them a whole year.
Well, hey, you know
So,
what,
yeah,
Gibbs?
I mean,
I
maybe
respect
I'd be
that
okay with
answer. I respect that answer. I don't respect how no one corrected me when I said 60 million.
Yeah. Well, it would have been
No.
60 million if we get it free.
It's
whatever.
only gonna
There
keep
might
growing,
be.
okay?
It's been
Look,
11 million for the last
say
3
that in 80
decades.
million
So.
thought you were
illegal
being funny.
aliens.
Every time they say it, it grows
Oh,
up.
now you
Eventually,
So
all
with the-
338 million Americans
Yeah,
are going to
yeah,
be
Why
illegal.
is
You
Newsom
can't leave
worried-
all
hold on,
600
1
billion illegal immigrants.
illegal
Why is Newsom
aliens
worried
in
about
China.
I still want to keep.
They're being imported
Well,
into
hold
the
on. Why
US.
is Newsom worried about
One
the
billion at a time.
ICE coming to the polling stations? Then?
Oh, okay, wait. I have a very good
Good
faith answer to this, okay? And you don't have to believe me, but I think this is very obvious, okay? Illegal immigrants legally can vote. We all understand this, right? Like, obviously, and I think we can all agree, maybe not some of the lefty, but they shouldn't be able to vote, right? They are not documented. Okay, cool. So we all agree there. So when you have ICE at polling stations, based on the things that ICE has been doing, and I know, by the way, Tyler's going to jump all over me into this, but I think this is so patently obvious. I don't understand how you don't, so I really want to hear why this is wrong. When you have people who have families who are undocumented, but they themselves are not. So let's say they were born and they were anchor babies. You can disagree with the citizenship, whatever. They are legal citizens. They can vote. Based on the way that ICE has been operating in the past few months, they might be worried that if they show up to the polls, ICE might connect them or go after their families. If their mom drops them off, if they, hey, like, you're writing down your address, by the way, we're going to ask you some questions. Do you not understand that some of these people who are legally supposed to vote might have some sort of chilling effect based on the way that ICE has been going into schools, showing up at
I agree with
workplaces,
you.
even rounding people up? Okay, thank you. That's all
I
the
agree with
argument
you.
I would say.
I
It's
think,
that,
I think that like ICE or heavy police presence at polling stations, no matter what, are going to intimidate people. I would be nervous walking up to a polling station with a ICE
Oh, yeah?
MRAP in front of the polling station.
wait,
or
let's say you're
anything.
23 and me, Sadie. Why would you be nervous?
Absolutely not.
It's just I don't like the police presence like that. Like, I do have a lot of issues with rolling into cities and taking away guns from trans people. Like, these conversations, I am like a true libertarian at heart. So yeah, I do have.
Well, I
concerns
mean,
about
Sadie, you've won me back.
Really, I mean, who cares? Who cares if they get to vote? Realistically, though, I mean,
Well, okay, no, wait. I want Tyler to talk about before we go crazy about illegal
Oh,
immigrants
you're
voting.
Wait, before
Go
we-
ahead,
I
Tyler.
do think that was a stupid thing for the right to take and run on, because I knew what he meant as soon as he said it too.
Well, no.
Hold on. Let me jump
No.
in here too before you
boy.
moderate. Let me jump in here before you moderate. So in several cities and states, illegals can vote in state and local elections. One. Two of the
Yes.
people you're talking about chilling are those harboring illegal immigrants, is what you're saying. Like somebody's mom dropping them off, the mom is there illegally, then she gets picked up.
Okay,
Right?
so wait,
So
are
that's
you
your-
under the prescription that anyone with undocumented family should right now go and turn them into ICE?
No, but you're saying it's a chilling
There's a
effect.
reward.
You're
There's a reward for it,
chilling
by the way,
people
too.
harboring a criminal, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
If
so
we're
you
chilling
think those people shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're harboring a criminal, as you so put it?
Yes, because that's a crime. I don't think they shouldn't be able to vote. I think if they're worried about police, that's because they're committing a crime. And the police are there to chill criminals from committing crimes. So yes.
Well, it's not going to stop them
to
from
chill them
harboring their
voting,
family,
not
to be
chill
clear.
them from committing crimes. Yeah, to chill them from voting.
It's not,
Yeah.
I mean,
What if you got a
if they're
little
not
bit,
breaking-
little weed warrant, dude?
Wait,
Yeah,
Felony,
and
little
wait,
bit of a warrant.
let
You
me-
want to show
If
up
they're not harboring illegals, they have nothing to worry about.
Wait, Tyler. In which state can undocumented migrants
Not
vote in,
California
state
I think
specifically.
there are local elections where they're like a lot.
It was
I
just
don't even
local
contest
in
that.
Arizona.
There's a
Legal
handful of
immigrants.
local elections, but I'm
Yeah.
talking about state elections.
There are none for the general. That doesn't happen in midterms.
Not the general, yeah,
okay.
it's all state and local. It's all local
But
elections.
but Arizona's
Just-
law
just
was
a handful
just
of
federal
changed.
elections.
that they aren't allowed to vote in state and local elections anymore. So they were before that point.
Well,
Well,
here,
Always
Tyler.
changed last year.
Tyler, do you get nervous when there's like a cop at an intersection, even if you're not committing a crime? Okay,
No.
I do.
I hate the cops.
I
I
do.
used to when I smoked weed in the car, not anymore.
Right. So it's like, even
Yeah, you can
I
slow in
think to
front of 'em.
Sadie's argument, like even just the police are gonna have a chilling effect on some people. But I understand, like, hey, this should make sure that nothing bad is happening or someone's committing a crime here. I don't think that police can exist there. I think ICE is a completely different story, especially when we have stories. And this is funny because let's say there was one story that blew up and it was totally out of proportion, but one story where a legal person who had no harboring of illegal family, as you so put it, was arrested, detained for a few days. They realized their mistake and they let them out. That in and of itself, that story is going to perpetuate this chilling effect for all of the ICE agents, even though it's completely irrational to worry about. It's only this one person out of tens of thousands that have been arrested. That in and of itself is already doing that. And that's why they're doing this. They're not putting them there because they're like, well, we got to stop the illegals from voting. Because when the illegals vote, if this was a thing that was happening in the general election, their signatures wouldn't be verified against their addresses because they're not registered to vote. They're doing it because they know it's going to get rid of a disproportionate amount of Democratic Latino voters who might otherwise be harboring illegal aliens.
Or in multiple cities and counties in California, illegals can vote in state and local elections, including San Francisco, Oakland.
Why
and all of
why
Orange
would
County.
this matter if their votes couldn't be counted in the state elections?
They can be counted in the state and local
No,
elections.
they can't. They're not
Hold
registered to
on.
vote.
Why would,
No,
hold on, why would,
now
why
we're
would
going-
it
now we're
matter?
going
I'll
back
tell
to
you
this.
why
They
it would
can't
matter.
vote in state elections.
No,
You
hold
just
on,
said
I'll
they
tell-
can't vote in the
hold on.
election that they're putting the ICE people at the polling station for. So let's just say
Hold on.
illegals were showing up a draw. 10,000 illegal immigrants shut up. They all voted.
Elections
None of
all
their
go
votes
at
would be
once.
counted.
Yeah,
Well, hold on,
it's
hold
not
on,
just
hold
the
on.
general.
Federal
they're talking about.
elections line up with the state elections almost all the time, and then
Well,
there's
no,
much more
there's
state
there's
elections.
hold on. There's a worse issue than this, right? Like you go, why would it matter if they're just doing local elections?
No. No, wait, Gibbs, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, let's say they were voting illegally, right? Like it's
in local elections.
no. Illegally
None of
voting
these would
in the
count.
general, like the midterms, right?
Federally, yeah.
Yeah, in federal elections, they're voting in these that they're not allowed to. Their votes would not be counted. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter if ICE is
That's
there.
That's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is we all here know, since we're all politically active, that the local elections are where it matters the most, right? Because you can set policy for your city, you can change things like some of these are just like very small margins, like 20, 30 votes in some counties. Like it's small. And now if suddenly we allow illegals to vote in a local election and they're all voting one way, and this party now sets new policies that enables them to maintain power. This is going to stack up more power within the state over time as more and more counties come under their flow. Like, why would you not see that as a problem?
Okay, but I
going
understand
forward?
that, Gibbs. But that and we can talk about this right after. But like, there are 5 municipalities that allow this: San Francisco, Oakland, Tacoma Park, Burlington, Vermont, and Montpelier, Vermont.
Sure.
Okay. Why would Trump not say, if this is true, what Tyler's saying, that he's worried about them voting in these elections, hey, we're putting ICE at these places, but nowhere else?
I mean, I personally think you should have them all over the place.
Why?
There's been a lot of people voting.
You think there's tons of illegal immigrants voting?
I mean, I think possibly. Maybe in
Do you
California.
Okay,
these votes are
so
getting
despite
counted?
every investigation into this, Trump himself trying to do this and not being able to find this happening, when he said, I think that X amount of millions of votes were for Hillary Clinton were for this, then doing an investigation and not being able to find it at all, you still think that it's happening.
I'm not saying that it's happening. I'm saying, what are we worried about if we don't just do it for once? We're already in the middle of this big policy push, right?
Because
if there's
the-
any concern,
Because
about
the
this
votes will get
overall,
counted.
Because I think what's really going to happen, and the real reason behind this, and I can't prove this, by the way, but I think the real reason, and I base this off of the precedent of Republican actions, is to deter people who would otherwise legally vote for Democrats from going to the polls. In the same way that I always bring up the South Carolina law, where they said, let's do voter ID. And voter ID is something that in principle everyone can agree on, right? Like, people who say they're who they are should probably show and prove they're who they are, right? This is just an obvious thing I think everyone in principle can agree with. The problem is, in this place in South Carolina, they said, well, we've specifically picked the IDs that we know Democratic voters, which they said is the reason, but turned out also to be black people don't have, just disproportionately. So it's not your license or whatever. The only ones that are available are these ones. And then the Supreme Court of South Carolina says, hey, your law targeted black people with surgical precision to not show up. Or at the very least, if they want to say I wasn't racist about it, was targeting Democrats. So when I see this ICE thing, and I know it's going to deter a non-zero amount of legal, probably Latino voters based on the way that ICE is operating, I think the real reason they're doing it is not to enforce election integrity, which we both agree. I don't think illegal immigrants should vote in the federal elections, but that's not why they're there. They're there to deter legal people from voting. And I bet, even if that's not why they're there, I bet I would make a bet with you that more people will be deterred who are legal than people who are illegal who are voting.
True.
We'll see.
Voter-
Hold on. We're about that time, so I'm gonna let y'all do closings and outros here because we got about 5 minutes left, and that's perfect. So Tyler, why don't you kick us off? Whatever you're gonna say, give us your closing and all your outro and all that good jazz.
All right, I will just say there's been multiple studies now, the latest one in 2024 by Pew, showing that voter ID does not at all infringe on the black vote, and it's racist to suggest that black people are too stupid to get a state ID.
I never said they were too stupid. Hold on, I didn't say this.
This is my closing.
That's your
This is my
closing?
You don't get it? Yep. You don't get to interrupt.
All right.
Fire. Fire.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead,
So,
keep going.
I was just making a narrative. I'm having fun with it, guys. Relax. At the end of the day, I still think this is because the Democratic Party is flailing for a message. They've been trying to throw everything that at the wall with Trump. A lot of it is bullshit. Some of it had some legs behind it, but didn't have enough to actually take him down. He's still Teflon Don. And most of the people that are going against him don't realize that the public dislikes them and their policies significantly more and are willing to look past Trump on this. At the end of the day, I view right now the Democrat moderates are the exact same in almost every policy stance as the extremists. They just have better PR and incrementalism to implement it as opposed to slam it all in right now and screw the other side. So I think that the Democratic Party needs a massive reform. Everyone here has probably heard my thoughts on Fetterman, and that's because I'm a Fetterman simp, but I'd say Whitmer probably has the better chance of actually winning a general election because she's the Rust Belt senator. Only 280,000 votes in the Rust Belt, lost this election for the Democrats, and she would be much better suited for those people. On top of that, she doesn't have almost any of the extremist points that the rest of the party has that most people hate. She's not pro-illegal immigration. She's not anti-police and pro-criminal. You don't see soft on crime, smart on crime policies coming from her. So at the end of the day, the Democratic Party needs to pretty much drop 80% of what they're doing, go back to their basics. They need to get back on healthcare, especially the Medicaid cuts that came in the new BBB bill, Trump's BBB bill. They need to go back to abortion, even though that didn't pan out too great in 2024. It's still one of their top topics, and they need to go back to schools. These are where they excel, and they've just dropped all these things to become the anti-Trump party. It didn't work. 2024 litigated January 6th, and if Trump was electable again, and he won with even wider margins and more votes. Meaning that at the end of the day, even if you're saying all these things you're saying about Trump are right, you have to ask yourself, why is he still more popular than you if he tried to overturn an election and refuse to completely get rid of democracy? And that's it.
Because fucking Republicans are stupid.
Message, and this is their comfort.
We just have to lie to them, I guess.
Every time they start taking L's on everything else, so they need to do better.
Well, two things. Someone just sent me a Just Facts article. It says that 10 to 20% of non-citizens may be illegally registered to vote, and up to 16% of them may have voted in past elections. That's interesting. And two, I don't know if it helps or hurts Republicans when your favorite candidate or our favorite politician is a guy that had a stroke. And
which one?
Totally
Fetterman. Oh.
I don't
Yeah,
know. That's a good selling point for us.
It's biased. It's biased.
I guess we'll take whatever we can get in our temple
Tyler
of
likes
undesirables.
candidates who have strokes.
But yeah, go ahead, Bones.
Pro-Israel candidate.
Yeah, go ahead, Bones.
Can you actually send that link, by the way?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah,
I will.
All right, so first off, in response to Tyler's little tidbit about voter IDs, this is specifically North Carolina. This isn't voter ID laws as a whole. So in North Carolina, that law was struck down specifically because it had targeted black voters with surgical precision. Voter ID laws can still be nonpartisan and not racist, and we can still acknowledge that that specific one was bad. On top of that, this entire debate, he's also been debating the theoretical Democratic Party.
Look at this link, guys. Is this real?
Doom, Soy Pill, and I forget.
Rinald.
Rinald. So he's been doing that the entire time, shadowboxing.
This looks so legit, guys. Times New Roman.
Trump is unequivocally a terrible fucking person. January 6th alone is enough evidence for that. All of the events of him denying the election, specifically lying to the public, even after several people in his cabinet keep telling him otherwise. Not on top of that, pardoning everyone in Jan 6th, giving Ashley Babbitt the Warriors funeral. Like, all of this should have disqualified him as a president. And quite frankly, none of this was nothing of what Tyler really said here, because he's the one making all the major contentions here. Really is convincing to either me or anyone else on the panel. And honestly, a lot of it was pretty fucking disingenuous attempts at kind of pushing away from that issue and obfuscating the actual facts of January 6th. And we should continue to talk about this as its moral condemnation of Trump specifically, and especially while he's president. We should be able to condemn past, present, and in the future any of his other terrible fucking actions.
All right. Rinyald.
Yeah, you can find me at Rinyald on all of the relevant social media places. Again, it was good talking to most of you guys for the first time. I have a proposition for all of the Trump voters. I think this is a solid compromise in the middle. We will all agree as leftists to stop talking about January 6th as long as Republicans abandon the facade of being pro-democracy. And we'll be good.
No problem.
So, okay. I think as long
No
as that
problem.
happens, I think we're good. All right. I love you guys.
Daniel, boom, handshake. We're good.
All right. Well, perfect. Sadie, go ahead.
Sadie, I'm Sadie Girl 216 on X. I'm Pentuple TV's alt account. For those of you wondering where he is, he will be back soon. I know it's been a while, but there's only a few Sadie streams left. We're coming towards the end of it. I'm an old lady. I'm 40 plus years old. I've had the privilege to vote for George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Gary Johnson, and Trump 3 times. And it was the Democrats that lost me, like, not the other way around. The fear mongering, the Trump is this horrible person.
When did the
has gotten
Democrats
you into
lose
a
her?
place where now you're losing the popular
Like
vote, which
2004?
don't lie. That was a surprise to all, even me. I was even concerned about making that claim. But the writing's on the wall. The one president that I do wish I had the ability to vote for was Bill Clinton, because I do think that he was a great president. And I do think that the country was left in better shape after Bill Clinton than moving into the Bush eras. The Bushes are the ones that taught me how to hate the right. So the Democrat Party needs to shift. You need to regroup, and you need to get back to the common sense policies that made me a Democrat to begin with and why I'm not anymore.
All right. Thank you so much. Ed Soybill.
Yeah, just to really clarify on the voter ID, because Tyler's posting links, like, people support it. Yeah, like I said, most people support the concept of a voter ID. The problem is not that, oh, black people don't know how to do it. The problem is when states like North Carolina, I got to correct myself, say, hey, what kind of IDs are these people more just likely to have? And then say, cool, let's not let those be part of the ID law. It's specifically targeting them. Yes, black people have the capability of getting IDs. The problem is when it's really hard to do. You can go look at the Ari Shapiro video where he's like, interviewing black people. They're in fucking Harlem, where the local DMV is 2 weeks away, or 2 blocks away. Of course they can get it there. It's very hard in rural areas. If we were to do voter ID, give them to fucking everyone. Anyway, the reason we keep bringing up January 6th is because Trump tried to steal an election. He still hasn't admitted that he lost. It's fucking insane. The fact that we are like saying, oh, like, just get over it, is not something we can do when, one, he's not over it. That's why he keeps pardoning people who tried to help him do it, who committed crimes, and, like, honoring even the people who helped him commit this crime. But two, it's hard to have this conversation in good faith when I think I'm reaching out, and maybe if I explain the facts, you guys will maybe switch sides, but then you bring up the not appointing Trump people, and I say, oh, well, yeah, I guess I don't agree with that, but when I look into it, turns out they're fucking election deniers too, or say, oh, actually, the redistricting thing was part of this lawsuit. I say, oh, you know what, I didn't know it was about that lawsuit. When it turns out it wasn't, it was actually a predetermined thing they wanted to do before that lawsuit was even part of the fucking conversation. It's just so fucking disingenuous. I guess it doesn't really matter. Maybe we should just stop talking about Trump stealing the election, and we should just say, okay, these people are so fucking crazy and deluded that nothing we will say will ever get to them. We need to just overwhelm them with registering people to vote, or just, once they turn full fascist, as Sadie seems to be sympathetic to, just kick them out. Just kick them out of the country. That's what I say.
Oh, well, thank you all for being here. This was a good one. I enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed it. And yeah, we're gonna be continuing our subathon. If we reach our goal, our first prize is me getting a spray tan. We'll get a real dark one, so it's exciting September things. I can't wait to be a whole different person. It'll be fun.
Oh, dark.
But yeah, I listen. I kind of want to do that scene from Friends where he like does one side and turns around and does the same side again. I think that would be pretty comical. But we'll see. But yeah, thanks for all for coming. And y'all have a good rest of y'all's night.
Thanks for having me. Nice to meet you guys.
Good night.
Take her easy.
Oh, all right. Well, Tyler might just be the most like useless quote unquote Democrat ever in the world if all he does is say, well, the Democrats just need to go so far outside the Overton window to win me back and win the election. They need to become Bill Clinton again or whatever. And it's like, great, cool, thanks, buddy. Very useful rhetoric right now. But hey, that was fun. I got my blood boiling a little bit, catching them in those fucking disingenuous lies. But yeah, he's so far out of it that it's like he might as well just not be a Democrat. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope that I read all the super chats. I was pretty good about it. How'd you guys enjoy? Did you have a good time? Gibbs gonna get canceled for accidental blackface. He said more cancelable things. Appropriate crash out. Hey, I like crashing out when it's deserved. Gotta hate how polarized U.S. politics are. Yeah, we're pretty fucked. I'm very black pill on this. If there's ever truly a Democrat in name only next to Cinema and Manchin, it would be Tyler. Well, he's even... Man, I feel like he wouldn't even vote the same way as Cinema and Manchin, honestly. Oh, they're typing in the group chat now. Great. Mr. Pill, do you have a background in debate at all? No. Shit. Is it obvious that I don't? I just argued a lot. I joined the debate team in high school. I went to one event. I did one debate. And we lost because they were like, well, you didn't address X, Y, and Z. And I was like, oh, I just thought we just had the better argument on this thing. And it was really pivotal to everything. But there's all these like rules where it's like, well, you lose if you don't address every single thing they brought up in the time limit allotted. And I was like, oh, this is stupid. I hate this. And I never did it again. So no, not really. I enjoyed the stream more than the last one. Yeah, because there was more yelling. More yelling. Oh, God, is Tyler still messaging me? He's going to be on my case for this for so long. Competitive debating is odd. Well, it's better than the just shouting out your entire policy. Is that called policy debate? The ones that like... And then... Oh, God, I hate those. Why don't people talk more about the faked electoral plot? I think it's just hard to understand, Grant. It's really hard to understand. By the way, Grant, guys, pitched me this idea of like watching dumb stuff and commenting on it and then him editing it into shorter videos. I like that idea a lot, and I'm sure a bunch of people will be like, yeah, do that. Oh man, there's so much shit happening now. I'm joining too many groups. So it will happen maybe in the future, but sorry, Grant, I'm so fucking swamped right now. I've barely been able to write. It is slop content, but that's like when I'm really desperate for more slop. Deb Fisher in her campaign called all Democrats the enemies. Yeah. Should Biden have dissolved Congress and become the eternal president? Morally, I disagree with him, but if people didn't want to talk about it, I would just stop talking about it, because like, what's the point? Like, it's like, it's not a winning issue. So you can just forget about it. Right. It's not a big deal. Okay. What is going on, guys? What's happening? I'm going to be writing my script. No more debates are happening, for the foreseeable future. Although I might be doing some weird TikTok live thing next week. I'm going to Colorado. It's Fort Collins. I remember someone asking me, oh, you're coming here. Fort Collins, Colorado University for the Unfuck America thing. I don't know if I'm debating anyone or Charlie Kirk or whatever. We'll see what happens. But otherwise, I'm writing that Ro Khanna, Ken Martin, DNC video, trying to get that out to you guys because I am excited for that. It was a lot of fun footage, and I paid my taxes. A lot of taxes. Quarterly taxes are scary, so hopefully finances aren't so scary in the near future. But thanks for tuning in, guys. I'm exhausted. I want to go watch Peacemaker and eat some food, and I love you. And type 1 in the deep state. Enjoy your weekend.